الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. One of the core tenets of our deen is that there will be qiyamah. And of course, qiyamah refers to the resurrection. And resurrection means that we will be raised from the dead. But not only will we be raised from the dead, we will be brought before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And not only will we be brought before Allah, but we will be judged. And that judgment will have consequences. There will be either Jahannam or Jannah. So this whole scenario is wrapped up in this concept of Qiyamah. Now, subhanAllah, that's like a global understanding in our deen. It's one of the core tenets of our deen. But one of the things that we should be exceedingly grateful for is that not only does the deen tell us about this reality, which of course there's no way we could understand except through the deen. Now, pause here for a second, because many things you can reason your way to the solution. But when it comes to Qiyamah, you can't reason your way to that solution. You can reason your way to that idea. You can understand that there must be consequences, that this world is not random, that hence there must be purpose, that because this world is not random and there's purpose, there makes sense that there should be judgment. It makes sense that there will be a final consequence, that people shouldn't just be able to behave however they behave. There should be ultimate justice, etc. But it's revelation that brings all that together. The details of Qiyamah are important for every believer to understand. Why? Because we're getting a look at the exam before the exam is being graded. Ask any student in high school or in college or in any level of education about how they can understand success and failure. They'll tell you that if you want to succeed in a class, you need to have the syllabus. Why do you need to have the syllabus? Because when you look at the syllabus, it tells you, here's the material that's going to be covered. Here are when the exams are going to occur. Here is what is going to be on the exam. And here is how the exam will be graded and how the final grades will be determined. Every student, every good student is going to want that information, because that's exactly how they're going to understand how to succeed, what could lead to failure, how to get the ultimate result that they're aiming for. And likewise, in this deen, we know that this life is a test, but beyond knowing that this life is a test, we know what are some of the recipes for failure and what are some of the recipes for success in the hereafter. Just as an example of that, and we'll just speak about one, we've spoken about this before, but it's worth reflecting on. We should understand that it's not just an intention that leads to success, but rather effort is what is going to count as well. Meaning that similar to a class, where you show up at the class and in order to get an A, you must take certain exams, do well on those exams, and then and only then will you have the consequence of getting an A. The same thing goes with our deen. We can't just simply say that, well, I intend to do A, B, or C, and because I intend to do A, B, or C, I automatically will receive the reward of A, B, or C. Now, it's a bit more nuanced than that, because we can make lots of intentions and we can actually earn a reward for those intentions. But what happens is that if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provides us with an opportunity to prove that intention, then we will not receive that reward unless we've exhibited the proof of that intention. For example, I'm driving by an empty piece of land, and I say, you know, in my heart, I say, oh, this would be a great place for a masjid. And then I make an intention. If this land was available, I would buy it and I would build a masjid. Okay, subhanAllah, I made an intention. I get a reward. That's excellent. Now what happens? At that time, I don't have much money and the land is not for sale. Okay, all of a sudden, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala years later blesses me with wealth. Then a few months later, all of a sudden that exact land comes on sale. Okay, now I'm driving by and I say, well, you know, there's already too many masjids, right? So now I make an excuse for myself. Nothing's really changed. The only thing actually that's changed is that I've got the wealth and the land is available now. Everything else is the same. But here, my intention has been proven false. Why? Because I literally have the opportunity to prove my intention, but I wasn't able to show it. So this is where the actual challenge comes. Meaning what? The actual challenge comes where a person makes an intention or makes a claim, is given the opportunity to verify that claim, but then fails to do so. Like the Prophet ﷺ mentioned, as-sadaqa burhan. It's like two words. Two words. Such a simple statement. Sadaqa is a proof. Sadaqa is a proof of what? Sadaqa is a proof of your iman, of the intention that we make. Here I am making a claim. I'm claiming that there is only one Allah, that this world is passing, that I don't really believe that this life matters, that I understand that the true wealth is the wealth of the hereafter, that the true house is the house of the hereafter, that the true clothing is the clothing of the hereafter, that the true wealth is the wealth of the hereafter, that the true meals are the meals of the hereafter. I'm really good at telling a lot of stories, right? Or maybe I'm even true to my claim, but then what happens? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts me in a circumstance. He tests me. And the purpose of that test is to literally verify my claim. Literally for me to be tested to see whether I truly believe in all of the statements that I've been making. And whether we like it or not, that's the reality of this life. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's test is exceedingly nuanced. Every single person in this room will be tested against their own claims in their own circumstance, in their own unique way. And then the proof will be in the pudding. And I don't need to look at the rest of the world. I just need to look in the mirror. I can look in the mirror and I can be honest with myself that here I am saying A, B, C, D. Do I really believe A, B, C, D? Because like they say, is your money where your mouth is? I'm not doing a fundraiser, so don't worry about that. I'm just telling you that we should appreciate this about our deen. That's, again, one of the great blessings. It's even like a class, I don't know. I mean, I took some very difficult classes historically. And, one of the it's like a really big deal if the teacher gives you a take-home exam, right? Because now you know the whole exam. It's like literally in front of you. All you have to do is fill in the blanks. Like the deen is like a take-home exam. You know all the you know all the questions, you know all the challenges. You just literally have to write your name on an intention. But that's the hard part. That's the challenge, because what happens? On one side, all the talking heads amassing this world and flaunting it and advertising it and making us think that this is actually where reality lies. And on the other hand, like a few occasions, you come to Jumu'ah, you come to Salah, you come to some gathering, you go into a place of piety, and you're being reminded that the whole world is a deception. And it's like a tug of war. We're being brought back and forth. And but honestly, it's so easy when you don't have anything. It's so easy for a young person, very easy for a young person to, again, young people have their own challenges. So I'm not like making it sound that simple, but or trying to make it simpler than it sounds or than it is. But it's so easy when you don't have anything to make a lot of claims. I still remember, I might have shared this with you before, when I was in high school, I think it was high school, I ended up at some fundraising dinner. I don't know why. It was not purposeful. It was just accidental that I think there was something else going on, and then some fundraising started or some fundraising dinner started. And there was a person sitting at my table, and he pledged $1 million, maybe $1 million. He pledged $1 million. But he was my age. So he pledged $1 million, and I was just scratching my head and thinking, like, how is this person pledging $1 million? They didn't have $1 million. I know some kids do, but he didn't have $1 million. And then afterwards, he said, well, you know, if I ever I want to become a doctor, and I want to become a surgeon, actually, he said. And if I ever become a surgeon, then that's when I'm going to give the $1 million. And subhanAllah, he actually became a surgeon. He actually became a surgeon, and I hope he gave the $1 million, but it doesn't seem like it to me, but it's possible that he gave the $1 million. But subhanAllah, it's so easy to make an intention, relatively easy to make. Alhamdulillah, he was at the gathering. He could have been in a million other places, so we give some credit there. But just the point I'm trying to make is that it's so easy in certain circumstances to make lots of claims, but then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will test us against those claims. So that's the tough part of life, right? Because, look, I know what I have, and you know what you have, and you have to just simply look in the mirror. See, this is the other thing, right? This is the other deception of shaitan. Like, someone will look at the rest of the world and compare themselves against the rest of the world, or they'll selectively, it's a selective lens, they'll selectively look at the rest of the world and compare themselves against the rest of the world, saying that, okay, well, now I've matched what the rest of the world has done, so I'm fine. But that's not the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala judges. For example, someone can give $100, and it could be a lot, but the next person can give $100, and it could be absolutely minimal. What's the distinction? The distinction is that the person who gave 100 only had 100. And the other person gives 100 but has, let's say, like 200,000. So those 200s are not the same. Yes, they're the same numerically. I agree, they're the same numerically. $100 is $100, right? However, they're not the same because one person gave everything they had, and another person gives just a tiny percentage. Just a nominal amount that they can hand out. But how do you know the distinction? How do you know the difference? You can't tell the difference in the 100 that the person gives. You can only tell the difference when you look in the mirror and say who gave the 100 and what was their intention. Now, how can you assume that? I mean, we're not able to see through people. We can't make that distinction. Only each of us can make that distinction by looking in the mirror. That's the challenge of the hereafter. It's not some definitive standard, it's predicated upon who we ourselves are. It's like, what do I have in the bank? What sacrifices have I made? What blessings has Allah bestowed upon me? Will all be questioned accordingly. You know what the greatest example of this is, or one of the great examples of this is that famous narration that everybody knows. And I'm sure that we've mentioned it before, in which the Prophet ﷺ, it's in the book of Imam Muslim actually, in which the Prophet ﷺ, he's mentioning the first people to be judged on the Day of Judgment. And who are they? There are these people there's a person who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed with knowledge. Oh, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed one with blessings, and then eventually he became a warrior. But he didn't do it for the sake of Allah. Everybody remembers this narration. But then there was a person with knowledge, who Allah blessed with knowledge, but he didn't use it for the sake of Allah. He used it so that people would call him knowledgeable. Or there was a third person who was blessed with wealth, and he literally gave his wealth all over the place. He's just giving wealth all over the place, but he doesn't give it for the sake of Allah. He gives it so people will call him generous. So all three end up in the hellfire. But in that narration, before the consequences and the circumstance of every person is being discussed, by the way, it's a hadith Qudsi. It's in the book, like different books of hadith Qudsi, meaning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is speaking in this hadith. And before their circumstance and their ultimate judgment is discussed, each of them is presented with their blessings and they acknowledge it. This is the beginning circumstance for every person in that hadith. Go back and read it. It's literally said that each of them is presented with their independent blessings. And fa'arafaha, or it's fa or wa, wa'arafaha. And they recognizing, they acknowledge it. So they're presented with their blessings, they acknowledge it, and then they're asked a question. فَمَا عَمِلْتَ بِهَا. No, فَمَا عَمِلْتَ فِيهَا. That's the wording of the hadith. فَمَا عَمِلْتَ فِيهَا. And what did you do with that? What did you do with that? Meaning, what did you do with the specific blessings you were given? Okay, now why should that cause all of us to shake in our boots? Well, one, because it just shows you the power of intention. Anything that we do for the sake of anything other than Allah is rejected, and it's going to be a big problem on the Day of Judgment. Doesn't matter how high, how grand. Literally, the guy is spending left and right, but didn't do so for the sake of Allah, and is going to be held accountable for that. So this is problem one, which is really, I would say, the core message, right? Which is that intention is everything. That which is done for anything other than Allah will be worthless, and that which is done for Allah will result in reward. So fine, let's establish that. But then this other thing should catch the ear of the person who cares about the exam. You know, sometimes the teacher talks about the exam but doesn't directly discuss the exam. Just it secondarily comes up because they were talking about something else, you get a hint about the exam. That's the example here. Although a message is being delivered, we're also getting a hint about the exam. What is that? That is that every one of us will stand on the Day of Judgment. We will be forced to recognize the independent blessings that were given to us. We will have no choice but to recognize them because it will be so obvious. It won't be like nuanced or subtle, like we got to sit there and scratch our heads. Did I really have wealth? Did I really have health? Did I really have ability? It will be so crystal clear that no one can deny. And then, based on that individual circumstance, every one of us will be asked, what did we do? How did we reciprocate? That's going to be a really tough question. Okay, look, if we lived in a situation where we were like barely able to make ends meet, or we're like struggling to put food on the table, or we're like so unhealthy that, we can't manage ourselves, let alone the people around us, maybe we can like squeak out some sort of like excuse. But what's going to be the circumstance where like every blessing has been on our table 3 times, multiple times a day throughout multiple years? We're going to be dead in the water. We're going to be dead in the water unless we have something to present. And this is the time to like look at ourselves in the mirror and ask this serious question, which is what? Okay, number one, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed me with opportunities. How did I transact those opportunities? Was I literally making decisions just for myself? Was I just like choosing things, for my own pleasure so that I could enjoy, so that I could be called X, Y, or Z, so that I could like live it up? Was that really the purpose of my existence? Because we're going to be asked that question. And our own lives are going to be like highlighted back to us, like a highlight reel. You're literally just going to be, it's like my own life is going to be shown before me. I'm not going to be shown like you or somebody else. Each person's going to be shown their own circumstance. It's going to be presented to us, and we're going to be asked about what did we do? We can't avoid that question, and we actually got a little insight into the questioning from this hadith. So this is like a huge problem. And we will have to answer, what did we do with the opportunities that Allah provided? What did we do with the knowledge that He blessed us with? What did we do with the health that He bestowed upon us? What did we do with all of this knowledge that He's given us? What did we do with all of this free time? SubhanAllah, it's like you just think about it like, okay, 200 years ago, maybe 300 years ago, people don't have washing, but let's make it 200 years ago. Electricity is limited, washing machines not available. Okay, somebody's got to most of their day is literally spent just managing the day. You don't have a refrigerator, you don't have a washing machine, you don't have heating, cooling the way we have today. You just literally you want to wash your clothes, it's going to take a whole day. But all of a sudden, you got all these mechanisms of comfort and ease that have arisen in the last 100 years. And what are we doing with that time? What are we doing with the free time? Are we just coming up with new ways to entertain ourselves? Literally entertainment upon entertainment upon entertainment. I'm just entertaining myself from going from one hop to the next. It's life is just a big bus of entertaining myself. I got to do this, it's literally I've got to go eat here, then I got to wear this, then I got to go to this place, then I got to go to that place, then I got to watch this, then I got to watch that. It's just a complete cycle. What are we doing with the time that Allah has blessed us with? What are we doing with all the opportunities that Allah has provided us with? What are we doing with all the wealth that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us? These are serious questions, and these are all questions that we need to ask ourselves before we're going to be asked on the Day of Judgment. The purpose of this is not to scare any one of us. The purpose of it is to wake us up to just recognize that this is real. It's real, it's coming, we're going to be asked. And I'm not saying that even that you need to think about this oh my God, so now there's all these problems in the whole world and how am I going to solve them? That's not even the question. That's honestly another way by which we paralyze ourselves. You could look at all the problems going on in the world and you can say, what am I going to do about them? And all you're going to conclude is that I can't do anything because I'm so far or so distant or so unable. So then what happens? Shaitan uses that as a mechanism to paralyze you completely or paralyze us completely. Well, since you can't do anything, then do nothing. That's not the way that the test of Islam works. You can make all the intentions in the world. You should make all the intentions. If I was running that country, I would do this. If I had this strength, I would do that. Okay? But what's real life? Real life's what's in front of us. The challenges, the questions that we're going to be faced with are the questions that are immediately in front of us. Hey, there's these people out there that I could have gathered to just create a connection between me and Deen. Did I do it? There's these people locally that I could have fed, that I could have supported. To represent Deen? Did I do it? There's something in the street. While I'm driving, there's something in the street that's in front of me that's blocking the way or making difficulty for other people. Did I uplift it? It's one of the lowest branches of faith, right? To remove a difficulty that's immediately in front of the public. So, my God, there's so many layers to this, right? One is to just appreciate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us. We're going to be held accountable to that independent blessing. I don't need to look at the rest of the world and claim that I've done something because the rest of the world is doing nothing. I should look in the mirror and ask the real question, which is on the Day of Judgment, when everything is presented before me, how am I going to show what I did? And I know the truth in my own heart. Okay, that's layer number one. Right? Then layer number two is to just appreciate that the challenges are the challenges that are immediately before me. I don't need to solve the world's problems. I'm not going to be asked about the world's problems. Sure, if I had ability, maybe I'll be asked. If any of you are prime minister, then you might be asked. None of us are prime minister. We're not even the mayor, for God's sake. You can't even handle the problems in the village. This is a village of Lincolnwood is 13,000, 15,000 people. We can't even handle these problems. Maybe a few people in the room can. But there are problems or opportunities that are immediately before us by which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tests you and I. Sometimes they might be international. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying the vast majority of the time, they're immediately in front of me. How do I behave with my family? How do I make decisions about how I'm going to spend my wealth locally? How do I use the blessings that Allah has given me in order to try to scratch the surface? I'm not saying we have to change the world. Just scratch the surface to assist in this deen in some way, shape, or form. Now go back to that initial hadith that we just mentioned a few minutes ago. Look at the responses of these people. What were the responses? Allah, you blessed me, so I gained knowledge and I taught. Allah, you blessed me, so I took my wealth and spent it at every opportunity that was immediate before me. Allah, you blessed me, so I took my energy and I struggled in your deen until I was killed. And that's the ultimate struggle, but it doesn't mean it's the only struggle. Now, these are the three acceptable answers. By the way, these people are not critiqued by the answers. They're not condemned because of their answers. They're condemned because of their intention. But just it goes to show you what's an acceptable answer on that day. Again, I'm not saying that you have to rise to that level, but what I am saying is it's just telling us that whatever knowledge we have, we're responsible for that. Whatever wealth we have, we're responsible for that. Whatever energy we have, if we have to expend it in the deen, we're responsible for that. Sure, the extreme of that is to become a scholar. The extreme of that is to become overtly generous so that everyone that you touch benefits from you. The extreme of that is to struggle until your life, which is everything that a person can give, literally the life is given for the sake of Allah. But those are the extremes. It doesn't mean that an effort can't be made in each of those domains. Or maybe you can just pick one and do your best. The reality of the Day of Judgment is that it's exceedingly individualized. The rules are the same. The rules are the same. But the judgment is individualized. This is the power and might of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He captures every single one of us independently, and everything is recorded. The accounting of every penny, of every second, of every molecule of ATP will be made. Molecule of ATP I'm using here to just indicate energy, which is obviously, the currency of energy. Everybody's taken basic biology. So you can say it this way. Every second of time, every penny of blessing, every molecule of ATP, energy, will be accounted for. And each of us will be independently judged. So the beauty of this deen is that we've been warned before we see that reality. We're not going to wake up and be it will be obviously shocking because we're human beings. We can never appreciate the reality of this reality. If we really saw it, we would behave completely differently. So it will be shocking, but it won't come as a completely unexpected reality. We've been warned. The Prophet ﷺ has told us, the Quran elucidates the realities of what's happening in Qiyamah. And every one of us has a responsibility to wake up before we're shaken on that day. And this is one of the blessings. By the way, this is a blessing. This is not some a thing that should paralyze a person. It's a blessing. I would want to know, by the way, I want to know what's on the test before I take the test. It's one thing to know that there's a test coming. It's another thing to know how is that test going to be graded? Who were the people that were failures? Who were the people that succeeded? How can I follow in their footsteps? All of these have been detailed for us. So this is a blessing. Anytime the deen gives us insight into what's happening on the Day of Judgment, although it might be at times a bit overwhelming, it's good to take a step back, take a deep breath and say, this is actually a blessing. I want to know this before I see this. Why? Because I've got time. Anyone at any moment can look in the mirror and make a change, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is exceedingly merciful and always waiting for the servant to turn towards Him. But we shouldn't deceive ourselves as to the reality of that, and we need to ask the hard questions. Okay, these three questions. What am I doing with my energy? Particularly my youth, but more generally my energy. Where am I spending it? I should be able to account for something in the week that I did as an expression of my service to Allah, as an expression of my gratitude that Allah guided me. What can I do to try to attract His guidance towards someone else? It could be, I'm not saying you have to give a lecture to the people in your family. It could be anything simple. Just gathering together a few people, just participating in something, just joining hands with maybe the other people who are participating in something. But there should be something there that shows that I'm making some effort towards it. And honestly, it could just even be guiding people into the parking lot, you know. It could be anything. Just I should be able to look at my week and say, like, okay, here is my physical ATP contribution. And I should be able to look at myself and say, Allah blessed me with X amount of knowledge. Here is my academic contribution. Because the world runs academically today, correct? It's always run based on knowledge, but particularly today, all of us are quote unquote skilled workers. So where is my skill? How much of that am I using towards advancing myself in this world? And how much am I using to advance the deen? And to reciprocate and show that I appreciate this blessing of Islam. So hence I'm doing this as a service for the deen. Not because I need people to say thank you, not because it makes me feel good socially, not because I'm going to get something out of it. If I go do something at the masjid, then maybe I'll get 10 more customers because people will see, that I got this skill. No, none of that. Solely for the sake of Allah, Allah alone. It could be that it's socially beneficial. It may not be quote unquote socially beneficial to me. It might be whatever. But the point is it should be for the sake of Allah. And then our wealth. The pennies that Allah has blessed us with. All goodness is running on this wheel of there's like a financial need. And so many opportunities. SubhanAllah, it's like we live in such a unique time because there's so many opportunities. There's literally this masjid going up, this Quran program being run, this new organization being established, so many opportunities out there, and particularly like you don't even have to look far. You can literally just travel the edges of our city and you will find so many opportunities to take advantage of, in the easiest way, to take advantage of the blessings that Allah has bestowed upon us so that we can at least reciprocate and show on the Day of Judgment that we made some contribution. Where are we? Where are we? Like, look at the balance. Just pull up the credit card statements, for God's sake. Pull up the credit card statements. It's like food, entertainment, food, entertainment. I went here, I got this is my car, this is my this is my that. This was a necessary expense because my AC broke down. And like, you gotta like take a magnifying glass to like find where is like deen in the middle of all of this. Now, of course, serving family is deen. You understand what I'm saying, right? Can't take this out of context to put the whole picture together, but you get my point, right? Like where is it? Like hold up the ledger. Like honestly, just go to the year-end statement. Every year, your credit card company, usually, most credit card companies, publish what's called a year-end statement. The first thing is it'll shock you how much you managed to spend, right? Because it's just the nature of this plastic. It just flies. It just speeds up the wheel of the economy. But it will give you a summary. And you'll find like every time there was some need or some desire, not only a need, but often desires, like it always managed to make it to the balance. But then where on this ledger are you going to find deen? I mean, we can say, should it be 1%? Should it be 0.5%? Should it be 3%? Should it be what? What should it be? Honestly, we can just look at we can come up with our own numbers and ask the question. If the tax rate goes up by 5%, everybody just pays it, right? But if like there was some need to like increase our sadaqah, then it's like the hardest hit in the world. SubhanAllah, this is just the reality. We have been warned before we are going to face these types of circumstances. And the truth of the matter is that yes, it's so easy in the sense that it's words. It's easy to produce empty words. It's easy to produce empty words. Like it's easy to dress the part. Because it doesn't cost anything. It doesn't cost anything to throw a topi on, put on a white thobe, and come into the masjid. That doesn't cost anything, right? That doesn't cost much. It's fine, alhamdulillah. It's a sign that a person is attached to the masjid, is appreciating the sunnah and all that. But the real challenge comes when? The real challenge comes when you look in the mirror of Islam, right? And you have to ask the harder questions. What are the harder questions? The ones that we're talking about. These are the ones that are testing the claim. Life is just a big claim. You claim X and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala throws tests at you. Like you claim that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the doer of all. We claim that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the doer of all. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala throws different little circumstances to show you that He's the doer of all, but do we really truly believe that He's the doer of all? It's easy to say, it's hard to live. That's all life is. There's names and places and circumstances, but these are just, it's like this is the characters in a play. There's a plot underneath it. Life is just a big test. We say A, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala throws a little test at us. Then we say B, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala throws a little bit of a test at us. So this is the way life works, and we should appreciate that reality. I know we like to state it, and we easily state it, and alhamdulillah, it's great that our minds can appreciate that, because honestly, in this day and age, it's even a huge blessing just for the mind to submit to this reality. But there is another layer. And the other layer is the ultimate test, which is what you see all the people in our 1400-year history, and even before that, in the 10,000-year history of humanity, right? You see all these tests. These are all the same. All the same tests. They just have different names. They just have different places. They involve different people, but they're predicated upon the very same concepts each time. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to appreciate the reality of this qiyamah. May He make us amongst those who are able to appreciate all of the countless, innumerable blessings that He bestows upon us. May He give us a sense to be able to reciprocate that and expend those blessings for Him and for His sake alone. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina as-safa. أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم Alhamdulillah thumma alhamdulillah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with our deen, and one of the unique features of this deen is that it's very natural. It doesn't require you to come up with excuses or stretch yourself to try to explain facets of the deen. Just inherently, it's concordant with everything that you see around you and even your internal state. For example, when you look at the world around you, you just see so much order. Like, as we've said so many times before, no matter what surface you scratch, you're going to find another layer of organization underneath it. You take the human body, you scratch it, and you see organs are within it. And then you take the organs and you scratch them, and you see that cells are within them. And then you take the cells and you scratch them, and you see that even a cell has these little things called organelles, which essentially functions like, each cell functions like a mini city. And then you scratch the organelles and you begin to see how sophisticated and complex they are. And it just goes on and on and on. And every layer that you dig in, eventually, okay, well, atoms are the building block, but then you scratch the atoms and you find some subatomic particles. So, subhanAllah, wherever you scratch, you will find that there's a deeper layer of organization underneath that. Now, when you have to explain that, Islam just makes it very easy. It's concordant. We don't have to come up with excuses like, I can look at all of this, I can see the organization around me, and I'm inherently, naturally driven to a conclusion, which is that given the perfection that exists around me, there must be a creator who created this. And it totally makes sense. But can you imagine for a second, like a person who's secular, who doesn't believe in any of this, in the sense that they don't believe that there's a creator that created any of this, how are they going to be able to compute everything? There's only one way. They have to turn away. Meaning the only way by which they can deal with having to explain how everything is so uniquely orchestrated is to say, well, I don't know, I'm not going to look there. That's not what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to just understand this world. They end up coming to a point where they just can't explain the bigger pictures. But subhanAllah, Islam gives you the explanation of the bigger pictures, but it not only gives you the explanation of the bigger pictures, but it helps you to understand whether you're looking at a tiny detail, like literally you can look at the wing of a fly, or you can look at the entire cosmos, and Islam has some sort of explanation for the big pictures. Now, within that, I've said this many times before, but the next point that I want to elucidate today and help us to appreciate is that within that, one of the features of this deen is that inherently the wind is at our backs. And this is something that it's very important for us to appreciate for a few reasons, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment. But the first point is that the wind is at our back. Now, what does that mean? Or we can say that we're running downhill. It means that when I say that the wind is at our backs or we're running downhill, it means that the entire setup by which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the universe and ourselves is in our favor. We don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. We simply have to fall in the natural sequence of things, and Islam will simply propel us to our destination. Meaning, it doesn't take much work to submit to Allah. Rather, it takes work to turn away from Allah. Just as a simple example, one simple example would be that if you look in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions, أَفَلَا يَنظُرُونَ إِلَى الْإِبِلِ كَيْفَ خُلِقَتْ وإلى السماء كيف رفعت وإلى الجبال كيف نصبت وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت فذكر. Do they not see the camel and how it was created, and the skies and how it was raised, and the mountains and how they were planted, and the earth and how it was spread? Like these four things. Look at creation around you like a camel. Do you see how it was created? Look at the sky, how phenomenal it is, and how it was raised. Look at the mountains, how they're planted, and now we even understand this better, how they stabilize the earth. And look at the earth and how it was spread. فَذَكِّرْ, so remind. Now the command is to the Prophet ﷺ. فَذَكِّرْ, so remind. Meaning what? Meaning the wind's at your back. Every place anyone turns, they're forced to remember Allah. You don't have to start from zero and explain to everybody, look at, there's creation. They just have to look in front of them, look at anything, they're going to see that there's complexity, there's organization, there's a symphony of all of the interactions that are occurring. So they look in front of them, they see a camel. They look up, they see the sky. They look to the side, they see the mountains. They look at the ground that they're standing on, they see the earth. All of this is what? All of this is an inherent natural reminder. It's as if the entire creation is a billboard. So what do you have to do? You just have to simply remind. فَذَكِّرْ, so just remind. That's all. You don't have to establish the whole thing and explain everything. What is a reminder? When you give someone a reminder, you don't give them a 10-hour class on all of the details of something. You just say a couple words, it already clicks with them because they know. It's either it's obvious to them or they already know. So you give them a few words, and those few words are enough to simply bring the message back to the forefront of their minds and hearts. So from every angle, why? Number one, because we were already created and we testified that Allah is our Lord. That was the very, very first interaction that we had as creation. On that one day when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put all the souls and asked, am I not your Lord? All of them testified, Bala, yes. So already inherently this is within us. This is the natural fitrah. It's the natural natural disposition of every human being to appreciate that there's something greater than themselves, that there is a Lord. And then on top of that, from the moment that we come into this world to the moment that we leave, it's a 24/7, 360-degree, day, night, inside out, constant advertisement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There is no place that a person can stand except that they're reminded of Allah. There is no molecule of air that they can breathe except that they're reminded of Allah. There's nothing that they can eat except that they're reminded of Allah. There's nothing that we can hear except that we're reminded of Allah. There's nothing that we see except that we're reminded of Allah. There is no space we can be in except that we will be reminded by Allah. So what's the responsibility of the believer? The responsibility of the believer isn't to have to create the whole show and then call the people to the show and then explain that this is what's going on. No. The show is set, the stage is set, the plot is set, everything around them is set, the background is set. You just have to remind in the softest way, and inherently, anyone who's listening, anyone who's willing to listen will automatically catch the flame. It's one thing is to burn bricks. Another thing is to have these little charcoals that are already soaked in the gas, and kids throw matches and they can light the whole thing. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever. It's like that. It's like the hearts the deen is already this way. Everything is in place. The only thing we have to do is just give a small reminder, and if it's done appropriately and with sincerity, with love, with power, with truth, inherently, it will cause people to appreciate that there is something bigger than themselves. So now from this principle, we should just recognize a few things. Number one, if we should recognize that when we try to bring deen into our own lives, it's not as much of a struggle as it is to get rid of the garbage. Meaning that we shoot ourselves in the foot more than we help ourselves. Because practicing the deen individually should be relatively easy because it's simply falling into the natural order of things. For example, somebody says, I have difficulty walking home and it's downhill, then you don't blame the hill, you blame the person. You say you must be walking backwards, because if you're walking backwards, it's hard to walk downhill. I agree with you. But if you turn forward and you actually walk, it's just going to be an easy stroll down the hill. The problem isn't the hill. Everything has already been set for you. Your problem is that you're facing the wrong way. So this is the same issue with us. My teacher used to say that the problem isn't the opportunity. The problem is that you bring your hearts upside down. You bring your hearts upside down so nothing can go inside them. But if the hearts were actually cleansed and brought right side up, this is a 5-minute thing. This is a few interaction thing. SubhanAllah, when the delegations came to the Prophet ﷺ, they didn't sit for conferences and conferences and conferences and had to be reminded 100 times. And this was we're going to have a 1 year this and some lengthy books. And here's all the books you need to read and all the different topics. No, these delegations came for 2-3 days. SubhanAllah, in 2-3 days, they learned Fatiha, they learned Salah, they learned wudu, they learned a few basic things. And SubhanAllah, their entire lives were ignited with Islam. They became companions. They became companions. Why? Because they came, number one, to a very pure well, but number two, they came with sincerity. So this is if we find that we're not performing in the deen the way that we should be performing, then I think the first thing to appreciate is that this deen inherently is already set for us. My teachers used to say in madrasa that, what's wrong with you students? We literally brought all the ingredients, we mixed everything, we baked the dessert, we put it on a plate, We took a spoon, we put it in your mouth, and you won't chew. Right? So what's being said here? Everything has been set in your favor. This is a downhill stroll, but you still walk backwards. So this is the question that we should ask ourselves. Like, honestly, if we're not progressing in our deen and we're not able to fall into the natural order that Islam creates in our lives, then we're the ones that are doing something wrong. We must be polluting ourselves. We must be, like I say, walking backwards downhill. So that's take-home point number 1. Take-home point number 2. The same goes with our families. Like, honestly, when things aren't going the way that we want them to go, then maybe we need to first ask the question, are we doing what we should be doing? Because again, like the first people that we're going to affect in our lives, and the people that we actually want to affect the most, and honestly, these are the people that we have immediate responsibility for, are the simple people in our household. So, like if the Prophet ﷺ is being told, فَذَكِّرْ, so give a reminder, because people can see obviously how the camel is created, how the sky is raised, how the mountains are placed, and how the earth has been spread. Then we too should be able to use the wind at our backs to be able to share the message with the people in our homes. And if that's not happening, then the first thing is to ask, what are we doing in the home that's precluding such an obvious and easy benefit, such a low-hanging fruit? Maybe we're doing some sort of sin, and that's what's precluding us from achieving our goals, etc. My point is that we should place the blame on ourselves, not on the deen. And even if the circumstances are difficult, which I grant you, the circumstances are difficult, still, the circumstances are limited. You live in a time and a space, but the people are limited. They cannot overwhelm the universe. The people are contained in some small piece of land and have some small ability, but they cannot take the sky away. Now, I mean, come on, if the people took the sky away and then you lost the ability to look at the sky and reflect, then okay, we could have a conversation that, oh my God, this is going to be a difficult job. We got to establish the deen, but we can't see the sun, we can't see the sky, we can't see the moon. But subhanAllah, these signs are around us. But actually, in some ways, maybe they aren't. Because maybe the world is forcing us to take our eyes away from all these things and put our eyes in some other fake world, which obviously is not going to impress the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created all the natural signs around us. So these two things I think are just very important for every one of us to appreciate. Number 1, our personal journey in Islam should be, in one sense, downhill. Now that doesn't mean it isn't hard to carry, it doesn't mean there aren't challenges, but the opportunities, we should be able to maximize on them because we take advantage of them, because we come in with prepared hearts. And number 2, it should be a relatively easy lift to share that in our confined space of the home and the masjid. These are the two confined spaces, right? I mean, we can't control what happens in the outside world. We can't control what happens at work for the most part. You can't control what happens at school for the most part. But our homes are our homes. One of the nice things about the society in which we exist is that our homes, there's a respect, right? That the home is someplace that the government shouldn't interfere with, shouldn't intrude in, shouldn't put their fingers into people's private lives. So sure, there's some negatives, but there's a benefit that we can take from that, which is that our homes are ours, right? The 4 walls that define our homes, these are our places where we can control, where we can establish deen, where we can express deen. So, and we want to do that, obviously, but we should appreciate that it's like going, like it should be like walking downhill. Not that there aren't going to be challenges, and not that the deen, carrying the deen isn't difficult, but just the inherent submission to the deen, the desire in the mind. Let's put it that way. One thing is difficult to carry the deen, which is a difficult thing, but at least in the mind, the commitment to the deen should be there. And subhanAllah, like I just mentioned, the Quran is reminding us of this very simple principle. The Prophet ﷺ is told, like, your job is to just remind. You don't need to do anything more. Your job is just remind. All the stage has been set. The camels are coming out in front of people's eyes. The skies are already been set. They've already been established. The ground has already been spread. The mountains have already been planted. You just remind. The scenario is there. Everyone can look and see. It's not, you don't need to like create the whole universe and then explain beyond that. No. SubhanAllah. Like all the signs are there. Our job is to simply just remind people and turn their attention towards that. And SubhanAllah, this is the power of the Quran and this is the power of the deen that you see the history of Islam. It spread from one end of the world to the other. And across cultures, across time, across languages, across how many civilizations have come and gone, and how many civilizations rise and fall, and subhanAllah, Islam continues to engage and spread and develop. And like I mentioned so many times before, Islam literally took in civilizations. It's one thing to clash with a civilization. It's a whole other thing to swallow a civilization. Islam literally swallows a civilization. Babylonia, Mesopotamia, it's like Muslim. Persia, Muslim. Byzantine Empire, Muslim. Not even Muslim. Such Muslims that they themselves didn't contribute almost as much as the people that came before them. And in some cases, maybe even more. So subhanAllah, how does this happen? How does it that it's impossible to consume an empire, impossible to consume a civilization and then have it such that they only contribute further to Darul Islam. Why? How does this all happen? It happens because it's essentially a downhill effort, meaning that everything's been set, we just have to literally push the domino. You push the domino, then you know how you guys don't do dominoes anymore, but all these things, little bricks that were lined up, you press one and they all fall in order. It's exactly like that. So subhanAllah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided us with this deen and such relatively little effort. The whole universe has already been prepared. We simply are just planted in it. It's all calling the name of Allah. It's all reminding us of the magnificence, the greatness, the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what's our simple job? Our simple job is simply just press one domino. And if we can do that appropriately by purifying our hearts, becoming true to our deen, carrying the love of Allah, then there's no way that people's hearts wouldn't ignite. Because, by the way, the proof is in the pudding. You have 1,400 years of proof behind you. Civilizations, different circumstances, times, places. I mean, read history. The more you read history, the more you just... Honestly, history, one of the things about history over the past 1,450 years, it's literally just a highlight of just the magnificence of Islam and how inherently natural it is that any human being on the planet, irrespective of their background, can appreciate it, submit to it, and benefit from it. Because again, it's like a downhill, the energy's all set, the potential energy is all there, it just needs to be changed a little bit into kinetics and it just spreads. Like I said, it's like throwing a match on like those coals that have already been soaked in gas. It just burns. In fact, it's the opposite. You have to be careful that you don't throw a match because it will burn. Alhamdulillah wa kafa. والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. Last week we spoke briefly, not briefly actually, it was a bit of a lengthy talk. Inshallah, we'll keep it shorter today. But last week we spoke about the fact that it's very important in our time to appreciate how we determine answers to the big questions in the world around us. And more specifically, I gave the example of a talk I have given a few times in the past, in which we're just being reminded that there are ways by which we understand the world around us. So for example, I think we can all appreciate that we have five senses, and we can use those five senses to explore and understand the environment in which we exist. You can touch things, taste things, hear things, see things, and that's going to give you information about the world around you. But of course, those five senses, they have limits. And where the five senses, where the ability or the extent of the five senses reaches its limit, the intellect then takes over. So essentially, the five senses are gathering data. That data then is being placed into this intellect. The intellect is then coming up with ideas, hypotheses, making observations, putting all that data together, and then coming up with conclusions. And in today's world, essentially these are the two sources of knowledge. Number one is the five senses, and number two is the intellect. But we should remember that as Muslims, we have another layer above that. And that final layer is revelation. For us, revelation is the ultimate truth. Now, of course, revelation has to be consistent or concordant, not consistent, but concordant with the observations and the general intellect. And that's one of the beauties of our deen, as I mentioned last week. But we have an ultimate source of truth. In fact, I would argue that this was the dominant source of truth for the world until, 500 years ago, you had the Renaissance. And I mentioned at that time, Renaissance, everybody's heard the term, but it's the kind of boring thing in history class that you wondered, how much longer is this going to go on before we're done with this chapter. But essentially, the Renaissance just means rebirth. So what do they mean rebirth? Why do they call it rebirth? They call it rebirth because essentially what happened was that they rekindled their exposure to the Greeks and Romans. Now remember that Greeks and Romans were initially not following any god. In fact, they had this Greek mythology, which again is another boring class that you're forced to study. But all of the Greeks and Romans, they were just literally, there was all this mythology, and they were just polytheistic. They would be worshiping all these different gods and ideas. Eventually, the Roman Empire took Christianity on as their religion. And so when Christianity came on, many of the ideas of the past, they were discarded, and in fact, they weren't even remembered. Interestingly, the Muslims are the ones that preserved it, but that's a separate discussion. So what happens is now the Roman Empire becomes Christian, and now the emphasis is going to be on the principles of Christianity, and there was lots of clashing between Christianity and so many different concepts. So they had forgotten, quote unquote, the foundations upon which that Roman civilization was built. So all of a sudden, they begin to recognize that, wait a minute, all these things in the Roman civilization, these were all built on intellect. They weren't built on revelation, right? All these principles were derived on intellect. So they began to appreciate the power of the intellect, and they felt that it was a rebirth because it freed them from the, quote unquote, freed them from the shackles of their revelation, their ideas, and allowed them to be able to intellectually come up with ideas. And that's what this entire society is functioning on. Western civilization, which we are deeply in the middle of, we're in the heart of it, literally is just built upon this whole idea. So what does that mean? It means that we, the people, can determine what's the best way to govern. We, the people, can determine what's right and what's wrong, right? We, the people, will determine what's the best way to allocate a particular resource. So you don't need to worry about the quote-unquote burden of revelation. You should focus on reason. And all of this history over the last hundreds of years is all predicated upon this concept. Anyway, I don't want to have that discussion today. We had that last week. But one of the points that we need to recognize, and one of the beauties of our deen, is that because we have revelation, We have some absolutes. And that's very important and very beneficial. And I don't think you have to look hard to just see how absolute the deen is. Now why is that useful? Well, let me just give you an example of what I'm trying to say and then just show you the power of the deen. So what I'm trying to say here is that, just as an example, we'll give you one simple example. Who gets to decide right and wrong? Who gets to decide what should be done or what shouldn't be done in a circumstance? Okay, there's a few possibilities on the table. I'm just talking off the top of my head, but there's a few possibilities on the table. One possibility is that I can determine myself what's right or what's wrong. I'm the ultimate judge of truth. I'm the ultimate judge of what's right and what's wrong. But of course, there's an obvious problem with that. Just on the face of it, there's an obvious problem with that. What is the problem there? The problem there is that I'm just going to follow my nafs. How can I be the judge of myself? And inevitably, if I'm left to my own devices, I'm just going to constantly make decisions for myself. I'm going to follow my own nafs, and every time there's any kind of conflict, I'm going to just subtly judge in my favor. So there's a problem there. At another layer, you can say, okay, well, no, it shouldn't be me. It should be the majority. Right? Let the majority decide what's right and what's wrong. Well, there's a problem there. The problem with the majority deciding what's right or what's wrong is that it's just left to either the loudest voice or the whims of the time, meaning whatever is in fashion. So today the crowd goes this way, and that's going to be what's right. Tomorrow the crowd will go that way, and that will be what's right. And in fact, you see that today. You see this from both cases. Some people think I'm right, and everybody has to do what I say. Other people think the crowd is right, but then the crowd is constantly swaying from this direction and that direction. Or there's another possibility on the table. The other possibility on the table is that the rich and the powerful will get to decide what's right. But if the rich and powerful get to decide what's right, then you don't have to go far to recognize just what kind of fitna that turns the world into. Anyway, I'm not going to go there. It's completely ridiculous, right? What the rich and the powerful, they get to deem what's right. Obviously, they're going to dictate for themselves what's true and what's false and what's wrong and what's right. And it's going to be predicated upon whatever they think is important or whatever their desires might be or whatever their interests might be. But subhanAllah, the deen is for us the ultimate adjudicator. We can, and why is that important? Because we can look in the mirror of the deen and it will always be honest with us. It will always tell us the truth. For example, the deen tells you certain core principles, like this is just egregiously wrong. You can never justify it. Any act, killing, right? Killing, murder. Killing innocent civilians, murder, it's just egregiously wrong. You can never justify it. Civilians, killing civilians is an example. You don't have to go far to look at it every day for so many years. You can see that these things are constantly on the front page of the news, and there's always an excuse, there's always a reason. Human beings are very good at coming up with excuses. They're very good with coming up with reasons why they do what they do. But in the end, they're merely just justifying whatever they determine to be right. Whereas the deen is absolute. And even beyond that, the deen, it's constantly true. It's constantly adjudicating things. For example, I can look in the mirror of the deen, I can be told exactly who I am. Like the deen tells us so clearly that, you might think that you're this person who's doing all these great things, but you could potentially be bankrupt. The Prophet ﷺ is literally sitting with the companions and saying, who's the bankrupt one? They're giving an answer based on business. He reminds them, ﷺ, that no, the bankrupt one is the one who comes with all of these good deeds. They think they're doing all of this good, but in reality, they did A, B, and C wrong, and because they did A, B, and C wrong, they suffer the consequences and their good deeds are taken. So look, the person thought one thing, right? In their own opinion of themselves, they felt that they were safe, comfortable, good, whatever it might be. But the reality is that the deen is a mirror. It allows you to look in it, and it tells you the truth about who you are. It tells you the truth about any circumstance. We know that on the Day of Judgment, there's going to be a group of people or a person who will show up who spent all of their wealth for the quote unquote for the sake of Allah, But on the day of judgment, they'll be told that you didn't spend this for the sake of Allah. You spent it to be called a generous person. So seek your reward from them, from the people who actually made the statement that you were a generous person. And the person will actually end up failing on that day. Now, you and I wouldn't be able to tell that. But the deen is it's like a mirror. It's an absolute truth. We can rely on it because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who makes the rules and the laws. And they apply equally to every single one of us. Again, we don't appreciate this because it's so ingrained in us. We fail to recognize the beauty of it because it's so ingrained in us, but the reality is that this deen is something that we can rely on to tell us the truth about so many things in the world. And I'll tell you, subhanAllah, I mean, I'm a little older than probably many of you in the room. I can tell you that one conclusion that you come to, if you really think about the world and study, and you just watch from a distance, you're not ingrained in the middle of it, so you get caught up in the noise and the crowds and the opinions, but you just watch from a distance, there's one conclusion that you come up, one conclusion that you can absolutely conclude, which is Sadaqallahu al-Azim. Like, Wallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided the truth. You can literally read through the Quran and you can just see the principles of the Quran and you can just say how true this is. And how many things can you say in life that that become more apparent, the truth of them becomes more apparent as you get older? Like I would argue that the vast majority of things in life only become less relevant as you get older. Like, oh my God, when I was 12, Yoda was like the source of all wisdom, right? And what happens like you're 40 and you're looking at people like they're talking like, Yoda, what's wrong with you? Are you green or what color are you? That's just the nature of things. When you look back at your life, you'll always say like, I thought this was important. I thought that was important. I thought this was what mattered. I thought that was what mattered. I thought this was the center of the world. I thought this was what I should pursue. I thought this should be my goal. Every time as you get older, you only begin to realize things become that much more clear from years or decades ago. But subhanAllah, the truth of the Quran, it continuously rings louder no matter how old you get. And not only the Quran, the deen as a whole. So one of the beauties of deen is that we have this revelation which essentially is like a mirror. It's not... one benefit is that it allows you to be able to understand the world around you, and you could turn it around to be able to use it to see the reflection of everything that goes on in the world, because it provides big principles. It's timeless. Timeless means that it applies to everything, and subhanAllah, you will find. I think I talked about this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. It just literally applies to everything. But one benefit is that you can shine it on the world. And you can see the reflection of the world for what it really is, and it gives you some clarity about what's happening around you. So there's that benefit. But there's another benefit. The other benefit is that you can turn it around and you can look at it. And I would argue actually this is the more important and more relevant benefit. That you can turn it around and you can look at deen as a whole and the Quran specifically, and it will reveal to you who you are. Doesn't matter what I think I am. Doesn't matter what everybody else thinks I am. Doesn't matter what the whole world calls me. What really matters is how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sees me. And that is a very, very important principle, because otherwise we're just flowing in the delusion of ourselves, right? I'm just existing in the delusion of myself. I think I'm a generous person, so I'm a generous person. Or I'm flowing in the delusion of people. People think that I'm a righteous person, so that makes me a righteous person. Or people think that X is right, so that makes X right. Or people think that Y is wrong, so that makes Y wrong. So, but subhanAllah, the beauty of the deen is that it reveals the truth, whatever you shine it on. Whatever you shine it on. And it gives a clarity that, subhanAllah, the philosophers cannot provide. Because they're simply looking at snapshots in time, as I mentioned last week. It's very contextual. Anybody who's giving any opinion tends to give it comes with a background and a context from which they give that opinion. The Quran is this ultimate adjudicator, the ultimate arbitrator, the ultimate judge. And even the Quran from one angle, but the deen as a whole is exactly that. So I want to know who I am. I can simply look in the mirror of Islam. Ask the question. And it will tell me if I'm honest and I'm true to myself. It will reveal to me who I actually am. I want to know about a particular situation, big picture, not every little detail, big picture. You'll find it in the Quran. You want to understand the reality of the universe? You want to shine it on the 13.8, roughly, depending on who you read, 13.8 billion year history of the cosmos? The Quran, you can shine it on it, and it will answer that question. You want to understand what's going to happen after death? You can shine the Quran on that question. It will answer that question. This is one of the great beauties of the Quran. But that only comes from revelation, because otherwise you're left to the whims of individuals, or you're left to the whims of the masses, or you're left to the whims of the rich and the powerful who, are going to dictate upon us. No, the Quran is there. And this is one of the great powers of having revelation, one of the great beauties of having revelation. And we should appreciate it, and we should use it. One, to understand the world around us. Two, to understand where we are, where we stand in that world. And again, that is a very big gift. Why? Because there is going to come a day where all of this game will not be present, and where people will be reduced to the essence of who they are. They'll be removed from their degrees, from their dunya, from their connections, from their positions, and they'll all be standing in this plane. They'll all be reduced to the essence of who they are. And then what will happen? Then the truth will be before us. Reality, ultimate reality will be before us. And don't we want that we'd be prepared and ready for what actually is going to matter at that time? Because that's the ultimate truth, the ultimate reality. It's the actual essence of our existence. It's the permanence of the hereafter. And subhanAllah, the deen will tell me that. The deen will tell me where my hypocrisy lies. The deen will tell me where my inconsistency lies. The deen will tell me that this was right or this was wrong. The deen will tell me that I said X but I did Y. The deen will tell me, will ask me even, what did I do with my youth? What did I do with my wealth? What did I do with my time? Etc. And it's true. It's not going to dress it up for me. It's going to tell me the absolute truth. Maybe I don't want to hear it at a certain point, but it's going to tell me the truth. So this is one of the great blessings. We don't have to go through the experiment of time, and you can only look around you to just see the inconsistencies. Look around you. You don't have to look very far to just see what a veneer. This is a veneer. You know what a veneer is? A veneer is like you go to buy some very expensive piece of wood. Okay? One thing is to buy a pure piece of wood. Another thing is to buy a veneer. Most furniture, when you buy in the store today, it's a veneer. What it is they put plywood. And then on top of that plywood, they put a really, really, really thin layer of nice wood. So for example, you buy a maple table, or let's give you a walnut table, which would be expensive, very expensive to get a walnut table. But there's another way to make a walnut table. You take like a cheap plywood, and then you put a thin, super thin, millimeters thick layer of walnut over that plywood. So they call that a veneer, right? This is what most furniture, when you buy, it's a veneer. So, subhanAllah, I would argue that, civilization is like a veneer. Western civilization is like a veneer, right? If you scratch it, then you actually see what's behind it. When you look at it, it's all suit and tied. I'm not insulting suit and tie. I'm giving you just an example. It's all suit and tied, okay? But when you scratch it, it looks very sophisticated. It's suit and tied. We're sitting here, a group of nations. We're making decrees. We're saying this and we're saying that, right? Very, 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 very polished, very veneered. But why is it a veneer? Because the moment you scratch it, you challenge it, you blow on it, it reveals itself. Then you see what's the truth. You see the way in which the world behaves. You see who's really running the show. You see what kind of oppression exists, what people really think. It's everywhere. It's every corner. I'm not picking any one particular event. It's just a constant theme. You just have to look throughout history, and you don't even have to go to history. You just have to look at day to day. You see the veneer. SubhanAllah, this deen, forget about veneer, it's gold. The whole thing is gold. There's no plating. It's solid gold. Solid gold. And the funny thing is that we literally have gold in our hands, and we trade it for the veneer of some civilization or the Renaissance or some ideology or some philosophy, and we don't even know what we're getting. Look, it's one thing to go to the store and pay a lot of money for a real piece of furniture. You spend the money and you say, I got something good, right? It's another thing to find out 10 years later, as you begin to use the furniture, that, oh my gosh, it's peeling now. Now I can see that actually this was just a veneer. So this is the thing that we fail to appreciate. We're so ready to jump on the bandwagon of civilization X, ideology Y, that we don't recognize that when you challenge it, it reveals itself. And by the way, it's in the times of challenge that actually the truth is revealed. Look, if you have a piece of furniture, if you have a furniture that's a veneer, just as an example, and you look at it from a distance, it's always going to look nice. There's two things that are going to reveal that this is just a veneer. Number one, if you challenge it. You bang on it every day, you use it hard, then it's in the face of stress that the cracks will reveal what's behind it. This is the first thing that will reveal. The second thing is time. Because as time, what will happen is that it'll warp. And as it warps, you'll see 30, 40, 50 years later, you'll see the imperfections. SubhanAllah, this is all you have to look at. You want to look at history? Look at two things. Look at, number one, when there's a challenge, what's the response? And number two, look at the time. Just let things evolve over time. Everything looks perfect at the moment that the idea comes up. Right? Socialism, communism, you see these ideas. On paper they seemed very interesting at the time. But then, when they're challenged in certain circumstances, they begin to expose themselves. And then, across time, they also begin to expose themselves. Until only later it becomes obvious to everybody that this wasn't the way that it should have been. And SubhanAllah, look at the deen. You have the beauty of challenge. The Quran is talking about the challenges of the Sahaba and the difficulties they went through, and you can see that when they were challenged, the shine was even brighter than when you saw them from a distance. And you have 1,400 years. 1,400 years, and it's SubhanAllah, you can find, I'm not saying it's perfect. Human beings are not perfect. The deen is perfect. Human beings are not perfect. But you can see the truth of the deen in that time. Anyway, the summary is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with this deen, and this deen, alhamdulillah, the foundation of it is revelation. The Prophet ﷺ, he's relating what was related to him by the angel Jibreel alayhi salam, which is the Quran, or he's enacting and exemplifying it, which is hadith. Both of them are a type of revelation. Quran is obvious revelation. Hadith is a reflection of that. It's also a type of revelation. And we have that as our ultimate source. And we should appreciate that if we don't use that as the ultimate source, then we fall down to another level, which is reason, but reason has its limits. And you can see that in the world around you. And one of the beauties of this revelation being an ultimate source is that it also then allows us to be able to see the truth of circumstances. Yes, we can shine it on the world and it will provide us answers and provide very broad observations about how human beings behave, what's right, what's wrong, and what motivates people. That's there. But even more importantly is that we can focus it, we can shine it on ourselves. We can look in the mirror of Islam and it challenges us by reminding us of the fact that even no matter what we think which is just a source of reason, right? No matter what, which is a type of reason, no matter what we think, there's a higher reality or truth to that which we will be held accountable for. Like I said, the ummah can be huge. Just as another example, the ummah can be huge. On the outside, from my observation, I can see that the ummah is huge. But I know from the deen that there will come a time where the ummah will be huge, but the value of the ummah will be limited and they won't be able to do a thing because they'll be full of dunya in their hearts. Meaning globally, the ummah will be full of dunya in the hearts of the members of the ummah. So it's like a reflection, right? It's asking me to look hard at myself. I can reflect it on the community. I can reflect it on myself. I can reflect it on the circumstances present in the world around me. Khair, alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this deen, and this deen's very, very core foundations, they lie on revelation. And the beauty of our deen is that it doesn't discount reason, and it doesn't discount what the senses perceive. Rather, it just contains everything and places everything where it should be. And that's a very, very, very big blessing. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to accept and submit and recognize the beauty of His revelation, and may make us amongst those who allow it to make us better in both this life and to earn a better reward in the hereafter. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. SubhanAllah, it's been about 25 years since I came back from my studies abroad. And recently I was having a conversation with someone, and they mentioned to me a talk that I gave when I first came back. I remember that talk vividly, and I actually remember why I gave that talk. And that same talk I've given a handful of times ever since then. But it's interesting that although the topic of the talk is relatively the same, the reason that I give that talk has varied. The first reason is relevant, but there's another reason which actually to me almost is more important for giving that talk. So I'm going to repeat a little bit of that talk today. And then I'm going to explain why I first gave it. So you have to hold on for the ride a little bit because I'm not revealing everything immediately. I'm going to explain why I first gave it, and I'm going to then explain why it's even more relevant today, because there's actually another reason which is applicable and how relevant that is today. So anyway, the talk is very simple. You may have heard me even speak about this because I do speak about it on occasion for the first reason, and actually nowadays for the second reason, and that is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us in such a way that we can understand the world around us. We as human beings have the ability to comprehend. It's one of the very unique features about us. And in that context, we have certain mechanisms by which we gain knowledge of the world around us. Whether you call that the earth or you call that nowadays, you could extend that to the universe. So the first is through the five senses, right? I mean, everyone recognizes this, that you can touch something and you can understand it. You can taste something and you gain an understanding of it. You can see something and you gain an understanding of it. So you have these five senses. These five senses engage the world. They allow you to understand the world, and they give you a certain amount of information. However, they're limited. They're limited in many ways. They're limited in their reach, and they're also limited in the amount of information that they can produce. By reach, I mean you can only see so far, you can only hear so much, right? And they're limited in the amount of information that they can produce. But we have another mechanism by which we can gain information. In fact, you can argue that where the five senses end, this next mechanism picks up. And that's the intellect, the reason that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with. Now, how does that work? Well, you make observations, you gain data about the universe, right? You touch things, you hear things, you taste things, you see things, you gain information about the universe, and then you can process that information and you can develop ideas, and then based on those ideas, you can go out and retest those in the world around you. Now, we do that every day. Technically, that's the process of science, but we do that every day. We're always making observations, coming up to conclusions, and then taking data from the world around us and then reevaluating those conclusions. And that's another way by which we gain an understanding of the world in which we exist. And conventionally, what we say is that the five senses are a mechanism to understand. Where the five senses end, intellect picks up, and then you carry intellect to a certain point, and intellect can give you a certain amount of information. Now, for the world today, that's the extent of it. That's the extent of understanding. Meaning that the five senses will generate data, which is then brought into the intellect. The intellect is going to process that data, going to come up with conclusions, and based on those conclusions, you then can determine the reality of the world around you. But in Islam, specifically, and in religion and deen more generally, we have a third mechanism. And that third mechanism is revelation. It's wahi. And how is that a mechanism? Because the five senses can gain so much information, but where the five senses end, the intellect picks up. But the intellect can only gain so much information, and our argument is that where the intellect ends, it reaches its extent, revelation then provides us with a whole nother domain of knowledge and understanding. Revelation tells us things that sometimes even our perceptions can't appreciate. Like, for example, I've given this example before where, you look at, you can charge someone interest. You can give someone a loan and charge them interest, right? And your perception of that interest is my amount is growing. My bank account is gaining share, right? Meaning I'm getting more wealthy by having put this person in debt and taken interest from them. But Revelation tells us something real, which is what? Which is that although it may appear that your bank account is increasing, you're actually in a state of decrease. Why are you in a state of decrease? Because this is something that is disliked by Allah, and there is no barakah in that wealth. Rather, it ends up being a source of catastrophe for us in both this life and the next. So here, just as a simple example, my mind is telling me X, my eyes and my mind are telling me X, but Revelation is telling me Y, and I have a source of knowledge that supersedes the senses and the intellect and provides me with additional information. Now, this is particularly relevant because science, the intellect, the senses, which is A and B, correct, cannot tell me about where I came from. Now, it can try to go back, but eventually it's going to reach a point where it can't. In fact, last week we talked about big history, correct? Sorry, trauma, right? I'm bringing back a lesson, yes, last week's lesson. We talked about big history, and I told you that big history is this idea that history doesn't begin when human beings first began to write, which is approximately 5,500 years ago, or when human beings began the agricultural revolution, which is like 10,000 to 11,000 years ago, or even when human-like organisms were present on the earth based on data 300,000 years ago. Rather, they argue that human history, actually history, quote unquote history, begins 13.6 billion years ago when the purported Big Bang occurred at that period. Now, 13.6 billion, 22 billion is like a new number, but 13.6 is a classic number, okay? So essentially that's big history. And what do they say about big history? They say big history, you can't just look at human beings in the context, human beings in isolation. You need to contextualize the whole thing and say, wait a minute, human beings are present in a bigger picture. That bigger picture is quote unquote the cosmos. So you need to understand the cosmos before you can understand human beings, right? But anyway, my point remains is that they get to a number and they stop. We want to call it 13.6, you want to call it 22, call it whichever number you want, right? You get to a point where you stop, and then at that point you call it the Big Bang. Yeah? You say the Big Bang occurred, and then all these things happen. But the question still remains, where did the Big Bang come from? Well, that the five senses and intellect cannot handle, because there's nothing there, correct? Because there was nothing at that point. So for them, there was nothing, quote unquote, material, let's say it that way. There was nothing material at that point. So hence, we can't ask the questions of what happens before that. But clearly, as I mentioned last week as well, that we have these answers to these big questions. The Quran is not shying away from these. The Deen doesn't shy away from these. Rather, the Deen actually provides us with great answers to the big questions of life, which is like, how are we here? How do we exist? Who created us? Where is the force that generated, what is the source of the energy that generated the material world? SubhanAllah, we have those answers. At least we have an answer that's provided to us, but it's not provided to us by reason or by the five senses. It's provided to us by revelation. And this is a great example where the five senses and intellect end 13.6 billion years ago, or 22 billion years ago, or whenever you want to start, quote unquote, big history. That's where our revelation picks up and answers the question. But the revelation, by the way, doesn't shy away from even discussing what's happening in the context of now till 13.6 billion years ago, because the Quran is addressing those things. It's telling us about the universe, and it's challenging us to observe the things around us and reminding us to recognize that there's something, that there's a bigger force beyond this box that you call creation. And same thing, by the way, when you get to what happens next. Meaning, even just in our own lives, like all of us are looking around and we're observing something very clear, which is that people pass away. That, hey, wait a minute, those people that were sitting in this gathering, or not this gathering, but were sitting in the gathering of humanity, okay, metaphysical gathering, they're not here anymore. And all of a sudden they disappear. And there's like a whole bunch of people with all different new names and new faces. Well, what's happening with those people? In fact, I myself can just appreciate that if all these people disappeared, I too am going to disappear. I think that's the one thing that all of humanity can actually agree on, that we're not here forever. So then what happens after that? Well, the intellect can't answer that. The senses can't answer that because they can't perceive the barzakh. The intellect cannot answer that because you can't perceive it. So how can you, it doesn't have a quote unquote material reality that exists in the domain of this universe, in the created world, the created box of creation. So how can I understand that? So the five senses don't tell me anything about what happens after I pass away, nor do the five senses tell me about anything that happens, nor does the intellect tell me about anything that's going to happen when I pass away, right? I'm left to rely on revelation. So even these two extremes, the beginning and the end, you stretch, and you're forced to say, well, wait a minute, there's got to be something more. And subhanAllah, revelation addresses those things. And then beyond that, revelation is also addressing the box of creation that we exist in. It's explaining to us that all of these are signs that there's a greater force that organizes it, that there's a creator, there's a Rabb, who not only creates, but maintains and sustains everything that we see around us, including ourselves. And then it provides guidance. It contextualizes everything, and it provides guidance for me to tell me, give me examples of the nations that came before and how they succeeded and failed, and then gives me information about how I can succeed and fail. So, subhanAllah, this is one of the great blessings of revelation. This is one of the unique features of revelation, and we have to appreciate, you have to know, where does revelation fit in the context of, how I understand the world around me. So what's a simple summary of that talk? The simple summary of that talk is that we understand the world around us in three ways. We have five senses. It provides us with information, but it's limited. And where the limit of the five senses ends, intellect begins. And then we take our intellect, we process and come up with ideas. Sometimes we rely back on observations to then retest those ideas, but eventually we generate ideas, but it has an extent. And where intellect ends, where reason and intellect end, for most people, for many people in the world today, that's the end. That is it. But we have another source that supersedes all of that. And that source is revelation. And why does it supersede? Because it, number one, answers questions beyond the extent of the five senses and the intellect. But also, sometimes it tells us to perceive something even though the intellect may not necessarily be able to perceive it in front of me. Like, for example, it appears to me that the food of this life is the food that I should enjoy. But revelation is telling me that there is another meal. It seems like the house that I build and purchase for myself is the house of my dreams. Isn't that what every commercial shows you? But revelation is telling me that there is actually a true house and that this house is a passing house. There's a house in the hereafter. There's meals in the hereafter. There's something beyond the curtain of existence. So how am I supposed to know that? I can't appreciate that only through Deen, which is which is one of the reasons why it's such a great blessing. Because imagine if we lived our lives and we didn't understand the reality of this world vis-a-vis the hereafter, what a sad reality it would be when the bubble pops. Yeah, meaning the bubble of what? The bubble of life. Because if all I thought was that this world was it, like they say, you only live once or whatever everybody's talking about now, they just do everything you want, this like hedonism, meaning you just go and just make yourself happy. That's all that matters. My pleasure is essentially the purpose of my existence. If it's some animal just chasing my pleasures all the time, then what would happen when the reality comes before me? Which was that this life was just a blink of an eye. Even honestly, blink of an eye is giving it too much credit. But this life is the blink of an eye. And I have to pass from this place and I have to answer for my deeds, and there's going to be consequences. And when I see those consequences, can you just imagine how sad it would be to know that I could have sacrificed the blink of an eye to gain the perpetuity of eternity? That's the reality, right? I mean, the exchange is so, you can't even think about the transaction. It's like I sell you the world's most expensive property for a penny. You would be like, whoa, wait a minute, there's no way it can be real because it's so skewed. Like here's whatever, I don't know, what is the highest transaction, 125 million, 250 million, whatever it might be, it's something like that. So I will sell you this $250 million property for a penny. You'd say it's not possible. It's not possible. But this is the reality of our existence. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala takes the blink of an eye of our lives, which yes, we can, they're finite in this that you can say it's 50, 60, 70 years, but what is that on the time scale of reality? Like I say, take 60 years and divide it by 10.6 billion. What do you get? You get zero. We're just essentially non-existent, right? So anyway, the point is that this is the beauty of revelation. And we should appreciate this because this is the gift that we've been given. The most special gift that we've been given is revelation. We have information about the big questions. Where did I come from? What am I doing here? Where am I going? All of those can only be answered by revelation. No scientist can ever answer those questions for you, nor would they ever claim to answer those questions, to be honest with you. They're simply discussing natural phenomena. These are the big questions. These are the philosophical questions, right? Philosophers come and talk about these topics, but they're just talking off their heads. They're just reasoning. And they themselves are a product of the context in which they originate, meaning you go back and you look at every philosopher and you just see that they're talking relative to where they are in time and place, and those ideas are not timeless. Those ideas are bound by the time and place in which they exist. And you just look at all the ideas, Marxism, this, that, you read about it and you see that why were they making these assumptions? Why were they concluding the things that they conclude? And then you see how irrelevant they become over time. Anyway, So why would I discuss, what was the summary of the talk? That the five senses, that there's three ways by which we understand the universe around us. One is the five senses. The five senses, where they end, intellect begins. And then two is the intellect. And intellect, where it ends, revelation begins. Intellect cannot produce revelation. And revelation is the ultimate reality. Now, why would I give that talk historically? Like I said, when I first came back, this was one of the talks I gave a few times here and there. Because this was the way by which we can appreciate revelation and we can appreciate our limitations. It's important to know, how do you know what you know? This is also part of learning, right? Not what do I know, but how do I know what I know? One thing is to memorize a bunch of ideas that you do in school, but eventually when you get high enough in school, you go to university, right? In university, they take it a step further. They don't just say, what do you know? They say, how do you know what you know? What was the basis of it? Where did it come from? Where did this information come from? How was it generated? So that's important. And this, at the university level, which is where I would tend to give this talk, right, to a group of people who are educated in that way, it helps you it helps you to understand where all these mechanisms of gaining information come from. How do you organize these ideas in your head? Okay, so that's the history, right? That's the talk, and that's the reason why I tended to give that talk. But why is that talk even more relevant today? Maybe it's not more relevant today, but what's another angle that the more I think about, the more I appreciate? And that is that essentially, what has the world become today? Sorry, I'm giving you guys my philosophies. You have to just tolerate it because nobody else listens to me. So I can just talk about whatever I want and you guys are forced to listen. Anyway, you get to a little piece of my brain and what goes on in it. So what was I saying? I was saying, yes, what is the world today? Lots of things are happening in the world, but I'm a big picture. Like, I always like to understand the biggest picture possible. Like, zoom out. Show me low power, right? What is happening in the world today? Where are the tensions in the world? So essentially, what's the tension? What's the dominant mode, you know? What's the dominant mode? Mode means like fashion. What's the dominant fashion? What's the dominant idea that's entranced the world today? Essentially, it's reason. Right? Reason is the mechanism by which you understand everything. Okay, we'll go another history lesson very quickly. Just to understand that. I'm just talking off the top of my head, so if I make a mistake, just forget that for a second. Just big picture. What happened like 400, 500, 600, 700 years ago? There was this thing called the Renaissance. You've heard about it? Is a thing that they told you in European history that you never want to hear about again. But anyway, what is Renaissance? Renaissance is the rebirth. Literally, it's a French word. It translates to rebirth. What does that mean, rebirth? What's being born again? What's being born again is that they began to recognize that they had a lost history. Western civilization began to recognize that there was a lost history. What was the lost history? The lost history was the Greeks and Romans. They began to appreciate the Greeks and Romans that they had forgotten about. Now go back for a second. Why had they forgotten about them? Because the Greeks and Romans initially were pagans. Right? Initially they were pagans. In fact, you read all that Greek mythology. Greek mythology is not like Star Wars. Greek mythology, they actually believed in many of the principles of Greek mythology. Right? I'm not saying they believed in all of Greek mythology, but I'm just saying the premise. They believed in the premise of Greek mythology. And then what happened was, eventually the Roman Empire took Christianity, right? The Roman emperor converted to Christianity and then brought Christianity into the empire. So eventually the empire became a Christian empire. Okay? So from the time it became a Christian empire, the focus became on religion and wasn't so much on the intellect. It was on revelation as opposed to reason. Because initially, if you have Greek mythology, then you're relying on reason, correct? So the focus was on reason, but then they became Christian, then the focus became on revelation. Now, as the focus became on revelation, they had difficulty processing the reason, so they entered into their dark age, but put that aside for a second. But the point is that eventually some philosophers began to appreciate the ideas of the Greeks and the Romans, which again parenthetically occurred from where? Occurred because Islam had already gone through that phase, and Islam had translated all their works. So they literally translated it from Arabic to regain it into Latin. Latin was a language at that time. And then essentially they had a rebirth. What is the rebirth? The rebirth is we can free ourselves from revelation. We don't need revelation to tell us how we should live. We can come up with our own ideas, right? So we're going to understand the natural world. They started with the natural. Well, it didn't start with the natural. It started in the arts, and then eventually went into the sciences. But all these things that you see, like for example, they started making statues and sculptures all over again, just like the Greeks and Romans used to make. They started making these paintings, just like the Greeks and Romans used to make art. And eventually, the whole idea was that we don't need to be bound by revelation. Rather, human beings, through their intellect, can come up with something better. That's essentially the premise of the Renaissance. So that human beings can come up with something better. So for example, now there's political science. Political science is what? Political science is that we can write about how we can organize human beings better than the way that the Catholic Church can. Because remember that everything was based on the Catholic Church at that time. So what does the Pope tell us to do? That's essentially going to be politics. Anyway, my point is, there's this dichotomy between reason and revelation. That's the important point that you need to understand. Now, that's exactly the underpinning of Western civilization. What is Western civilization? Where we live today, and what's dominant in the world around us. We live in a Western civilization. You like it, you don't like it, it's a Western civilization. But you have to understand what's the foundation of that Western civilization. Sure, it's Judeo-Christian, but that's not the foundation. The foundation is that it was based on reason. So this is the ultimate premise. Now, when you go to university, you're essentially going to a madrasa, but it's a madrasa of reason, not revelation. We don't see it that way, but that's essentially what it is, right? They're teaching reason. Even when they study revelation, they do study the Quran, they do study the Bible, they do study the Torah, but they study it from the guise or from the perspective of reason, not as if it's a revelation. You understand? Okay? Now, so why is that important? Because that's the dominant mode, that's the dominant thinking, that's the dominant ideology of the world around you. And you'll see, like, people will put their faith in science. But science is not asking the questions that revelation is addressing. You understand that? Like, yeah, you can put your faith in science, but science is merely telling you H2O, why apples fall from trees, and so there's gravity. This is science. But science is not telling you, look, science can take you 13.6 billion years ago, but science can't take you before that. And science can take you to the current status of the world, but it can't take you into death and what happens after that. So there's those restrictions, right? But so when we say I believe in science, well, people say they believe in science, but they're not asking the questions of what happened before and after. They're talking about the box of creation that we exist in and how we perceive that and understand that. Which, by the way, Islam had no problem with. Islam went through its phase of having to process all of these things, right? It got exposed to Greeks. It got Greek philosophy. It got exposed to the Roman, backgrounds when it expanded, and it took centuries for us to process all of those things. You just read the history of Aqidah, for example. All the foreign ideas came in, and how many centuries it took for the ulama to be able to process all those things and put all those pieces together and come up with a final coherent thought. And same, by the way, as Imam Ghazali. One of the great things about Imam Ghazali, we don't appreciate Imam Ghazali. You can go to any Western academic institution and they will give a chair at the table to Imam Ghazali. Like where you and I can never sit, they respect Imam Ghazali like that. They will give him a chair at the table. And he's going through all these processes where he's capturing what are the philosophers saying, and then he's processing it in the context of deen, and eventually, you can read all about it. But my simple point that I'm trying to make is that essentially this is the whole struggle today. This is the whole struggle. The whole struggle is reason versus revelation, right? What is the role of reason versus the role of revelation? And we don't see it that way because we get caught up in the minute details of an individual issue that's arising from that tension. But what's the underpinning of that tension? The underpinning is this simple concept, which is that are we going to rely on reason or are we going to rely on revelation? Now, the beauty of Islam is that Islam has no problem with reason. We don't have any problem with reason, so long as it doesn't conflict with revelation, right? So, for example, if I'm going to reason that, hey, you only live, what is this? You only live once, YOLO, right? They say YOLO. You only live once. So now that's what I've concluded because I look at the world around me and I just realize that, I'm going to pass away anyway, and so I should just simply, the best life is the life that makes me the happiest, and I'm going to do whatever I want, whenever I want. You only live once, live it up, go out and do everything you want. Well, that may be what my reason might conclude, but here, revelation will slap me in the face and say, you've crossed a red line, right? Essentially, it's creating guardrails for reason. That's what you can say revelation does in the deen. It's creating guardrails. It's saying, you crossed a red line. Here, you need to appreciate that, no, there is someone, there is a being that has created you, that sustains you, that maintains you, that this life is a test, and that you will be judged based on your deeds, and then based on that, you will enter into Jannah or Jahannam. So here, reason crosses a threshold, and revelation brings me back to my space. And that's how Islam balances these two things. By the way, Muslims had never had any issue with reason. They brought in the philosophy of the Greeks and the Romans. Literally, they translated it. They preserved it throughout the Dark Ages. They had no issue. It took some time. Sure, you can read the history. It took them some time, but eventually they digested it and they were able to compartmentalize it and put it where it belonged. That's where the challenge is, right? Putting something where it belongs. They were able to put it where it belongs. Muslims had never, you go into the Dark Ages and they're literally crucifying and hanging their scientists. Why? Because what the science is their science is contradicting what they claimed to be revelation. So they're ostracizing and literally torturing and killing scientists. But Islam never had that issue. Islam is like, so these great scientists arose in the history of Islam. Now, it took some time. Again, I'm not saying that there wasn't tensions. There's tends to be tension when you're at the edges of anything, right? But my point remains that, subhanAllah, the Muslims were able to compartmentalize these things and place them where they belong because they had this paradigm, right? Which is that, yes, there are five senses, and the five senses are, in fact, encouraged by the deen. The deen isn't telling me to look away from the sky. It's telling me to look at the sky. It challenges me to look at the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky. It challenges me to look at the mountains. It challenges me to look at the ground. It challenges me to appreciate the cycle of life. And then it reminds me that if you see perfection and harmony, then know that there is a source of that perfection and harmony, and that is Allah. Right? So it's contextualizing, it's compartmentalizing the way that you understand the world around you. And again, why is this so relevant today? It's relevant because, yes, you have to understand the importance of revelation and where it fits, but it's more relevant because you're being constantly 24/7, although you never appreciate it, being dragged into this world of reason in which revelation is discounted. And that's because the whole underpinning of the society is based on that. And that's because the whole civilization is based upon the Renaissance. All of this, any of their prophets, now they don't have prophets with a capital P, but these philosophers, right, which essentially come and tell you what's a good life, what's happiness, how should you live, how should you think about the world. They're a bit prophetic, quote unquote, right? They're trying to be that way. They're not. That's not science. This philosophy is not science. You can't test the theories of the philosophers. So they're essentially now trying to tell you something deeper, right? You have to appreciate where that's coming from, and you have to just appreciate that because we live in that context, it's constantly sort of like tearing away at our fabric. And we don't see it, we don't appreciate it. And then you see that lots of people get confused and they get caught up in all of this, and then they don't realize that this struggle is occurring, and they get lost in the face of that struggle. So we have to know exactly where does everything fit, because if you know where everything fits, that's the only way that you can survive in this type of storm. So yes, we have five senses. And subhanAllah, the deen commands us to use those five senses. Look at the sky, look at the earth, look at the ground, look at the sky, look at the moon. And what? And bring that into your intellect. And when you bring it into your intellect, we're not going to say you should not use this intellect. Rather, the Quran is saying, use this intellect and think about the harmony that you see all around you. How is this? How is all of this so harmonious? In fact, how is it so reliable? How is it so reliable? Like I've said before, you have a headache, so you take an Advil. So if I stop you when you bring the Advil out of the bottle and you're about to put it in your mouth, I say, how do you know that this Advil, this exact Advil, is going to cure your current headache? You say, man, come on. I took Advil, I've been taking Advil my whole life. I took Advil last week, I had a headache, and it helped my headache. I said, but that's not this Advil, and that's not this headache. That's yesterday's Advil with yesterday's headache. How do you know today's Advil is going to cure? Well, because why? Because you can reliably conclude that the observations of yesterday are going to be relevant to the occurrences of tomorrow. That's science. But what is that predicated on? That's predicated on organization. You can't conclude that what happened yesterday is going to inform what happens tomorrow unless there's organization. Unless there's some force that's organizing everything in such a way that it's reproducible. If I take an apple and I drop it, I hold it up and I ask any person in the room, any 2-year-old, 3, 4-year-old in the room, what's going to happen? They're going to say, this apple is going to fall. How do you know? You don't know that this apple is going to fall in a second from now. You only know that this apple fell yesterday or a second ago. How do you know? Because you can reliably say that what happened yesterday is maintained tomorrow because of the greater organization of the universe. So I can conclude these things with my mind, but you have to appreciate that we go one step further, and then the revelation overlays that, and when revelation overlays that, it makes absolute sense. Which is why in the earliest surahs, right, the Makki surahs, for those of you who come to GEMS, Makki surahs are constantly, we constantly discuss the Makki surahs. It's simply asking you to just look at the world around you and make simple conclusions, and then on top of that, the Quran overlays its premise. When you look at the world around you, you have to submit, and then the Quran overlays its premise upon that. Swears by this, and then gives a principle. SubhanAllah, it's exactly that process of observation, intellect, upon which revelation then creates its foundation. So we have a paradigm. We have a paradigm, and we have to see the big picture. Right? Nothing wrong with making conclusions from our five senses. Nothing wrong with science. Nothing wrong with intellectualizing those and then coming up with other conclusions. But there's certain red lines. Well, let's put it this way. We overlay revelation on top of that. And then when we overlay revelation on top of that, it creates certain boundaries and red lines which allow us to be able to understand things which, honestly, the five senses and the intellect have no business even discussing. So I'm not going to be like all confused, like, oh my God, science doesn't prove what's going to happen, where everything came from and what's going to happen after that. No, but science is not answering those questions. Why are you asking me for a scientific proof when that's not even the point of science? Science itself doesn't ask those questions. Now you want me to apply the scientific method to what's going to happen after death? No, that's the place of revelation. Revelation can tell me, and that's the blessing of revelation, by the way, because honestly, we all had to sit down, and we all had to had no idea where we came from or where we're headed, right? How would we figure that out? We're going to sit around and philosophize? Well, you yourself can go look in any bookstore, go to Barnes & Nobles, go to any library, sit and read in the library for a day. You're going to see that all the ideas that people came up with and where they got these ideas from, you just start scratching your head and wondering. And you can only see it decades or centuries later. Don't read today's ideas because it's confusing in the context of today. Read the ideas from 1,000, 2,000 years ago, right? And then you start scratching your head, where did they come up with this? Now you can see it because time has passed, and these things are not timeless. These things are They eventually, you start realizing where the weaknesses are when time exposes them. But subhanAllah, the deen is timeless. Timeless, absolutely timeless. We don't appreciate how unique it is that you can literally put up statements from 1400 years ago and they totally resonate with you today. That's very, very special. We can't appreciate that because you don't understand. For us, it's like a given. We take it as a given, but that's not the case. You can look at so many ideas of so many people that came before, and those ideas are not timeless. And these ideas, by the way, of the deen, the sunnah, it applies in everything. Statements are made broadly about so many things, about cleanliness, about relationships, about wealth, about happiness, about the heart, about the mind. So many things are being discussed, and yet they feel as relevant today as they did at the time they were stated. Because it's revelation. It's in a different realm. It's in a different realm. That's the way I would say it. Anyway, so what's the summary? It was very long-winded. But what's the summary? The summary is that we should appreciate, number one, we should appreciate the power and the beauty of revelation. And this is one of the ways by which we should see the Quran, that it provides us with guidance and knowledge and understanding of the things that we would never be able to decipher ourselves. Like we mentioned last week, what was it? Tibyanan li kulli shay. The Quran states it's an explicator for all things, meaning it's an explicator for all the big questions. Where did I come from? What am I doing here? How do I succeed in this life? Where am I headed? And number two, we should just understand that the civilization that we exist in, which has so much influence on the way we think and the way we appreciate the world, even though it's not stated exactly what's happening, that there's an underpinning to it. And that underpinning actually pervades everyone within the society. It actually gets into your mind, it gets into your heart, it affects the way you look at the world. And because of that, we have to understand this bigger picture. Right? We're not ready to jettison revelation like they did in the Renaissance and just said, well, we're gonna free ourselves from this revelation, and now our minds are going to be able to tell us how we should live and what is morality and how should we organize ourselves politically. And although, of course, there's always some space for those types of conversations, so long as they're within the guidelines of revelation, but we're not going to just completely, quote unquote, unbridle ourselves and be free so that anyone can do anything they want at any time. We appreciate that, yes, the five senses are relevant and the Quran commands us to use them. And yes, the intellect is valid and the Quran, again, commands us to make conclusions, but we see that in a bigger light. We see that in a bigger context. We see that with an overarching principles that are present within revelation itself. And this is such a great blessing. You have to see it for what it is. It is such a great blessing. Khair, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to appreciate the great gift of revelation, and may He make us amongst those who can commit ourselves to it and take guidance from it and understand the world and our existence through it. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. One of the beautiful features of our deen, and more specifically the Quran, is that it is an explicator for all things. Now, actually the Quran describes itself that way. There's a portion of a verse, the Quran is describing itself تبيانا لكل شيء. تبيانا لكل شيء, like a explicator for everything. Now, what that means is, it doesn't mean that every single detail of every single thing is present in the Quran. For example, if somebody were to challenge you and say, well, I don't find, for example, the recipe for how to bake bread in the Quran, but the Quran is saying that it's an explicator of all things, that's not the intent here, right? The intent is that it explains the big picture. It explains the big picture. All of the major issues are brought into context and brought into perspective by the Quran. Just to give you an example, and actually what made me think about this, I was reading something over the week. Historians, they debate between each other about when does history begin. Everybody's going to go to sleep starting a history class. But anyway, it's just interesting. Historians, they debate with each other about when does history begin. Okay, if you would have gone back 100 years from today, 150 years, 100 years, gone back 100 years from today, it was pretty much agreed upon that history begins when writing began. In fact, they have a famous statement. I'm not quoting it exactly, I'm paraphrasing it, but something like, no writing, no history, or not written, not history, something like that. When did writing begin? About 5,000 years ago. So everything before that was quote unquote prehistoric. Why are they saying prehistoric? Because before writing, there's no history. You need writing, you need someone to have to recorded something in writing to call it history. Okay? So everything before that is prehistoric, and everything after that is called history. That was about like 100 years ago, roughly. Then what happened was, as technology advanced, they recognized that, hey, we have some other ways by which we can understand what happened before writing. For example, we can find artifacts and we can do something called carbon dating, and carbon dating allows you to roughly place an object in history. And similarly, as DNA was discovered and the analysis of DNA began to arise, they realized that you can look at the DNA that's preserved in certain things, and you can also come up with some information before quote-unquote writing. So now you're actually getting a different type of writing. You're getting carbon dating, you're getting DNA. So that's a kind of writing, right? It's a kind of information. So then through this, they began to appreciate that they were like human-like or anatomically similar. They called them anatomically similar humans all the way up to 300,000 years ago. So then some historians started saying that, well, actually, history begins then. History doesn't begin 5,000 years ago. History begins 300,000 years ago. And then, as science advanced, they began to realize that, whoa, wait a minute. Actually, human beings don't exist in a vacuum. Human beings exist in a context. And that context is the universe that surrounds them. And when you start analyzing scientifically what's the age of the universe, then it's like 13 billion. So then some people said, no. History doesn't, you can't just isolate human beings and look at them. You have to look at the whole picture. You have to look at where are human beings placed within this quote-unquote cosmos or universe. And that began 13 billion years ago. So you have to understand the entire big picture to be able to say that this is history, because we have scientific evidence of this universe and certain features of the universe. So then they began to argue that no, history actually begins 13 billion years ago. And sometimes you hear this term, they have a newer term that they apply to this, they call it big history. Big history, meaning like the whole history, right? And anyway, there's all this back and forth amongst the historians. You can sit and read about this. You know, they're debating. Some people say, well, wait a minute, if you look at big history is what, 13 billion years? Then in the context of big history, you're going to lose sight of what's happening with human beings. Because if you scroll out to 13 billion years, then what do human beings become? Human beings become seconds. For example, if you took the entire history of the universe, that, as we understand it, and mapped it on a calendar of 12 months, when do human beings come? They come on the last day and the last hour. Roughly. The last day, the last hour, that's when human beings come in the history of the universe, right? So then these historians are arguing, wait a minute, if we talk about big history, then you're going to ignore human beings. And then other people, then they say, well, we should focus on human beings. And other people say, wait a minute, if you scroll down on human beings, you lose sight of the cosmos and the context in which human beings are present. So how is that a history? You understand the debate that's going on. And subhanAllah, even though this is a modern debate, there's a modern conversation. You can read about this in today's books. SubhanAllah, the Quran is such an explainer of things that it actually provides the context of everything that they're discussing. Like I'm reading this and just thinking, what are they talking about like this? We already know all of this. Why? Because their initial understanding was we can only look at one thing when things were written, that's 5,000 years. And so what are we going to do? We're going to take that 5,000 year history and we're going to scroll into human beings. Like if you're zooming in, we're going to zoom into human beings. Right? Then as more and more information became available, they started saying, well, wait a minute, we have to zoom out. But in the context of zooming out, you lose the focus on human beings. But subhanAllah, if you read the Quran and you go through the Quran, it's as if the Quran is like zooming in and zooming out, focusing on so many different things. For example, doesn't the Quran talk to us about the creation of the universe? So it's like zooming out, but then at other times, doesn't the Quran like focus on the fact that human beings have been given speech and writing? And doesn't the Quran also then zoom in and focus on individuals and tell us about how we're supposed to live our lives as individuals? Doesn't it back out and look at historical societies and talk about historical societies and not give you every nitty-bitty detail about their history, but rather tells you what caused them to succeed or fail in the real context, which is the context of the hereafter? SubhanAllah, it's as if the Quran zooms in and zooms out and zooms in and zooms out, sometimes focusing on the sky, the sun, the earth, the moon, the stars, the heavens, the cosmos, and at other times, focusing straight on the human being, and even within the human being, on the heart of the human being or on the mind of the human being as an individual. It's such a comprehensive explainer of everything. And, we don't appreciate this because it's so innate to us, meaning we grew up with this. We can't, you can't appreciate like mom's good cooking until you leave home, right? That's a simple example. We're talking about the Quran. It's not even appropriate to make such a comparison. But my point remains that we don't appreciate just how much clarity we actually have. And you wanna understand that? Just sit down and talk to people, have a heart-to-heart conversation with people who are outside of the fold of the deen. People who are thinkers or people who are asking questions or not just simply moving with life, but actually wanting to understand the bigger picture of what's happening and have a conversation. They don't even know which way is north. They don't know where to start. There's so many ideas out there. There's so many people saying so many different things. There's so many different dead ends. It's like a maze. You're like kind of go through life trying to figure out exactly what's happening and you hit this dead end. You can spend 10, 15, 20 years and end up at a dead end. But subhanAllah, what we don't see is that this gift of Islam, it answers all the big questions. If there's like big questions, it answers the big questions. Question number 1, where did I come from? That's a big question. Question number 2, what am I doing here? That's a big question. Question number 3, where am I going? Like, where am I headed? That's a big question. Can you just imagine that these 3 questions are everything? Where did I come from? SubhanAllah, the Quran explicates this in a beautiful way. What am I doing here? SubhanAllah, the Quran grounds us in a beautiful way. Where am I headed? SubhanAllah, the Quran gives us exact guidance as to where we're headed. And we don't appreciate it because it's a paradigm that we grew up with. We take it for granted. We take it for granted, but if you sit down and have a conversation with someone who's really trying to understand the world around them and is really kind of seek truth, you find that they don't even know which way to turn. Like, honestly, think about it for a second. If you didn't have this as your foundation, or we didn't have this as our foundation, where am I going to go? Am I going to go to Barnes and Nobles and like read a bunch of books by a bunch of people who just came up with ideas and literally changed their ideas every 10 years? Okay, maybe I'm not going to do that because that's too modern. So am I going to go to the philosophers And then all you end up realizing is just how confused they themselves were. They might come up with one idea here or one idea there, but then they can't like place that idea in the context of the bigger sense of reality. Where am I going to go? Science? Science doesn't tell me anything except some details about myself, but science itself is what we call conjectural. It's a bunch of tests in which you try to understand the universe around you, but you're kind of feeling here, feeling there. You never really know what the bigger picture is. You might understand one little pocket of one little corner, but you never understand the bigger context. All of these, what is painting the ultimate picture? The Quran, the Deen. It is guiding us in such a way that I can confidently say where I came from, and it makes sense in the world around me. I don't have to like battle within myself to try to say, well, wait a minute, Islam tells me this, but this makes zero sense. It doesn't fit with the world around me. Islam, for example, it's not the case, but imagine something was telling us that the sky is pink, but every day I look at the sky and say it's blue, and I have to convince myself that it's pink. I don't have that internal conflict. You know, that, what do you call that, cognitive dissonance? I don't have that. I don't have that dissonance within me. I can look at the universe around me. I can engage with the world around me. I can take in all the massive data that's been generated for the last 1,450 years, and all of it perfectly fits within this paradigm of Islam. Nothing is so extremely different that it just doesn't fit, and I'm sitting and battling internally. How am I going to put all the pieces together? That's the beauty of this deen. And the Quran literally is an explainer of everything. Again, like, it's not providing you with like the scientific equation for X, Y, or Z. It's giving you the big picture. Sure, the details will be filled in by us, by time, by life, but the big picture. I look at the sky, how can I understand the sky? I look at the moon, I look at the sun, how can I understand that? I look at myself, I look at the community around me. I look at people, there's people being born every day, there's people dying every day. How am I going to understand that? How do I contextualize that in what I'm trying to do in this world? How do I handle a circumstance when somebody does X, Y, or Z? How can I reset myself so that my compass remains north? In our case, northeast, the Qibla. It's constantly resetting me. I might waver here and waver there, but the Deen 5 times a day turns me back on the straight path and says, here it is. Don't lose sight. It's such a perfect balance. And subhanAllah, we take it for granted. We take it for granted. We don't appreciate just what that means to be able to wake up and not be confused. You know, we're not spinning. Like, we're not lost. The Deen is a guidance. It's a guidance in 2 ways. The Deen is a guidance from misguidance, meaning it's a guidance from sin and dalala. That's one. But it's also a guidance in that you don't have to be lost in the world in which you're present. We don't have to meet every day and sit together in a circle and philosophize, and you give me your idea and I give you mine. Like, we're having these Greek logic discussions and trying to like having this discourse, and everybody's throwing out an idea, and then we're like processing that over thousands of years to try to figure out what is truth. SubhanAllah, these big principles, these are truth. These big principles, and of course the Quran sometimes zooms in and gives us details, and sometimes it zooms out and paints a broader strokes. All of that is truth. And it remains timeless. It's as relevant today as it was 1,400 years ago. It's amazing. It's amazing to be able to see something like that. Even if you look at just ideas in the world, you see that time inevitably turns those ideas on their heads. Time turns ideas on their heads. Look at the ideas of socialism, right? And how time turned these ideas on their head, or communism, and how time turned the ideas on their head. Or as I've mentioned like previously, like look at the Aztecs and how they used to sacrifice people because they thought that when you sacrifice somebody, that gives energy to the sun, and if you don't energize the sun will turn on you and will lose its life-giving properties. Whatever. These are all things that have all been turned on their heads. And subhanAllah, this deen remains as vibrant today as it was 1,400 years ago through the oscillations of time. Honestly, this itself is a proof. This itself is a proof of the deen. The fact that it withstands the storms of time. Right? You're going to claim something to be rock solid. It has to withstand the wave of time. And time is a wave that continuously erodes ideas and people and nations and civilizations. People come and go. Egypt went, the Egyptian civilization historically came and went. Mesopotamia came and went. Old Persia came and went. None of these things withstood the test of time. But subhanAllah, I mentioned this last weekend, Islam, it continues to grow despite the waves of time, despite the forces that have lined up against it, so much so that it has only grown from the beginning till now. And like I mentioned last week at the gathering, that they say that, this is some Pew Research study, they say that in 2050, Islam will have overtaken, Muslims will have overtaken Christians as the largest number of people on the planet. And of course, Christianity has a hundreds of years start, right? I mean, Christianity comes before Islam. So it has hundreds of years, 600 plus years start. And Islam now, to 2050, is the number of Muslims is supposed to overtake the number of Christians by 2050, or roughly the same, and then shortly thereafter it's supposed to overtake. SubhanAllah, it's just absolutely fascinating and amazing. And these truths, they're so universal. See, because in the case of too much detail, then it only relates to specific people. But these truths are so universal that they are captured by individuals of every culture. You go to East Africa, you go to West Africa, you go to South Africa, North Africa, you find Islam vibrant and thriving. How is that? How is it? There has to be something special, something relevant, that it crosses cultures, cultural barriers, it crosses time, it crosses language. You find people reading the Arabic Quran everywhere in the world, dreaming of memorizing it, dreaming of understanding it. What is this? Where does this come from? This is just a proof for us that we haven't appreciated the beauty of this gift. We're not seeing what we ourselves have. And what do we want to do? We want to sell it for some paltry ideas and pennies that people think, pennies people want to present in exchange for the diamond ring of our deen. This deen is a diamond. And we want to sell it for pennies because some new idea came, right? Or it's not concordant with some tiny period of time in which people are still trying to figure out who they themselves are. Why? Why would we do that? Why would we trade every idea? Go back and read history. You just have to spend a few minutes reading history and you just see how the waves of time bash the ideas that have come before it. But not in the case of deen, because deen is ultimate reality. It's ultimate haqq. It's truth. And the Quran is explicating and explaining things to us that are relevant today, and they'll be relevant 1,000 years from now, and they were relevant 1,000 years ago. Because every human being has to look at the sky and say, where did I come from? What is all this that's surrounding me? What am I supposed to be doing? What's the purpose? And I see people around me passing away. What's going to happen after I die? What a great blessing. Come on, we could all sit around. I don't care who you brought in the room. Bring all the people with the quote-unquote highest IQs and let them scratch their heads and write with their pens and tell us what's going to happen after death. No one can tell you because even science can't go past the box of this universe because science is just explaining to you what's happening in the world. It's just telling you, when you hit this way, then everything that moves is when you provide force against this, it's going to move like this. It's explaining just the natural phenomena present within this world. It, by definition, cannot explain what happened before you got here. There's always a starting point. They might start from, quote unquote, the Big Bang. But hey, where did the Big Bang come from? Sorry, there's our border right there. But subhanAllah, the deen totally makes it clear for us that where did this universe originate from? It originated from the one who's there from the beginning, who's endless in time, Allah. And science cannot tell you what's going to happen when you get to the grave. There's no study, there's no test you can do, there's no theory that you can come up with, and a hypothesis that you can test scientifically as to what's going to happen in the grave, because no one comes back. So how lost would we be? I mean, the most you could do
Even if you were brilliant, the most you could do is come up with some theories about what we're doing here. And subhanAllah, that's what the philosophers do. The philosophers are philosophizing. These are prophets of the intellect. They're sitting and philosophizing over what it means to live a good life. This is what essentially philosophers are sharing. What does it mean to live a good life? SubhanAllah, we have the exact paradigm. And it's not left blank by the slate of the deen. Like I said, it's like a mouse. You know, like you take a picture and you can zoom in, and then you can zoom out, and then you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can see different details, but then you can see the big picture. The Quran takes you on a journey. You know, there's so many vectors in the Quran. This is one of the vectors of the Quran. It zooms in on you, and it zooms out on the cosmos. And then it zooms in on a civilization or a historical circumstance, and then it zooms out and takes the key lesson. What's the key lesson? Whether those people succeeded in the hereafter or not. So beautiful. Such a foundation that we can then, like, without having to worry about these things, we can actually turn our attention to focus on the things that matter, both in this life and in the hereafter. We should be ever, ever, ever grateful. And if you think that, some people say, oh man, subhanAllah, this deen, it's difficult, it's challenging. Man, I got to fast in Ramadan, or man, I got to actually like make wudu and get up at like 5 a.m. and pray Fajr prayer. You think that's hard? That's not hard. That's a pleasure. What's hard is to live life, but to have no structure. That's hard. To wake up every day and not know what my structure is going to be, to not know where my foundations lie, to actually have to not know where did I come from and where am I headed, to not have a formula for how to be successful in this life and the next. That's much harder. Sure, if you want to live your life and be entertained by whichever wind blows, it comes from the east, so I go to the east. It comes from the west, I go to the west. Whatever Netflix put in front of me, I'm just going to sit and watch, like in a daze. Okay, then fine. Then there's no questions, because you don't have any questions. But I'm saying, if you ever want to wake up from that slumber and just ask some simple things like, wait a minute, the sun is rising every day. What is it telling me? The sun's setting every day. What is it telling me? The moon is changing in its phases. What are those telling me? The wind is blowing. What is that telling me? I'm engaging with the world around me, and in some magical way, I need water, and water is there. I need food, and food is there. I need companionship, and company is there. I need shade, and shade is there. What is that telling me? SubhanAllah, the deen has answers to all these big questions. And we have to appreciate and recognize what a great blessing this is. So anyway, the summary is that the Quran, one of the great blessings and miracles of the Quran, is that it is an explainer. Tibyanan li kulli shay. It is an explainer for each and everything. Again, we know what we mean by each and everything. It answers the big questions. Like they're talking about big history. I'm telling you, we have big answers. They're talking about big history. You forgot big history from 13 billion years ago till today. That's called big history, right? Big history is the history of the entire cosmos, and then you focus on human beings after you understand the big context in which human beings are present. And subhanAllah, the deen does that for us already. It already tells us, where did the universe come from? It challenges us. It doesn't not even tells us. It challenges us to look at the universe and wake up. It's not hiding. It's challenging us. And this is a great, great blessing of the Quran. It's one of the miraculous and unique features of the Quran. No book like it exists, because no book can make this claim. This is just one example of so many features of the Quran, but it has the answers to the big questions, and it's timeless. It's timeless, subhanAllah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open our eyes to the blessings of this deen. May He make us amongst those who are able to appreciate all of the foundations and grounding that it provides for us, and may He make us amongst those who are able to live up to its ideals. Wa akhiru da'wana أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. If you pick up a book of history and you look at the pictures in the book, for example, maybe over the last 50, 70, 100 years, one of the interesting things is that all the people in the image will look relatively the same. Now, when I say the same, I don't mean that everybody physically looks the same, but you'll see that the fashion of the time tends to be fairly distributed across all the people. So, for example, if the fashion of the time is a certain hairstyle, then pretty much everybody in the image is going to have that same hairstyle. Or if the fashion of the time is a certain style of glasses, eyeglasses, you'll see that at different times, different people wore different styles of eyeglasses. But what's interesting is when you look at the image, you'll see this consistency in the style of eyeglasses that people are wearing. If it's a full-length image and you can see the pants that people are wearing, you'll see that sometimes the bottoms of the pants are really wide, like a bell bottom. Sometimes they're really tapered. Sometimes they're in between. And everyone will be dressed the same way. So you get this picture from the 60s, 70s, everybody's got bell bottoms on. You get a picture from the 80s, 90s, you don't see the bell bottoms. And subhanAllah, this is fairly consistent. It's so consistent that even in the gatherings of today, you see the same story. You can look at a picture and you can tell the time in which the picture was taken based on the fashions that you see within the image. And even today, you'll see everybody wants a white kitchen. I don't know if that's still the case, but 5 years ago, everybody wants a white kitchen, everybody wants a gray kitchen. And then what happens is eventually it flips and everybody wants this or everybody wants that. Things are always changing. But the fashions, the styles, they're remarkably distributed. What I mean by remarkably distributed is that you see them across society. You see them across the culture in which people are present. It's funny because we as human beings, particularly today, in a day of independence and personal freedoms, we all like to think that we are independent and decide everything for ourselves. But the truth is that we are far less independent than we think. Why? Because inevitably, we get caught up in whatever the world around us is doing. It could be a hairstyle. It could be a style that we wear our glasses. It could be the style of our clothing. It could be even the colors that we prefer. So, although we think we're free, we think like, hey, I'm making all my own decisions and nobody tells me what to do and I'm independent and I can question anything and there's, I'm going to do this and this. In the end, all of us are highly dependent. And the reason that we're highly dependent is because, honestly, that's the way Allah has created us. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us such that we inherently will mimic what we see. That's just our nature. Now, I know nobody likes to think that way. Nobody likes to think that they're mimicking other people. Everybody likes to think that they're the trendsetter. But honestly, the vast majority of us, all of us, in some way, shape, or form, even the trendsetters, they can't deviate too far from the trend. They still have to mimic and then create a minor mutation on that trend so that it'll take off. We are all dependent upon the environments that we place ourselves in. This is just human nature. And if this isn't enough of a, let's say, I'm just talking off the top of my head, but if this isn't enough of a proof for you, then I don't think you have to go any further than just look at the advertising industry today. It's interesting. Every year since 1987, I think, 87, 86, something like that. Every year since 1986, 87, I think 87, the MVP of the Super Bowl, in their interview at the end of the Super Bowl, they'll always be asked, what are you doing next? And they'll always say, I'm going to Disney World. Either they say Disney World or Disneyland. The point is, Disney pays them to say that. Why? Why does Disney pay them since 1987? Why does Disney pay the MVP of the Super Bowl to say this? And actually, not only do they say it, they show up at Disney World the next day. You probably don't know that, but they actually do go to Disney World the next day. Disney World, Disneyland, whichever one they choose, throws a parade for the MVP of the Super Bowl, and they show up at Disney World. It's part of the whole advertising setup. Why? Because they tried it once in 1987, and when they tried it in 1987, they saw that all of a sudden, Disney World's popularity increased. So now every year, Disney World pays the MVP of the Super Bowl to just make this one statement. It's a whole setup. He's not like natural. They purposely ask the question, he purposely gives the response. I'm going to Disney World, I'm going to Disneyland, whichever one they choose to go to the next day. So what does that do? That sets off a wave of people mimicking them, copying them, wanting to be like them. So that a whole bunch of people get in their back of their mind, I too should go to Disney World. It's a sign of success. Just human nature. People copy. That's the nature of human beings. They copy things. In fact, you see this everywhere. You see this everywhere. When everyone dresses a certain way, people will follow them. When they walk a certain way, people will walk like that. When they talk a certain way, people will talk like that. And the words of today, among the generation, the generation from 20 to 30, is different than the words that even I used to speak just 20 years before. They use different words, they use different terms. And they all use them wherever you go. That's the interesting thing. You go on the East Coast, you're on the West Coast, they're all using the same words, gas and lit and all these things. These are like the new terms, which, it takes me a while. I have to open up the dictionary, figure out which variant of fire are they using. Is there really a fire or is it a food fire? So, subhanAllah, this is just the nature of human beings. In fact, what's interesting, sorry, I'm going to get a little philosophical on you, but everybody's heard of the term gene, right? What is gene? Gene is a unit of inheritance. Gene is a unit of inheritance. I'm not going to go into the biology, but the point is that it's a unit of inheritance. It's expressed by organisms, and there's natural selection that overrides and selects various mutations within genes, et cetera, et cetera. There's whole science here. But anyway, genes is one feature that defines human beings, or defines organisms, but particularly human beings. But there's another term which is much more common today than even gene. It's meme. I don't know if you know this or not, but meme is actually a play on gene, right? Because the people who coined the term meme didn't coin now. It's being popularized now. It was coined in the late 1970s. It wasn't coined before that, but it was first, kind of elucidated this in this way in the late 1970s. Where essentially they had this concept that if genes determine the physical features, then what's determining the behavior of human beings? So we have genetics, and then opposing that, we have memetics. Gene versus meme. See, they wanted a word that sounded just like gene, right? And so they took the word meme, and meme means to copy. So now you see all these memes. They say, this is a meme, that's a meme, this is a meme stock, this is a meme this is a meme that. Where is all that's coming from? It's coming from this idea that you just get a couple people to go on something and everybody will start going after it because human beings, by their nature, are memetic. Memetic means that they copy. This is the human nature. They copy. So you can literally sell garbage. Literally, it could be a garbage bag, and you take a picture of it, you make it a meme, and the whole world wants a garbage bag and is ready to pay money for garbage. Literally, you see this in the stock market. There's stocks that are worth nothing. They're just empty shells of nothing. But they become like these things that people pump up, and they get this value that just has, beyond reason, makes absolutely no sense. Why is that happening? That's happening because of the nature of human beings to be memetic. Memetic means that one guy copies two copy one,
it goes from 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 32, etc. Right now you say, why is this guy sitting in the masjid talking about philosophy? Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make here is that you just need to appreciate this. It's a very important concept to just appreciate that we're not as free as we think. Or I should say this, we're not as independent as we might think. We're not going out there and doing what we want. We're going out there and doing what a subset of the world wants. The advertisers want you to dress a certain way because they want to create a mutation on yesterday's fashion and create a new version. Then you are going to end up dressing that way. You're going to end up talking that way. You're going to end up walking that way. This is just human nature. Now, why is this important for us to understand? Why are we philosophizing about this? Because it's a very core principle to recognize that we are people human beings generally will copy what's around them, and they consciously or subconsciously are going to create paradigms that they will mimic. That's just how we are programmed. Whatever you put a person into, in the end, they will be that way. How does a smoker become a smoker? A smoker becomes a smoker because they hung out with a smoker. That's how a smoker becomes. Nobody reads a book on smoking and starts smoking. That's just not the way it works. What happens is, there's a person, there's a kid. The kid has no idea what smoking even is. This is a 5-year-old kid, 7-year-old kid, 9-year-old kid, 11-year-old kid, 14-year-old kid, 15, you start smoking. Why? You'll clearly be able to trace that back because at some age before that, they ended up getting caught up with a couple smokers. And somehow that rubbed off on them that that's like cool to do, or it's a good thing, or that these people do it, so I should do it. And eventually they begin to mimic that. And of course, then there's addiction behind that. Put that aside for a second, but that's just the nature of how human beings function. Again, why is this important for us? Because subhanAllah, even in the deen, this principle is captured. Because as soon as we establish Tawheed with the statement, La ilaha illallah, we're immediately reminded that Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Meaning that, look, we are sponges. We're going to absorb whatever we allow to enter in our domain or in our sphere. And so if you have Tawheed and recognize the oneness of Allah, know that the source from which you should absorb who you are is the Prophet ﷺ. We are essentially, if we're going to copy anything, because we know we're going to copy, right? We know that we're going to be influenced by the surroundings. We know that we don't independently come up with things. We are going to absorb things from the environment that's around us. We're going to choose to let people into our domain, and we're eventually going to end up copying them. So if that's the case, which I've established now that hopefully just you can look at the world around you and appreciate that, then know that the deen has given us the ultimate example by which we can emulate. So, for example, the Quran mentions, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Truly, or indeed, in the Messenger of Allah is an excellent model. SubhanAllah. So we're being reminded that if we want to model ourselves after anything, or we want to allow anyone into that proximity, into such a proximity that we're going to emulate them or mimic them, that should be the Prophet ﷺ. In another example, قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهِ. I've said this many times, we've recited this many times. Say if you love Allah. The Prophet ﷺ is being commanded to tell the companions, say if you love Allah, فَاتَّبِعُونِي. Emulate me. يُحْبِبْكُمُ Allah, Allah will love you. So here, the Prophet ﷺ is being told to command the Sahaba to emulate him. Now, taba'a in the Arabic language means to what? To follow, right? Ittaba'a is an advanced form. It's a reflexive form. It means to
internalize that following. So when you say internalize the following, what does it mean? It means emulate or mimic or copy. So the Quran is reminding us, the Prophet ﷺ is being told to tell the companions that if you love Allah, follow the Prophet ﷺ, and then Allah will love you. Meaning what? Meaning that the Prophet ﷺ is the model for everyone who desires the love of Allah. So every person in society is going to mimic someone else. That's not a choice. Every person in society is going to mimic someone else. Whatever culture you're born into, whatever company we keep, whatever we allow whatever we expose ourselves to, inevitably we're absorbing all of it. That's the first principle to appreciate. We're always absorbing whether we choose to or whether we don't choose to. When someone watches a show, or someone looks at a video, or someone hears of a style, or even, honestly, even when someone watches an NBA basketball game, they're absorbing. They are absorbing the way that people talk, the way that people dress, the way that people act, the shoes that they wear, the clothing, the style, the fashion, even the signs that are lit up in the background, which you think, why are all these signs in the background? I'm watching the game. Why is these signs flashing about this airline and this product? And because we're absorbing constantly. So that's the first thing, right? That's the first lesson, is that we're always absorbing. That's just how we are. We're always absorbing. And because we're always absorbing, we need to appreciate that, subhanAllah, the deen has created for us the ultimate source that we can absorb. That's the beauty, one of the beautiful features of our deen. That it wasn't just a book delivered to us. That it wasn't just some like laundry list of things to do and don't do. The exact model of the deen was sent to us. When we're told to pray the way the Prophet ﷺ prayed. We're told the Prophet ﷺ himself is a model. We're told that we should emulate the Prophet ﷺ if we love Allah and desire that Allah loves us. So we should recognize that if we're going to choose, when we choose who we're going to, where we're going to drop our guard, well, we should always be on guard because we don't want to necessarily pick up what's in the environment around us. We don't want to always pick up what the world decides is the fashion of the day and wants to advertise to us. So number one, we're on our guard. So it means we have to be careful with our eyes. We have to be careful with what environments we put ourselves in. We have to be careful about what we expose ourselves to. But two, when are we going to let our guard down? Where do we want to have the maximum exposure? Where do we want to spend the maximum amount of time so that we're absorbing and gaining the most? It's going to be in every environment that emulates the Prophet ﷺ. In every environment that emulates the Prophet ﷺ. And, you ask the question, well, how do I follow the Sunnah? The way we follow the Sunnah is to simply place ourselves in the environment of those that follow the Sunnah. Because it's always if someone's following the Sunnah, they are representing that and we are just absorbing it. So we want to locate the gatherings of the people of piety. We want to locate the gatherings of the people of remembrance. We want to locate the gatherings of the people who love Allah and who love His Messenger. So I send them. Because we will inevitably absorb that. Similarly, this also answers the question, like if I want to be a certain way, what should I do? I should put myself in the environment of the people that I want to be like. When the man who killed, the famous incident that everybody's aware of, when the man who killed 99 people, right, was seeking forgiveness, eventually kills the 100th person, and then learns that in order to attain forgiveness, they need to leave the environment that they're in because it's corrupt and go to the environment of goodness, right? So they begin to make that journey because they recognize that this is the true way by which Tawbah can be obtained. Right? This is the advice that they were given. So they begin to make that journey, and as they make that journey, they get roughly halfway, and at halfway point, what happens? The person expires. Now the person passes away, the angels are fighting. One group of angels says, this is ours, he's going to Jahannam because he killed 100 people.
The other group of angels says, no, this one is ours. He's going to Jannah because he was seeking forgiveness. So how do they adjudicate the matter? How do they? What's the resolution of the matter? Two groups of angels are pulling and tugging in two different directions. How is this matter going to be adjudicated? Okay, well, let's see how far the person got. The person was leaving the environment of bad and heading towards the environment of good. And if we're going to decide whether this person is forgiven or not, let's resolve this matter by seeing, were they closer to the city of goodness or were they closer to the city of corruption? And it so happens that along the journey, they happened to get just a tad past the halfway point. So they were slightly closer to the city of goodness, and based on that, the angels who were going to take the person to Jannah were the ones that were victorious in that matter. Again, highlighting what? Yes, highlights Allah's mercy. This person kills 100 people. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can forgive everything so long as it's not shirk and kufr. But it's also highlighting that environments matter. What was the ultimate advice that would allow a person who killed 100 people to turn a new leaf and actually become a person of forgiveness? Not only a person of forgiveness, a person of Jannah. What's the key feature? The key feature is what environment they place themselves in. Because if you're in a corrupt environment, then the person who killed 100 people will kill another 100. And if you're in a really good environment, then the person who killed 100 people can become a saint and actually enter into Jannah. So we are dependent upon environments. We can't change that about ourselves. We can't think that, well, I'm going to be really firm here and I'm going to put myself in the middle of all this garbage and it's not going to affect me. It's not possible. It affects every person because that's subconsciously who we are. There's no such thing as I'm going to just put myself in this environment and it won't bother me. I'm strong enough. I've got my head on straight. I don't care who it is. Every person needs a positive environment, or at least the environment of what they're trying to achieve. So if we want to become the people who we want to become, it's not enough to just read the stories or hear the stories of the people that we want to be. We have to sit in the environments of those people. And if we want our families to become that way, whether that's we're worried about our children or we're worried about our spouse or we're worried about my uncle or my cousin or whoever it might be, we have to bring them into in that environment as well. Encourage them to be in those types of environments. If we want, think about how much our children get exposed to so many different environments and how they have to fend off, even if they wanted to, how difficult that must be. Because they're going to absorb those things whether we like it or not. In fact, whether they like it or not. So that has to be washed away to some degree. Coming to the masjid is not an option in this type of time when there's so much chaos around us. And it's not just something that we should be doing independently. It should be something that the whole family does. Even if you make a habit of once a week, the whole family goes to the masjid, you could say there's nothing going on. There's no talk. There's no this, no there. It doesn't matter because the environment of the masjid itself is supportive. There's something that's absorbed here. You see a bunch of people praying. You see people coming. You see the excitement. You hear the Quran. All of these things are being absorbed. Like whether you like it or not. Alhamdulillah, we like it in that matter, but whether we like it or not, it's being absorbed. So the summary for today is going backwards to recognize that we are dependent upon the environments that we're in. We can't change that about ourselves. And you don't have to look further than just the society around you to see that the haircuts are all the same, the style of pants are all the same, the glasses that people wear are relatively the same in their fashions, even the color of the kitchens that people think about, it's all the same. Where is that coming from? Why? There's nobody giving a bayan on what color your kitchen should be. There's no people reminding you since you were 3 that your kitchen needs to be this color. It spreads because human beings get infected by other human beings. Ideas, culture, trends, style is all infectious. And just like any infection, you think that you won't get it, but it catches up with every person. So we should appreciate that and place ourselves in the environments in which the things that we enjoy, the things that we give priority to, we become colored with those things. Like the sibgha of Allah, the dye or the coloring of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We want to put ourselves in that environment. We put ourselves in the environment of the masjid. We put ourselves in the environment of good company. We put ourselves in the environment of even just like an Umrah trip for a week, you can see the effect because all of a sudden you're absorbing all of this just amazing foundations upon which these places of piety are established. This is the nature by which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us. We're called, like I said, like the word is mimetic. We're mimetic. We mimic. So we should place ourselves in circumstances in which we mimic the ones that are close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who essentially are mimicking the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that's one of the beauties of the sunnah. Honestly, it creates principles for us that fill every void. You want to know how you should make your schedule? You can mimic the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You want to know how you should behave in circumstance A, B, or C, generally speaking, you can mimic the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You want to know what the principles are of dress. You want to know what the principles are of modesty. You want to know what the principles are even of eating. You have an example, an excellent example in the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And what that does is that fills the spot. Meaning like, okay, I've got 20 spots in life. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. How am I going to be this way? What's my character going to be like? What's this going to be like? What's that going to be like? Once you fill it with something, then it's taken. Once it's taken, it's very hard to dislodge it. So, subhanAllah, we have this example in the Prophet ﷺ. We should seek every sunnah. We should keep ourselves in the company of the people of the sunnah. We should keep ourselves in the company where the sunnah is expressed, and inshallah these things will slowly be absorbed in us as well. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to emulate His messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May He make us amongst those who are able to take His messenger as the best example sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and may He make us amongst those who are able to emulate His example on others. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. There are two forces that dominate over a person when they involve themselves in sin. Or for that matter, honestly, when they do other than what is ideal. The first of these forces is shaitan, and the second of these forces is the nafs. As you're all aware, we've spoken about many times in the past, shaitan's expressed purpose is to misguide us, is to lead us astray, is to distract us from opportunities and from what's ideal. And his success or failure lies in whether he can sink us or drown us in this life and in the hereafter. He's our open enemy. As the Quran proclaims, he's our open enemy. And sometimes we talk about, in the past we've talked about the nafs and the importance of suppressing the nafs in order to also avoid sin. But today we're going to speak just about one important feature of shaitan that all of us have to be aware of. In fact, one of the beauties of our deen is that not only are we told that shaitan is an open enemy, but we're also given some insight into exactly how he operates. Now these are two separate things, right? One thing is to appreciate that X is my enemy. Sometimes in life, like you don't even know who your enemies are, right? But it's one thing in life to say like, okay, this is actually my enemy. It's a whole nother thing to understand that enemy and understand how can I ensure that this enemy doesn't destroy me, take advantage of me, overcome me. So these are two separate things. First, you have to appreciate that shaitan is the open enemy, major enemy.
But you also have to appreciate what are his mechanisms by which he will achieve his goals. Because when you understand the mechanisms, then you can understand how you're going to defend against those mechanisms. Take any example. I mean, in war, you have to know who the enemy is. Often that's obvious, but you have to know who the enemy is. But you also have to understand what's the offensive capability of that enemy, so that you can appropriately defend against their attacks. And some take war out and make it sport. Sport is the same thing. Sport, there's two teams, and you have to understand what are the strengths and weaknesses of my opposition, so that I can defend myself against their strengths and so that I can attack their weaknesses. So in the case of shaitan, it's not just enough to know that he's our open enemy. We also have to understand, well, I should say it this way, the deen gives us another bounty beyond telling us that he's our open enemy by telling us his mechanisms. One mechanism in particular is mentioned, actually I think a couple times in the Quran, and that is that shaitan has this characteristic of making what we do look good even though it's wrong. Otherwise stated, like in the Quran it mentions, فَزَيَّنَ لَهُمُ الشَّيْطَانِ أَعْمَالَهُم. So shaitan embellished. Embellished means to make beautiful. So shaitan made beautiful their deeds. Now, here the reference, depending on where you are in the Quran, the reference, for example, is that Allah sent messengers. These messengers brought clear guidance. They clearly delineated what is wrong and what is right. But shaitan made the people think that their deeds were great. So when the shaitan made the people think that their deeds were good or beautiful or great, of course they're going to disregard the opportunity that the messengers are presenting to them, and they're going to remain trapped in their deeds. Understand how shaitan is working. By the way, it's interesting and unfortunate, actually more unfortunate than interesting, but subhanAllah, there is no person who does wrong except that they always have an excuse for why they do that wrong. There's no person that does wrong except that they always have a cute excuse as to why they're doing that wrong. And that's what allows them to maintain themselves in that wrong. As an example, one example, the brothers of Yusuf alayhi salam. Alayhim salam. The brothers of Yusuf. So what was the problem? The problem was that our father's giving attention to Yusuf. And this isn't fair. So what's their solution? Their solution is, well, let's kill him or let's throw him away in some distant land. Then the face of our father will be pure for us, meaning that our father's attention will be focused on us. And afterwards, we'll become qawman salihin, we'll become righteous people. Quran actually quotes, this incident. Now notice the reasoning. What's the problem? The problem is that they have to come up with a problem, right? They're jealous, essentially. There's jealousy. Jealousy is brewing. So now there has to be some excuse as to how we're going to cure the problem. So what's the excuse? Murder? Or like take this young child and exile them or expunge them to some distant land? And then what will happen? Now we got to justify it, so we got to come up with a good reason. Then the face of our father will be pure for us. Then our father's attention will be directed to us. And what? That will allow us to become good people, qawman salihin. That will allow us to become righteous people. Look at the convoluted thinking. Such a convoluted thinking. We're going to do sin, and then we're going to become righteous people. But this is the way shaitan plays the game. He embellishes the deeds to make it look like they're beautiful, they're good. Like there's always an excuse that someone will come up with. No one's going to go out and do evil. I mean, you have to be really, 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 really evil to just go out and do evil for the purpose of evil. Everyone always has an excuse. And you can see it everywhere in the world. People will do the
the most egregious crimes, literally kill babies, but they'll have some excuse for why they do it. You don't think Fir'aun, as he's killing all the babies, you don't think Fir'aun had his excuse? Yeah, he has his excuse. Okay, I had this dream, my empire's at risk, and I'm, we're thriving, we're a civilization, these are backward people, blah, blah, blah. You make all these excuses, and then that allows you to justify like the murder of all these like children. This is everywhere. This is how Shaitan is functioning. Now, I'm not here to like give us some historical lecture, we're going to sit here and examine like how historically, all these tyrants have behaved. But I think what's important, I'm just trying to paint a principle here, which is what? The principle is that one of the major mechanisms by which Shaitan derails a person is to allow them to come up with an excuse for why they did what they did. And on a personal level, okay, put aside the reality, because this is constitutively expressed at every layer. You'll find it in government, you'll find it in politics, you'll find it in history. It's constant. This is a constant. But what's important for us to appreciate is that we also get ensnared in this same trap, just individually as human beings. And we have to be very, very careful to remember that one of the beautiful aspects of our deen is that it clearly outlines what's good and bad. It delineates. It delineates that this is good, this is good, this is good, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. And that clarity is so important because that becomes the mirror in which we can reflect and ask the question, where do I stand? And that's really important because otherwise we would always come up with a justification for why I do what I do. For example, maybe the justification is, I've given this example previously, but I like to repeat this often, why don't I treat my parents the way they should be treated? Because my justification is my parents don't treat me the way I'm supposed to be treated. But that's exactly the point. Everybody's going to have an excuse. Like I've said before, if my parents treated me like a prince and I treat them like kings and queens, then how is that deen? That's like every human being on the planet would appreciate that. You don't need to understand Tawheed and submit yourself to the Sunnah and have sabr and patience and expect a reward in Jannah. Every human being on the planet is going to say, well, if somebody treats you well, you should reciprocate and treat them well. That's not the challenge. The challenge is to say, okay, it doesn't matter how my parents treat me. Sure, maybe there's a defect. There's always going to be defect. We're always going to magnify the defects and fail to see the good. This is human nature. This is how Shaitan operates. But maybe it's more important for me to say, the deen demands this of me. And rather than place my attention on my parents and come up with excuses as to why I shouldn't behave the way I should put my attention on Allah. And when I put my attention on Allah, I recognize that I need to do A, B, and C irrespective of what's happening in the world. That's the sign of a believer, and that's the sign of true Tawheed. They appreciate the goal without getting ensnared in why they shouldn't achieve that goal. It's a very, very subtle point, but it's very important for us to appreciate because I will tell you that every person always has an excuse. If there's an opportunity for charity, I'm not going to say, I'm a greedy guy, I'm not going to give any charity. I'm always going to come up with a beautiful excuse why I shouldn't give charity. Well, if I gave the money to this person, they'd probably waste it. Or why doesn't this guy go get a job instead? Or this person go get a job instead? Or, if I give them the money, then they're going to be disqualified for some governmental assistance. There's always going to be an excuse. Nobody's going to say, I'm just a greedy person, so I'm not going to give the money. But this is the nature of Shaitan, right? We fail to see the good. The inherent good is to give as much sadaqah as possible. Why? Because in the end, you're really putting that sadaqah in the hand of Allah. And when sadaqah is given, it's essentially placed in the hand of Allah. He nurtures it and produces mountains of good for us. So if I saw that reality, and then I took advantage of the opportunity, that would be too great. So Shaitan will always give me 20 reasons why. What are the reasons? Well, if I save money today, I'll have more. I'll be able to give more tomorrow. There's a justification for not taking advantage of the opportunities in front of us. Well, if I save my money today, then I'll be freer for deen tomorrow. If I save my money today, I'll give a bigger donation tomorrow. There's always going to be some cute, quote unquote, cute or embellished excuse for why we shouldn't achieve the goals that we achieve, or the goals that we can achieve. And it occurs in everything. You know, somebody will go and do something wrong and they'll say, well, the reason I did this is because they did that. Or everybody's doing it, so I'm just a little better than them. It's another excuse, right? Why should I go? Somebody goes out and does something which is less than ideal, but they'll say that, well, you know, on this time, I'm still better than everyone else. Again, what are these? These are all excuses. Where are these excuses coming from? They're coming from shaitan. So what is the goal of the Muslim? The goal of the Muslim is to look at the deen as it is. What are the ideals of a Muslim? How should they behave? What are the goals that we should set for ourselves? What are the goals that the deen sets for us? And then we should aim towards those. SubhanAllah, I'm just going to give you one example, just to highlight this principle further, and to just highlight how the true people of Tawheed and the true people of piety, they look in the mirror of the perfection of the deen and they see their defects. They don't look at what shaitan embellishes. And to understand this, you're going to have to understand two things, which are very simple, but we're going to connect them. Okay, so first of all, let's just present it this way. On the Day of Judgment, it's absolute chaos. It's going to be weighty on all of humanity. All of us know this, right? It's going to be absolute chaos. It's going to be weighty on humanity. And one of the biggest challenges of the Day of Judgment is merely the waiting for the judgment to begin. Why? Because there's like massive stress. Like all of a sudden you appreciate that my deeds are going to be judged. All of a sudden you appreciate that the world that I came from was really just a test. You know, now everything is clear as day and everyone is in utter panic. So the mere waiting of the Day of Judgment is going to be extremely weighty upon the people. So much so that eventually they will just collapse under that weight and they will begin to run to different messengers, asking them to make dua merely for the judgment to begin. Merely for the judgment to begin. SubhanAllah, they will end up going to the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. Now there's a sequence that they go through. I'm not going to all the details here, but just I want to highlight a point. They will go to the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. Okay, when they go to the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, he will refuse them. Why will he refuse them? Because he'll be reflecting on his own insufficiencies. Internally, he will be reflecting on quote unquote his insufficiencies. But what will that be? What was that? What will his claim be? What will he mention as the reason why he's not qualified to make this intercession? Because he will mention the quote-unquote lies that he stated, the 3 lies. Now, that requires you to go back a little bit in history. What are these 3 lies? What are these 3 lies? Well, as you're aware, when Ibrahim alayhi salam was invited to go out with the people for their festivities, instead of going out with the people, he said, I'm sick. Right? So technically that was a lie. White lie. Why is that technically a lie? Because he wasn't physically sick, rather he was spiritually sick. So you can see that he made a statement that was somewhat true, but from a perspective could be interpreted as a lie because the person listening was interpreting it a different way. Honestly, if we made these kind of statements, we call them truths today, right? But this is the caliber of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salam. What was the second lie? The second lie was that when people returned, the idols were broken. And when they asked him who did this, he said, ask the big one. Ask the big idol. Now, technically, that's a lie because he was the one who had done this, but he's saying to them to ask the big idol to highlight to them a principle, which is that these idols can't do anything. You yourself recognize these idols have no power. Why are you worshiping these idols? So if you really have a qualm with what happened to these idols, ask the big one. So it's not even like a lie. It's just a statement meant to shake them, to show them that actually you're worshiping something that shouldn't be worshipped. It's like a mechanism to achieve tawheed, essentially. You wouldn't even call it a lie, you would call it da'wah today. But subhanAllah, he's seeing it as a lie. And the third example was that there was a circumstance where he was traveling with his wife and they came upon a tyrant, and he said to his wife, when the tyrant asks you, who I am, say that this is my brother. Although they were married, say that this is my brother. And meaning this is my brother in Islam, because otherwise the tyrant would have performed some additional evil deeds. Put it aside for a second. The point is that say that this is my brother, meaning my brother in religion, which we're all brothers in religion, or even brothers in humanity, correct? But because the tyrant, who was going to murder him otherwise, misinterpreted the statement, he's seeing it as a lie, subhanAllah. Okay, now why am I giving you this example? I'm giving you this example because essentially look at the tawheed and ikhlas, the sincerity and tawheed of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. He literally has reasons for why these three statements were made. But he doesn't look at the external reasons. He looks in the mirror of perfection and says, these are other than ideal in and of themselves. And because these are other than ideal in and of themselves, I'm not qualified to intercede for you. Go to the next messenger. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that we as people of deen always have to look at the sharia, the deen, the principles of the deen in and of themselves and aim towards those ideals. We can't make excuses for why we do the things that we do when they're not correct. We'll always have an excuse. You don't think that every person who talks to a non-mahram has an excuse or a reason why they're doing so? They do. They always have an excuse. You don't think that every person who goes out and does something wrong doesn't have an excuse for why they do what they do? They always will come up with some justification or excuse. This is the nature of shaitan, and this is what allows us to feel better about ourselves. But the beauty of the deen is its purity. It establishes for us in a very clean, crystal clear way exactly what is good and what is evil. And that then becomes a mirror for us. We can look in the face of the Sharia and we can say, these are the ideals that I must aim for. These are the things that I must seek to avoid. And at every circumstance, rather than create external excuses for why I'm not able to do what I should be doing, I should look at the deen, recognize its perfection, aim for it, and blame nothing except myself as to why I didn't achieve my goals. And that's the sign of a true believer. In fact, that's the sign of the highest believer. And that's essentially what the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam is saying, or at least what he's thinking in that circumstance where he refuses to do the intercession because he feels himself not qualified or appropriate to do so. So this is a reminder to all of us to not let shaitan create excuses for us to either reduce the good that we're doing, because how does shaitan work? He'll create some reason for us to not hit the ideal. Even if he can bring us down 2 notches, he'll bring us down 2 notches. Even, good from one good to a lower good. Or for us to leave good and end up doing something wrong. And this is, we have to appreciate not only that this is what shaitan is doing, not only that this is the expressed and sole purpose of shaitan, but we also have to appreciate his mechanisms. Because we can't defend ourselves other than by understanding his mechanisms. So we hold ourselves to another ideal. We're not going to go around and do crazy things because we think that the ends justify the means. No, the means are the deen. We don't make excuses for why we should be doing wrong. Wrong is wrong. We're going to call wrong wrong. Wrong is always wrong. There's no excuse. We submit ourselves to the sunnah, and we're going to appreciate that perfection and beauty of the deen, because that's what then attracts humanity towards it. Now, on a personal level, it just means that every time I engage myself in something which is other than what is ideal in the deen, then I need to just ask myself, why am I doing this? What excuse am I creating in my mind? What am I coming up with as a mechanism to embellish who I am and what I do? Right? We always are going to have some excuse. We're always going to come up with some reason for why we weren't able to achieve. what we were supposed to achieve. And if we do so, if we avoid doing so, that will allow us to be able to maintain the trajectory that we aim for, which is to always seek the maximum pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in every single interaction. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to appreciate the machinations of shaitan. May He make us amongst those who are able to avoid his whisperings, and may He make us amongst those who are able to take advantage of all of the beautiful opportunities that He places before us within our deen. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. SubhanAllah, we interact with the world around us, and it all seems so real. In fact, we have this saying that seeing is believing. Everyone can relate with that, but just as a simple example, somebody comes into the masjid and says, there's a fire, 3 blocks away. Maybe you believe them, maybe you don't. But if you go outside and you see smoke coming from, let's say, roughly 3 blocks away, it really changes the way that you consider the information that you were given. Because now you've physically seen it. And when you physically see something, it gives you a certain amount of reliability. In fact, I would argue that's the case with all of our senses. It's one thing for someone to tell you that there's this great new halal restaurant, and it's another thing for you to go there and taste it and say, oh gosh, that guy was right. This is a really good restaurant. And what's the distinction? The distinction is that you've actually tasted it, and you can rely on the sense of taste to be able to give you information about the world around you, and that gives you some degree of confidence. So we are just, that's our nature. We rely upon what we see, what we taste, what we hear, what we smell, what we touch, and this gives us a certain degree of confidence. You can bang on the wall and it feels solid. You can shake someone's hand and they feel present. You can eat a meal and it has a taste. SubhanAllah, that's just the nature by which we exist. However, what's important to appreciate is that we have another layer to our confidence. We have a layer above tasting, seeing, hearing, touching, feeling that gives us confidence. And of course, that is revelation. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala informs us about the world around us, and sometimes that information may appear to be counter to what we taste, see, touch, hear, but we recognize that that actually is the ultimate source of reality. So for example, yes, you can taste a wonderful meal in this life, but the reality is that we've been told that there is going to be better meals in the hereafter, and that these meals are simply placeholders. You can engage the world and you can say that this is real. For example, my possessions are real, my home is real, my car is real, my meals, they're real. But that's not reality.
because the deen establishes that there's another layer beyond that. There's something behind the curtain. And although we can't see it, touch it, hear it today, there will come a day where all of that will become evident, when the veils will drop and we'll be able to see that there was actually an ultimate reality behind the life of this world. And this is one of the great gifts of Islam. This is one of the great gifts of Islam. In fact, if you look at the tug of war that's been occurring over, let's say, 300 years, 400 years roughly, right? It's that this notion that only what I can touch, hear, taste, see is real, versus the fact that there's revelation establishing a higher level of reality. That's the tug of war that's occurring in the world today. And in fact, I would argue that's the tug of war that we all personally experience. Look, if we really knew the reality of the hereafter, then we would probably behave very differently. We might spend our money differently. We might ration our time differently. We might behave very differently, because the reality of what's behind the veil is not necessarily apparent to us. So this is one of the great sort of principles of the deen, which is that, yes, there's seeing, touching, hearing, tasting, etc., but there is a layer behind that. And that layer is actually the reality. Now, that's important for all of us to internalize, because that's essentially one of the great messages of the Quran and the Sunnah. And the beauty of that message is that it is establishing reality, although you can't necessarily appreciate that reality. As I've said many times before, it's popping the bubble before the bubble pops. What does it mean, it's popping the bubble before the bubble pops? It means that in life, what happens is we hype up the life of this world. All of us have made an assumption that in some way, shape, or form, when we behave, we're behaving as if this world is the end-all, be-all. And that creates a bubble. What are bubbles? Bubbles are false realities that people convince themselves of based on what they tell one another, until eventually it pops and you realize that there was no there. For example, 2007. Okay, in 2007, I know many of you may not have been necessarily like cognizant of what was happening at that time, but 2007, there was like a massive run-up in the real estate market, all the way from 2000 to 2007. And prices for real estate became completely detached from reality. People were literally buying and selling like real estate in like weeks. Somebody would buy something, flip it for like 50,000 more the next week. And everyone had in their mind that there is no way that the price of real estate can go down. It's not possible. In fact, people were literally like putting all the money they had, their life savings, they would like cash out the value of their homes, throw it into real estate. Everyone was just going wild over real estate. Wherever you went, it's like you would walk into any kind of open house and there would be like 20 people all bidding right there in front of you, pumping up the price. So what happened? A real estate bubble was established. What does that mean? It means that everyone got disconnected from reality. People started paying far beyond what any property was worth. Multiples beyond what any property was worth. Until what happened? Eventually, the bubble popped, like all bubbles pop, and prices crashed. Not only did they crash, the entire world economy was at risk. The whole world economy was at risk. Literally, like great banks, they completely went under. Why? Because when the bubble pops and you're left with reality, then you see that there was actually no there, and everybody was left holding an empty bag. The life of this world is the same way. It's just a bubble. The whole existence in this world is a bubble. Yeah, we can hype it up amongst one another. We can tell one another that, I own this and you own that, and you wear this and I wear that, and I drive this and you drive that. But all this is doing is pumping air into the bubble. And this bubble, it blows up, and it feels like you have something. Like, hey, my bank account, it actually has these many numbers in it. And my house, it actually has my name on it. And my clothing actually sits in my closet. And the car I drive actually feels like it's moving me around. And the meals that I eat, they taste so good. But what happens?
eventually we pass away. And when we pass away, we immediately, it's not even delayed, it's immediate that we come to appreciate that there was no there there. There's no there there. Because all that happens is when you pass away, death is a filter. And that filter is such that it doesn't let anything cross. Who can take any penny? It's not even like you can take wealth. You can't even take a penny with you to the grave. You can't even take a drop of water to quench the thirst in the grave. You can't even take a piece of clothing to perhaps provide you with some sort of warmth or comfort in the grave. You can't take your home to the grave. Everything that you thought was real, that we invested in, that we placed our hopes and aspirations and time in, that we thought as part of the game was real, eventually pops in a millisecond. And what happens? The filter does not let anything cross, does not let anything cross. So much so that literally an hour after our death, our inheritors will be thinking in the back of their mind who's going to get what, knowing that none of it can cross over. They're not going to say it because it's rude to say this guy just died, so who's going to get what? But it starts coming in the mind within an hour after somebody passes away. They're starting to compute who's going to take what of our possessions. And certainly within a day or two, already the divisions are occurring, and literally people are arguing over who's going to get our pennies, who's going to get our things, our trinkets, who's going to get these things and that. Things that, again, are going to eventually pop on them, and the people after them will also have the same discussions as to who's going to take that person's stuff. Because what happens is death is a door that closes, and whatever it hits, it bounces back. SubhanAllah, what's really, really funny is that you won't even be able to take you to the grave. You won't even be able to take yourself to the grave. Literally, your body will go into a box, and you will be disintegrated back into the earth, and every single molecule of your physical nature in this world literally will be left in the dirt. Like even me is not me. Now, of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will resurrect me in whatever way He deems fit, and we have our own physical reality in the grave, but in the hereafter. But the point remains is that the death is such a filter that even I myself cannot pass through it, meaning my physical reality cannot pass through it. Otherwise, another way to think about this, subhanAllah, how greedy the life of this world is. If you just look at the dunya as like pretend this is let's characterize the dunya for a second and make it like a person. The dunya is so greedy. Whatever it gives you on loan. It might tolerate that you can put your name on a house. It might tolerate that you can put your name on a bank account. It might tolerate that it'll give you a meal here or there. But it is so greedy that it will take it all back, either before that or at the time of death, maximally. It won't even let you cross the filter of death. It will reject your body from crossing, and it will return your body back to the earth, so that honestly, every meal that you ate will actually just be placed back in the dirt from which it came. There's nothing that we can take from this place. There is nothing that we can take from this place. And just because a bunch of people hype it up, and just because we talk it up, and just because everybody apparently seems to be going in one direction, doesn't change that reality. All it does, honestly, is it makes the bubble bigger. Just because a bunch of people were hyping up real estate in 2007, didn't change the reality that there was a bubble. All it did was make the bubble even bigger, 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 and the bigger the bubble, the more it attracts people. Honestly, most of the wealth that was lost in 2007 was stuff that people put in 2006. Because the bubbles, this is the nature of the bubbles, it brings everybody in, and it only pops when the last person puts in the dollar. Why? Because then there's no more dollars to be put in. Right? Because once the last dollar comes in, that's when the bubble pops, because there's nobody to bid it up one more dollar. That's the nature of this life. It will take your last breath. It will take your last pleasure. It will take your last pennies. And then and only then will it pop on you. Then and only then will it pop on you, and then what happens? We're left holding the bag. which is what? We get to the grave, and the first thing, we wish we could go back. But why do we wish we can go back? So that we can give the sadaqah that we should have given. This is the reminder of the Quran, that you will wish that you can go back so that you could give the sadaqah that you could have given, because you'll then realize that the only thing that crosses through the filter of death is my deeds. The only thing that's going to cross through the filter of death is our deeds. It's the good that we did. Because their houses here weren't houses. The meals here weren't meals. The clothing here wasn't clothing. It was all a placeholder. The real house isn't the house in the hereafter. The real garden is the garden of the hereafter. The real meals are the meals of the hereafter. Even I would argue the real company is the company of the hereafter. Even in this life, you can call somebody a friend, you can call somebody a spouse, you can call somebody a parent. And even that might be erased by death. It's the hereafter where the true company will be held. So, yes, I understand that, life just feels so real. You can bang on the wall and it makes a noise. You could shake hands with your friend and you can feel the warmth. You can go to your house and you can call it yours. You can get in your car and you can feel the wind on your face as you drive. That doesn't make it any more real. In fact, I would argue that just expands the bubble. Because there is a reality beyond what we taste, hear, feel, touch, see. What is that? It is the reality of what the Quran and the Sunnah establish for us. In fact, this whole discussion can be summated in a very beautiful statement of the Prophet ﷺ. Just again, I'm roughly translating because I'm talking off the top of my head here. But just roughly, the Prophet ﷺ, he said that a person says, my wealth, my wealth. A person says, my wealth, my wealth. Meaning what? Meaning that they attribute the wealth to themselves. Like, hey, I own this house, I own this car, I own these clothing. These are my friends. This is my wealth, right? These are my children. This is my family. This is my meal, okay? So a person says, my wealth, meaning they're attributing it to themselves. But what's the reality of this wealth? Maybe there's some food, you eat it, and it perishes. Maybe you own some clothing, you wear it, and it begins to show that it wears away. The only reality of wealth is the sadaqah. But there is some charity that a person gives, and that charity is what will be seen by them in the hereafter. So what is my wealth, my wealth? My wealth is a bubble. What is the only reality? The only reality is the hereafter. It's the wealth of the hereafter that actually has ramifications for reality, because that's what we're investing and putting ahead for ourselves and what we will eventually receive. Everyone can build a house, but the question is where you build that house. You can build a house in this life, and it won't cross the filter of death. You'll enjoy it for a little bit of time. Honestly, it's a very little bit of time. But it will not cross the filter of death, and you'll be left empty-handed. Or you can build a house in the hereafter, and subhanAllah, the deen gives us the exact mechanism by which we build a house in the hereafter. Literally, we know how to build a house in the hereafter. Build a house, assist in the building of a house of Allah in this world. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala builds us a house in Jannah. We can plant the gardens of this life, or we can plant the gardens of the hereafter, and we literally know how to plant trees in the hereafter. We can enjoy the meals of this life, or we can await the invitation and meals that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has set for the hereafter. The choice is ours. And the beauty of the deen is that it's reminding us of this reality before we face this reality. Honestly, because that's the biggest thing. How many people, see, maybe you guys are a little younger to appreciate this, but how many people just said, gosh, I wish someone would have told me in 2007 that this thing is not even worth $50,000 and I bought it for $350,000. When these houses were being sold for, condominiums were being sold for $350,000 and they weren't even worth $50K, they were in the middle of nowhere. Then everybody says, oh gosh, that's so obvious today, what everybody was completely lost in yesterday. And they say, oh, I wish somebody would have told me. Somebody would have just came to me and said, oh my God, this isn't even worth $50K. How are you paying $350K for it? This is the nature of this world. But the deen has already warned us. The deen is telling us that what you're buying is not real. These meals, they're just placeholders. They're not real. The real meal is the meal of the hereafter. This companionship, who you call your friend, who you call this, who you call that, this is not real. The true companionship is the companionship of the hereafter. These houses that you attribute to yourselves and call your homes, these are not your homes. These are temporary places. You are a traveler. The true home is the home of the hereafter. This clothing that you wear that literally wears out in front of you, that you have to maintain, take so much effort to maintain, this is not the clothing, the true clothing. The true clothing is the clothing of the hereafter. This is essentially what's being painted in the Quran. When the Quran is describing Jannah to us, it's describing all of the bounties of Jannah, we're being reminded that the true pleasure is the pleasure of the hereafter. So, subhanAllah, we've been warned. We've been told. And honestly, your own observation affirms exactly what's being said. You know, that's one of the beauties of Islam. One of the beauties of Islam, it's totally concordant with the observations that you make. If you just think a little deeper than the surface. You just have to go just a tad beyond the surface. Yes, superficially, my house is my house, my car is my car, my friends are my friends, my dinner is my dinner. But if you actually look at it for a second, you see the glitch. You know, sometimes like they show these like sci-fi things and then it looks real, and then there's a glitch, and then you can pick up, because there's a glitch, that this whole thing must just be a mirage. It can't be real. It's glitchy. Life glitches. This world glitches. Because then you see that, wait a minute, the people of yesterday who came before and called their homes homes, today they become teardowns. Literally, the guy built this house in 1950, 1960, 1970, calls it my dream home. And then in 2010, 2020, somebody comes and says, my teardown. You just look at the meals that you consume and you just quickly recognize that so much of it is waste. You look at the clothing that you wear and you see that it wears out. You see that the people that you call your friends, you eventually recognize that, wait a minute, but there's a bit of a glitch here, because they're not always my friends. They're human beings. They have limitations. And even if I can count on them, they eventually pass away. In fact, life itself reveals itself, because you just have to look behind you and you see no one's there. All the people that came behind me disappeared. And you could just look around you and you can see that the people who are surrounding me, slowly, one by one, they vanish. If this life was so real, then where's the permanence? If this life was so real, then where is the quality? What is the quality? You eat this great food and it turns into waste. You buy these great clothes and they wear away, they get dirty, they can't be washed, you get stains. You have to throw them away or give them away eventually. Where's the quality? And where's the permanence? Everything just comes and goes in flashes. Even if you manage to enjoy such a perfect life, in the end you get sick. Life there's glitches. There's so many glitches. If you just scratch the surface, you see the veneer. You know what a veneer is? Veneer is like you buy a piece of furniture. It looks like it's maple. Maple. Okay, it's maple. But what happens is when you scratch the surface, you see that actually underneath it's just particle board. They just put a maple surface, millimeter thick over it to make it look nice, more expensive than it really is. But when you scratch the surface, what do you see? You see that it's all particle board. They actually just put a tiny piece over it to make it appear to be maple. So this is a veneer. You know, they call this layer of veneer. This dunya is a big veneer. A little bit of beauty and sparkle has been placed over something nasty and ugly. And all you have to do is scratch a tiny bit, and then you see actually what's behind it. You see that everything ages. You see that everything disintegrates. You see that there's actually difficulty in this world. You see the illness, the sickness, the reality of life. It's not Hollywood, it's real. But you have to scratch the surface. SubhanAllah, because there's no reality here except the fact that this life is a test. And death is the ultimate filter. It will not allow us to carry anything past it. And we can waken to that reality, or we can participate in the bubble, and eventually death will shake us, and it will show us that reality. But the beauty of this deen is that the Prophet ﷺ, and of course the Quran, a core message of that is that this life is passing. It is a test. Do not give preference to it. Do not sell the hereafter at the price of this paltry world. Why would you buy the veneer when you can have the real thing? What do you want a meal here? It's just a veneer. You're going to get the real meal in the hereafter. What do you want to get a house here? It's just a veneer. Of course, we need a house because there's certain responsibilities that we have. We have to eat meals. We have to have homes. But we don't put our faith in them. We appreciate them for what they are. That's the point. We're not going to chase them thinking that there's some end all. We realize that there's no there. I have to participate because that's the nature of this life. But the ultimate reality is not this world. It's in the hereafter. SubhanAllah. The Prophet ﷺ, the message of the Quran, it's made all of this very clear. I don't care how hard it resonates when you tap on the wood. I don't care how warm it feels when you shake someone's hand. I don't care how good that meal tastes. I don't care that everybody says that's your house, these are your clothes, and that's your car. None of that's real. It is temporary. It is a test. It is really just a mechanism to see whether we believe in Allah and whether we express that through every single bounty that Allah has bestowed upon us. Our time is a mechanism to convert to good in the hereafter. Our health is a mechanism to convert our life into reward in the hereafter. Our wealth is meant to be spent to earn a reward in the hereafter. And the only one who succeeds is the one who appreciates that this is a bubble and they don't put their faith in the life of this world, but instead they put their faith in the hereafter. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to appreciate the reality that surrounds us. And may He make us amongst those who are able to aim for the hereafter according to its due. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. SubhanAllah, when I was, maybe 10 years old, 12 years old, something like this, the earliest personal computers started coming out. They were made by Apple. Everybody knows Apple today, but at that time, Apple was just a new company, early 1980s. They started, I think, in the 70s, but early 80s they began releasing computers. And early on, they would, and they still do today, but the earliest kind of games would come out. And I remember that, I don't remember what grade I was in, but it was relatively young, middle school. This game came out on the computer, which was essentially just chess. So that was like a big thing. I mean, people would laugh at that today because like you can actually put yourself in virtual reality. But anyway, at that time, that was like the advancement. And this game essentially came out, which was just essentially you would play chess on the computer. And there were two options. You would play against someone, meaning you would take a turn, then the next person would take a turn, or you could play against the computer. And in the beginning, you would maybe, try to play against the computer. But what was interesting is that the way that game was set up was that you would play against the computer, but no matter what, you could never win. It was just not possible because the computer was 10, 15 steps ahead of you. And the computer is computing everything behind the scenes, correct? So it's far more advanced than the average player, and rarely can a even human beat a computer unless you're like a master in chess. And I don't even know if that's possible anymore, but I remember when I was even just a little older, there was a big competition between IBM and the greatest chess player in the world. And I think the greatest chess player in the world barely beat the IBM computer after so many different rounds. What you didn't appreciate, however, was that you would choose this computer and you would think you could win.
And the computer was so slick that it would even make it so that you would make certain moves that would excite you about the possibility of winning. It wouldn't just crush you, although it could crush you, but it would give you some space so that you would be drawn into playing against it. So much so that I remember that on occasion what would happen is you would actually beat the computer. Not because the computer was, defeatable, but because the computer in the program knew that if it lets you win, you'll be more likely to play next time. So the funny thing is, even if you won, you lost. Why? Because it was just drawing you in closer so that it could get you the next time almost. And I mean, this was such a rudimentary, simple program, but it's subhanAllah, when I think back about that, and eventually you recognize that, like, you can't win in that situation. Even if you apparently make a move that it looks like you've got the upper hand over the computer, it's not because you actually have the upper hand over the computer, it's because the computer has let you get that upper hand to bring you into the game a little more. Or on the rare occasion when you would defeat the computer and you would get very excited, it wasn't because you had actually defeated the computer, rather the computer had let you win. Why is the computer letting you win? Because if it beats you 4, 5, 6 times in a row, you're going to turn it off or you're not going to play it again. It's designed in the program. The computer's not thinking by itself. It's designed in the program. And of course, these things just become more advanced and more advanced and more advanced over time. That's the nature of these things. And now you can see today how advanced the technology is. But I think it's important to appreciate that there's certain domains that we enter. And when we enter those domains, no matter how much we think we have control, we actually don't have control. And this is becoming more and more apparent even in today's age. Just as a simple example, sometimes we, for example, participate in some of these apps that you see, whether that be Instagram or whether that be, Snapchat or whatever the latest, TikTok. TikTok is a very good example of this. When we participate in these apps, we initially enter thinking that we're in control. So, I'm going to choose who I want to communicate. I'm going to choose the cadence at which I'd like to communicate. I'm going to choose the type of messages that I would like to participate in. But what we don't realize is that there's a computer in the background that we're actually playing against. You can't win. The computer is much more sophisticated than this simple chess game that I used to play when I was in 5th grade. This computer recognizes, it's watching you. For example, you're looking at a post, okay? And when you're looking at a post, it counts the seconds, probably even milliseconds, honestly. It's counting the time that you're participating in that particular post. And then, based on the way that you swipe, it has the ability to recognize and guess what your emotions might be, because it recognizes what type of emotions are elicited by that particular message. And then it recognizes how much is your standard swipe time, how much do you swipe when you're a little more emotional, how much do you swipe when you're a little more interested. It recognizes the rate of that. Now, this was even before the cameras and everything, so I don't know if the cameras are on and it can actually see your face and pick up your heat in your hand and all that. I mean, all this data is present in these phones, right? The angle at which you hold it, probably the heat, the facial expressions. I don't know what's behind all these things nowadays, but the point is that these apps, when we participate in them, you can't win. It's like playing chess against a computer. If I said to you, hey, do you think you can beat this computer? I don't think anybody in this room would ever think in their right mind that they could win against this computer in chess. But all these apps are exactly the same way. A person thinks that they're gaining something when they join TikTok or participate in TikTok, join Instagram, participate in Instagram. But what they don't realize is that actually Instagram is watching you more than you're watching any feed. TikTok is analyzing you more than you're analyzing any feed. It's individually capturing data about each user as they sign in. YouTube is the same way. YouTube literally will figure out the dots on the map of what did you click on, how much time were you on it for, and based on that, we'll feed you the next video that exactly matches what your interests might be. Or even more specifically, exactly matches what it can keep you interested in. There's a difference, right? It's trying to trap you, it's trying to jail you. And we think that, oh, well, I'm in control. I'm just going to pick this particular video and watch this video. Or I'm going to listen to this particular podcast and watch this podcast. Or I'm going to look at this particular TikTok, I don't know what you call the things, but whatever, the post, the TikTok post, and that's just going to be, I'm in control. But we're not in control. We're literally playing chess against a computer. The moment you decide to play, you lost. It's not possible to survive. I know people think, well, I'm in control. I'll decide how much I'm going to be on the screen. I'll decide what I'm going to look at. I'll decide the cadence at which I want to participate. It does not work that way. And to prove it, you can just look at the direction in which the world is going. SubhanAllah, you look at like the birth rates of countries across the world. The birth rates have reduced in countries all across the world, all across demographic. Meaning that, you can look at an Islamic country, you can look at a Christian, area, you can look at this culture, you can look at that culture, you can look at this language, you can look at that language. It's all the same everywhere. It's all the same everywhere. And you can think, what's causing this? Is it demographics? Is it political movements? Is it religiosity? Is it this, that? In the end, one of the key factors that's contributing to this is that people are so much, you can say, trapped in this fake online world that they lose the ability to interact with others, to connect with others, and even to the extent that it affects the marriage rates, the reproductive rates, etc., across so many different societies. That's the extreme. That's one extreme example. But you can find this in all domains. Why is there all of a sudden this a marked increase in anxiety, marked increase in depression, marked increase in mental wellness, mental health? I mean, everywhere they're talking about wellness. Everyone's talking about wellness. Today I was driving on the highway and 4 billboards on wellness. 4 billboards on, why are there 4 billboards on wellness? Wellness is something that innately we're given at the time of birth by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You don't have to earn wellness. Wellness is given to us. Now people are talking about how can you be well, how can you stay well. Everyone, even in my hospital, I recently received an email saying, who would like to be the wellness coordinator for our group? And that's a good thing. I agree there should be a wellness coordinator for our group, but we should be asking a bigger question. Why are we all facing this issue where we're not able to maintain our wellness? It's not that we don't have wellness. Like I said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us wellness as part of our creation. We were inherently well. This is the way that we've been created. Why are we losing this wellness? We're losing this wellness because every single person is essentially trapped in this domain where we're these machines, and it's not the machines, it's the people behind the machines. Eventually, who knows, it might be machines, but these people who are programming these things are designing these things in such a way that we essentially become trapped. It's interesting. Go look at Facebook and Instagram and all these things. You look at their go look at their openings. The post, on their websites, they list the openings. One of the openings on occasion is psychologist. Why is Facebook hiring psychologists? Well, what does Facebook and psychology have to do with one another? Because the psychologists, these people have PhDs to understand exactly how they can trap us. They're not hiring psychologists for any other reason. I mean, and by the way, perhaps even the greatest proof of this is just look at the people who eventually recognize what they created and now have begun to speak out against these platforms that they've created. They themselves will tell you that we've created a monster. They themselves will tell you that we've created a monster. Now, look, we can't control the outside world. The outside world is going to do what it needs to do. But I think the point that we all have to recognize is that there are certain gifts that we've been given.
And we need those gifts in order to leverage the opportunity that sits before us. Look, these are the days of Hajj. And I think in the days of Hajj, the simple theme is that the greatest opportunity that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created for us is Himself. Meaning that the ultimate opportunity for every human being is to appreciate the passing nature of this life, to not pursue what is present in the world around us that apparently shines, that apparently glitters, that apparently glows, but rather to realize its reality and its place, and instead to see beyond it and appreciate that the only benefit in this life is to pursue Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, earn His pleasure, and earn His reward in the hereafter. That's the only opportunity. Everything else is passing. So that's one of the major themes of the Hajj. Because what happens in the Hajj is that you turn away from the life of this world. And when I say life of this world, I mean we turn away from the routine that we've been engaged in. And historically, now you would be taking weeks to head towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's a journey to Allah in the end, right? Nowadays, we jump on a plane and we quickly go, we come back. But in the past, you would make tremendous sacrifice to be able to go for Hajj. I mean, imagine going for Hajj in Medina at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, or even shortly thereafter. It was like a many, many hundreds of miles of journey, sometimes by foot, sometimes by camel. Can you just imagine how beaten down you would be on taking that journey to the Hajj? How many days in the dead heat in the desert? I mean, we complain about the heat of the desert when we have to move from Mina, Arafah, Muzdalifah. Can you just imagine going from Medina, we'll take this as a prototypical Hajj. You're going from Medina and you're going all the way to Mecca. Some are walking by foot, some are traveling by camel, hundreds of miles before you even get to Hajj. Not the Hajj, before you even get to Hajj. When people would go for Hajj, it would be a complete turning away from whatever the routine life was, essentially making that journey to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Hajj would be basically two types of journeys. It's a physical journey, you go from point A to point B, and that going to point A to point B resets you. Particularly, you enter a state of ihram. Now you basically give up your language, you give up your traditional or classical clothes, you give up your language in the sense that you're just reciting labbaik, Allahumma labbaik. Essentially, you've made this journey to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it completely resets a person. You come back newborn, and you think about the world differently. We're in the same boat. Obviously, we're not at Hajj, but these days are a reminder of that. But we have to be realistic with ourselves as well. We can go through Ramadan after Ramadan. We can go through Hajj after Hajj. Honestly, one salah, subhanAllah, is sufficient to be able to earn, if we're focused, earn what we're hoping for. But if we keep playing this game, or if we keep participating in this game, what we don't recognize is that the game always wins. We are the losers. It's literally, sometimes I look at the world like the whole world is playing chess against a computer. They can't win. We can't win because it's going to take your time, which is the one currency that Allah has bestowed upon all of us to convert into good. This is the one common currency that every human being has. Some of us have strength, some of us have intelligence, some of us have business acumen, we have wealth, some people are good at speaking, some people are good at other things. The common denominator that exists amongst all human beings is Allah gives you time. You take that time and you convert it into something good. It can be converted into dhikr, it can be converted into visiting the sick, it could be converted into prayer, it could be converted into going to the masjid, it could be converted into so many different opportunities that are present both in the life of this world in order to earn the hereafter. But the moment we start playing chess against this computer, it sucks our time. And all we have to do is just look at the device and see how many minutes were we on it in a week. And minutes, is an underestimation. Because it's not minutes, it's going to be days. It's going to be days. When you look at the hours in a week on a device, it's going to be days. And the proof is in the pudding, because if we interviewed anybody and said, how many hours do you think I'm on my device? They would say, I'm on 1 hour, 2 hours. What are you talking about? I don't sit on my device all day. But when the device is recording the time, it shows you the truth of where our time was spent. Now, once that time is spent in that device, it means we don't get that time back. It's now stolen from us. So, yeah, I might feel like I gained something, but I lost. It's just like playing chess against the computer. You make a couple moves, you feel like you made an advancement, but actually in the end, the computer is the winner because the computer just drew you into the next game. And you look back and you say, well, what did I gain from that post? You didn't gain anything. Literally, we didn't gain anything. I mean, rarely it might be an Islamic post where maybe you're inspired about something, but that's so tiny compared to the overall garbage that we end up consuming that it's not even worth it. Because you could gain that inspiration from simply picking up the Quran. You could gain that inspiration from coming to the masjid. There's so many other places that are clean and pure from which we can gain that inspiration. It's very, very dangerous to participate in this game. And I'm just telling you, everybody thinks they can win, but nobody ever does. It's exactly like those video games when you would play against the computer. You could think you will win. You will never win. Even if you happen to win one time, it's only because you're going to lose 20 times after that. So if we really want to take advantage of these opportunities, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provides us with so many opportunities that the problem isn't the opportunities. Ramadan to Ramadan, Dhul Hijjah to Dhul Hijjah, Jumu'ah to Jumu'ah, Salah to Salah. These are all opportunities. But we're getting sucked into something where we don't realize that we completely lose control. And it is by design. It's not accidental. It is by design, and each time there are iterations by which they only advance the game. For the purposes of what? Not even for our benefit. They're using us. They're using us for what? They're using us so that they can then propel this commercial environment in which we live, because that's how they sell products. So it's a money game in the end. It's not even for the benefit of you and I. In fact, who are we? We are just, people get so excited, this is free. Facebook is free. Instagram is free. These things are free. They're not free. They cost something. What do they cost? They cost you and I. Anytime we participate, we're actually just selling ourselves into the game. And it's cheaper for them. When I was little, what would happen is, it was, things were much slower back then. But, okay, so you have to put on a show on TV, right? So you put a show on TV, you have to spend all this money. Now the studio has to spend all this money. It has to make this show. And then they're going to find advertisers. Based on the popularity of the show, they're going to be able to sell segments of advertising. And that's how they're going to make money. And if the show is good enough to attract our attention, it attracts our attention. But they have to pay the actors, they have to pay the set, they have to pay the studio to produce a show. In social media, it's totally different. They don't have to pay anybody because you and I become the show. I post my life, you post yours, they post theirs. The whole thing becomes a show. I don't even know the proper word in English. In Urdu, it's like a tamasha. I don't know how you would translate that. The whole thing becomes like a festival. The whole thing becomes a festival. But what we don't realize, we're the actors and we're the clowns in the circus. Let me say it that way. We're the clowns. They're literally playing you against me and me against you. So they create one person likes comedy, one person likes even Islam, one person likes, this type of Christianity, one person likes that type of Christianity. They bring all the people in, they figure out what each person likes because there's these crazy algorithms which we would never be able to understand. And the whole thing becomes a jail, and we become the inhabitants of the jail. You can't win. You can't win. So look, it's one thing to be inspired by the deen and to create a paradigm in our minds for how we're going to achieve the goals that we have, and we should all make those niyas. We should all make those intentions. But we also have to recognize that there is this jail that is sucking our time. And then even one layer further, it's not only sucking our time, it's sucking our health. When it's done with you, it doesn't spit you out and leave you as who you were. Now, because I'm sitting and watching what everybody else is doing, I feel like, I'm disconnected from the world and that everybody looks happy, but why is my life not that way? Everybody seems to be enjoying every moment, but I'm not enjoying every moment. How come everybody has A, B, and C, and I don't have these things? So the whole thing eventually processes a person such that it spits the person out feeling anxious, feeling uncomfortable, losing the ability to integrate with society and to speak with one another. All the decrease in birth rate that you see that's present throughout the world, it's all of these are consequences of that. So it's not even like it takes our time. It actually took our energy, our health, our wellness, and then spits us out so that we're essentially like unable to do the things that we should have been able to do that Allah blessed us with the ability to do. Now even like the standard routine becomes toxic for us because we've just been damaged so much by, by our time on these platforms. And the worst is that you don't even feel it because it's such a slow process by which it wears you away. You don't realize how much time you spend. You don't realize how months and years pass. And then we don't realize how it erodes us at the core. You cannot win this game. It's this business of like, oh, moderate, put on these, you cannot win this game. This is playing chess against a computer. The moment you participate or we participate, this is playing chess against a computer. The only way to win is to turn it off completely, is to not participate, is to just disconnect from it. I know that you think, oh my God, well, how about this or how about that? You will figure out a way to gain the few tiny percentage, I don't even want to say percentage because that's an overestimate. The tiny, minuscule fractions of whatever benefit you think you gained because you heard some cool quote or something interesting or something neat that entertained your mind, you will get it in some other way. But all of these things, okay, here, I'll just give it, by the way, here's another way to just participate, to prove this point. From now on, go home, or set your, I know you do it on the phones, or you do it on your computer, set your YouTube to do not track me and do not sign in. From now on, you can go on YouTube, but do not sign in and do not let it track you. What will happen? It'll come up blank, and you'll be so bored because it's not telling you what to do. You won't even be able to think about what to ask it. Just try it. Because this is what these people who have created this stuff, this is one of the recommendations that they make. By the way, they put out recommendations, right, for how you can win. Again, you cannot win. I don't agree with this concept that you can win. But the point is they put out these recommendations, right? They put out these recommendations like don't log in, turn off the ability to track. I will tell you, it comes up blank. And you're like, well, what do I do now? It's not telling me what to do. I don't know what to type in. You think about 2-3 things to type in, and you can't come up with enough ideas because you're just not trained that way. So the only way, you have to see this for what it is. You have to see this for what it is. This is a game of chess against a computer. Anybody who joins never wins. Never wins. It's not possible. I have yet to meet any person who defeats these things. In fact, what I find most interesting is that people who produce this don't let their own children participate. There's a school in Silicon Valley, very, very highly ranked school, where many of these tech executives and tech people send their children, and there's no devices at the school. Ajib, you guys made the devices. Strange, you guys made the devices. You guys, create the devices. You guys run the companies that make the devices, and you don't let your children on the devices. Because they know. They know exactly what they've produced. I mean, the unfortunate reality is nobody is safe from these things. So in the end, they shoot themselves in the foot because they themselves are on it, and their children are on it, their families are on it, their whole cousins, relatives, everybody's on it. And now they're seeing the effects. And I say that like, I sometimes say this to my medical students, like, you think back, now in hindsight's 20/20, as they say. So, you think back and you say, well, what was wrong with everybody? Why was everybody smoking, in the 1900s? Why is everybody smoking? I mean, 1 billion people still smoke every day. So I'm not saying people don't smoke, but, smoking was so commonplace in the 70s, 60s, 50s, so much so that early on in the 20s and 30s, when you would go to visit a doctor, if you had to wait, they would give you a cigarette. It's crazy. Literally, in the doctor's office, they're handing you a cigarette while you're waiting for the doctor because they didn't appreciate what it was, right? Now, 100 years later, everybody says, oh my God, cigarette smoking causes A, B, C, D, E, right? This is going to be the same story. This is going to be the same story. 50 years from now, when everybody's suffering from all of these different consequences, which we honestly have barely scratched the surface of because we don't have the long trajectory of what actually happens 30, 40 years in. These things are just 10 to 15 years old and you're seeing the effects. What is going to happen to the 50-year-old when they started this at 12? You can't see it today. You're going to see it later. Then it's going to be too late. Oh, sorry. Well, what do you mean, oh, sorry? You just took my life. I don't have another one. You took my one opportunity to connect with Allah, to grow in my deen. I don't have the ability to gain that back. So we have to appreciate exactly what's happening. And we've been warned. These people who produce these things are warning us. The gains are tiny compared to the losses. And honestly, we already have what we need. Well, what do I mean by that? Meaning that we have the deen. We're not looking for anything. We're not trying to find the answer to life. We're not trying to find where did I come from? What's my purpose here? Where am I headed? How do I live my life? How should I structure my life? How can I be a better student? How can I do this better, that better? We already have the tenets of that within our deen, and we have 1,400 years of evidence to show that this is the most successful way by which a person can achieve their goals. There are no winners. There are only losers in this game. And it's at the expense of us that the game actually runs. They literally play us against one another, you know? They put the things that I don't want to hear in front of me that you say, or that I say that, you know, that you don't want to hear. They just play the people against one another. They don't even have to, like I said, they don't even have to pay the actors. They're just, we're the clowns in the circus. We're just entertaining one another, and the only person that's gaining is the companies that advertise, and this company that runs these Facebook and this and that. They make all their money off advertising, right? And what are in the end, you get nothing out of it except that you're reminded that you should buy this detergent and that dish soap. It's completely ridiculous. There's nothing to be gained from it. So in these days, it's such a strange talk to be giving in 10 days of Dhul Hijjah, but in these days, when we appreciate opportunity and maybe our minds are a little clearer than they normally would be, it's very important to recognize that not only does opportunity present itself to us, but there are certain things that steal that opportunity from us, that literally rape us of the opportunity that we have before us. And this is the big challenge of the time. The big challenge of the time isn't like I need to decrease my sleep, decrease my food, decrease my talking. Like traditionally you would hear in the halls of tasawwuf that decrease all these things and then you're going to be able to achieve your goals. No, they actually mention those things in the context of the time and place. So in the earliest books of tasawwuf, the talk is not about decrease eating, decrease sleeping. The talk is about elevating your manners. And then in the later era, you hear about decreased sleeping, decreased eating, decreased this, and you hear about the strong struggles that they would make in order to be able to retain the spirituality that they were trying to achieve, this prophetic spirituality, which was their goal. The challenge today, those things exist. I agree that those challenges are present, but the real challenge today is to avoid these thieves of our time. This thing has become a little shaitan that gets carried with us. It's literally a tool of shaitan. The amount of benefit is so minuscule compared to the harm. And we have to recognize it for what it is. And we have to ask ourselves the question, like, where is our time going? Because like I said, time is the common denominator that everybody in this room has been given. We convert time into good deeds. Good deeds is what's going to result in success in the hereafter. Any sink of time, anything that that strips us of our time without providing us with something in exchange is a loss for us. And then on top of that, even worse, is that when it does give you just a little bit of time, it's taken away your sleep, it's taken away your confidence, it's taken away your ability to socialize, it's taken away your perspective on life, it's taken away what your qibla, essentially, it's taken away the direction in which you face, it's reset everything, right? These devices, these platforms. And then when you're off it, it's like, you can't even stand straight. You're just recovering from that. And sometimes you never recover because the damage is such that now life becomes this challenge against how do I maintain my wellness? So we have been given what we need, and we make our intention based on that. And of course, in these days of Hajj, we make very, very lofty intentions. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to be able to journey to Him physically, and may He make us amongst those who are able to journey to Him spiritually. But you have to also recognize that these things that are distracting us have to be eliminated in order for us to be able to achieve our goals. Just like the nafs has to be able to curtail to achieve the goals of deen, just like shaitan has to be, we have to seek protection against shaitan because shaitan is constantly trying to cause us to fail, derail us from our goals. In the same way, we have to appreciate when there's something in the society that damages us, that the harm far outweighs the good, that when you actually take a step away and see with clarity, you recognize that it's like entering into a web, into a trap. We have to be very particular. And by the way, the purpose of this talk is not like you go home and tell your kids that they shouldn't be on the devices and we're on the device. I'm not giving you this talk to tell anybody except ourselves. One of the very, very sort of bad habits that we tend to pick up is that when we hear a talk like this, then we look for everybody who's doing this. Now you look at the next guy on the phone and say, oh, this guy's playing chess against a computer. He lost. That's not the benefit of any Islamic talk. The benefit of any Islamic talk is not to then look at others and see what they're doing, or to go and blame your children and tell them you said this and then get all upset. No, the benefit of any Islamic talk is that talk is like a mirror. It's a reflection for us to look at ourselves and ask questions. And I would never give this talk at a Jummah or publicly. I'm giving you this talk because you made the extra effort to come into the masjid on these special days. This is a very, very, it's a very specific type of talk that it's not a general talk. It's for us to ask the question. And I'm the first one to recognize this. I'm also getting sucked into this world. I can see it in my own life. It's for us to ask the question. What am I gaining? Am I actually able to win? Who am I playing against? What is it taking from me? What's the cost of participating? Right? And I think that if we were to honestly hold ourselves to account, we would see that the benefits are tiny, if any, honestly. And the harms are, it's like a tsunami. You can't win. The cost is so high. So, yeah, if we were confused, we didn't have a paradigm by which to live our lives, we were seeking direction, I'm trying to figure out where I came from, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going, I'm trying to figure out how to structure my life in this world. But subhanAllah, the deen answers all of that. That's the beauty of the deen. Its paradigm is just so straight, so clear. I know where I came from, I know where I'm headed, I have a simple structure by which I can build my life, and the sunnah provides me with the principles, the deen provides me with the prayers, etc. I can reset myself. So we should we don't need to seek those answers. We have, our goals are very, very clear. Khair, anyway, the point is that be wary of playing chess against a computer. You won't win. There's nobody who wins. I mean, to give one example of some chess master in the 1980s who defeated an IBM computer is just a joke. Nobody wins these games. And anytime you participate, it will take from you. It will take you, not from you. It will take you. There's a big difference. It's not going to take a little piece of you or a little bit of you. It's going to take you as a whole. And will drag you in. And will spit you back out. But will spit you back out in a much, much worse state. And then you're left to pick up the pieces. And we're all in that situation. You can see it. You can see it everywhere around you. You can honestly just look in the mirror and you can feel it. And it's not even like I have to go on some long, lengthy explanation. We can all feel it, honestly. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect us from the difficulties of our time. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to appreciate all the wonderful opportunities that He blesses us with. And may He protect us against those things that would derail us from taking advantage of all those opportunities that are placed before us. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. A few days ago, not even a few days ago, honestly, a few weeks ago, I was sitting with one of my classmates from undergrad, and he was sharing one of the activities that he participated in undergrad, and he started describing it to me, and I was just listening in total awe. Essentially, he was telling me about his time that he spent on the crew team when he was at university. I think maybe crew is the correct term. It may not be the correct term. Anyway, they're rowing on the lake, essentially. I think that's the crew team. And he said that they would wake up really early in the morning, and I don't remember how many people would be on
the boat, but there would be X number of people on the boat. Let's say it's 5, 7 people on this boat. And essentially the way this works is that you're on this very thin kind of long boat, and you want to be able to attain as much speed as possible. And of course, everybody is rowing together. And he said that they would do this, I don't know how many times a week, but they would consistently do this in the spring and in the fall. And this was practice for a competition, but it was, and more importantly, it was like an exercise. That would wake up in the morning and they would do this, and it would be part of their routine. And he said that they were doing this for a couple of years, and something in about the 3rd year, something happened where, because they had been doing this together for so long, they came in total sync with one another. What does that mean? It means that every person on the boat is rowing at the exact same frequency, so that all of them were in complete sync. And he said that what happened at that point was that it felt like the boat literally lifted out of water. And as they were rowing, they didn't feel like they were on the water. They felt like they were flying across the water. And he said that he remembers, first of all, that it took them 2 years to get to this point, because they were literally rowing with each other for 2 years until they finally, everything clicked. And he said that he remembers till this day that when everything was clicking, the boat would be as if it lifted out of water and as if they were just floating in air. And honestly, what was even surprising is that how many years has it been? I don't know. This was probably 1990, early 1990s. Okay. He's still describing this to me. Like, this came out of the blue. I didn't ask any. I mean, we're like so many years ago. He's describing it, and the way he's describing it to me, I can envision exactly what he's saying. And it's not only the case in rowing, but I'm just giving you an example that there comes a point when you do something, when all the pieces fit together, and all of a sudden you just begin to go into this special flow state. Now, sometimes people get it when they study. Some people study, and all of a sudden things click, and they're just like, everything all of a sudden comes together. Some people get it when they run, if they're professionally running, or if they're, let's say competitively running. Some people get it when they sail. The sail has to hit the wind at a certain angle, and if you get the sail against the wind and everything lines up, then the boat literally gets picked up a little bit off the water, and it just very effortlessly glides across the ocean, or in this case, the lake, if you're on Lake Michigan. So in everything, there's this, when the pieces come together, it elevates and just begins to move in a very unique way. Now, I'm not here to tell you a story about sailing or rowing, obviously, but subhanAllah, I was thinking when he was talking that the same thing happens in submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There comes a time when people put together all the pieces such that the person gets lifted out of the state in which they are into a totally different state of the remembrance of Allah. It's another zone. Now, in the parlance of the science of spirituality, sometimes they call this fana. Fana means like everything disappears and you're just absolutely focused on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's doable. I mean, come on, if somebody can do it in rowing, right? And somebody can do it in sailing, and somebody can do it in running, or somebody can do it in tennis, or somebody can do it in studying, then how is it not possible that how could it not be achieved in the worship of Allah as well? In fact, more specifically, I'm just so that I'm not making stuff up here, just more specifically, what came to my mind is this particular hadith, which is in the book of Imam Bukhari. And again, because I didn't have time to prepare, I literally just got home right now. But I'm just going to paraphrase this, all right? So you'll just get the gist of it. Essentially, the Prophet ﷺ explains, and it's actually Hadith Qudsi, that a servant, there's nothing better by which a servant approaches Allah than what has been mandated upon them. There is nothing better, roughly, there's no better way by which a servant can approach Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala other than what is mandated on them. And then, as they begin to, once they achieve this state,
And as they begin to perform the nawafil, the supererogatory, the extra deeds, they eventually come to a point where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves them. Where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves them. Right? What is this saying? All the pieces finally come into sync. The person's performing what's mandatory upon them, and then as they perform what's mandatory upon them, they grow, and they develop in the nawafil, in the supererogatory, until eventually the servant comes to a point where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves them. But then subhanAllah, the hadith goes further. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves them, then He becomes the ears by which the servant hears, the eyes by which they see, the hand by which they move, the feet by which they move, etc. Until they get to a point such that when they ask for something, Allah bestows it upon them. And if they ask for refuge for something, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protects them from it. So essentially in this hadith, and again I'm paraphrasing, so if I'm missing something here, apologies, but you get the gist. It's that, look, eventually you start off in the deen, and you start off in the deen performing these fara'id. And these are the things, what are the fara'id? The fara'id are the things that are mandatory upon us. And of course, the converse to that would be to avoid the haram. So you start out in this deen performing the fara'id. You do your 5 prayers, you fast the month of Ramadan, you pay that 2.5% of zakah, you make the mandatory hajj. Okay, these are the things that are mandated upon us. And then you avoid those things that are converse to that, which would be the haram. That just is sort of like joining the club. That just gets your foot in the door. It's enough to earn Jannah, assuming that you avoid the major sins and you perform the basics. But there is another state. There is another flow state. There is another level to this deen. And that is that then the servant says, okay, now how am I going to bring myself in sync with my Lord? How am I going to synchronize this deen in my life? So they begin to seek out the supererogatory acts. What are the supererogatory acts? The next layer would be the sunan. Those things that the Prophet ﷺ consistently did, which then become a model for us to try to embed in our lives consistently. And then from the sunan, you go to the nawafil or the supererogatory. So the person is then bringing all these pieces into sync. Now when they bring all these pieces into sync, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves them. Then they become the beloved of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when they become the beloved of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then, like we just described, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala becomes the eyes by which they see, the ears by which they hear, the hand by which they move, etc., the foot by which they move, etc. So this is a very, very different state than the person who's just kind of like casually doing the mandates of the deen. Now, again, mind you, the mandates of the deen, as we know from the deen, are sufficient to be able to earn the rewards of the deen. But it doesn't mean that you've reached the peak. The peak demands that we seek out every single opportunity, and not that we seek out every single opportunity, but all these pieces of the deen come into sync in our lives. And when they come into sync in our lives, there's a whole nother stage. Just like that boat lifts out of water and begins to almost float, and the person's saying 30 years ago that happened and I remember it today. I remember that experience today. It was amazing. The whole boat lifted out of water and I felt like I was gliding on air. So this is the same in the deen. When a person begins to bring in the fara'id and then eventually brings in the sunan and then eventually brings in the nawafil and of course avoids the haram, avoids the makruh, all of these things, what they do is they come into the heart. And they elevate the heart until the person becomes the beloved of Allah. And when they become the beloved of Allah, they see in a different way. They hear in a different way. They move in a different way. Their body functions in a different way. Now, of course, they're human. That's not the point. But the point is, it's another zone. Just like that boat remains a boat, even though it's just a tad uplifted out of water. It's literally not, if you looked at it from a distance, it's not floating in air. But it just uplifts in such a way and it moves so effortlessly. It's gliding. Everything's in sync. You can feel it. It's almost like, honestly, when he was describing it, in the back of my mind was listening. I care less about rowing a boat, to be honest with you. To me, it seems like work. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, subhanAllah, he's describing fana without saying the word fana. Like he's basically saying I was fana for rowing. I was fana on rowing. I completely effaced myself and just disappeared in my boat. Essentially, that's what's happening, right? All these guys are sitting on this boat. They're moving in total sync, right? All the pieces have come together, and they just disappear in that. So much so that the whole world disappears, and they're just feeling like this boat is flying. So, subhanAllah, this is the type of state that's also possible in the deen. Now, by the way, it exists in a lot of things. People who are NBA stars will tell you, I just disappear in the season. People who get into their workouts tell you, everything disappears. I'm just in my workout. People who study and love to study, they'll say, when I sit down with a book, I'm just gliding in the words and everything just disappears. This is a type of, a type of entrance into another zone and a complete, almost effacement of everything else around you. This obviously exists in the deen as well. And this is the state that our pious predecessors would seek to achieve. They would seek to achieve it. But I think it's important for us to recognize, how is it achieved? How is it achieved? First of all, we should recognize that this state exists, okay? Which this hadith, in a way, is describing another state of existing in the world, right? Hearing from in a different perspective, seeing in a different perspective, moving in a different perspective. So this state exists. But the hadith is not only telling you that this state exists, it tells you how to get there. So what has to happen? Just like you have to look, if you want to be a good student, you have to synchronize a lot of things. You have to synchronize your sleep. You have to delete the world. You can't be distracted. You have to be in the right atmosphere. You have to have good teachers. You have to have good students around you. Everything has to fit together. When those pieces fit together, you're just floating across the book as you're reading it. So here, in the same way in the deen, we have to recognize that, yes, the fara'id are the fara'id. We uphold them. They're the mandates. They're what define us as a Muslim, etc. We maintain them. We seek them. But we have to recognize that that's just the first level. The level beyond that is to seek the sunnah in everything that we do. And honestly, the level beyond that is to seek the supererogatory in everything that we do. Why? Because it's only through this ladder that we become, as the hadith is describing, as we become those whom Allah loves. And when we become, if we can become those, and by the way, anyone can achieve this, becomes those who Allah love, then we see the world differently, we hear the world differently, we experience the world completely differently, because it's a whole nother world. It's a whole nother zone. It's a different almost dimension, although of course we're in reality. I'm not saying you exit reality, but I'm just saying it's a just different dimension. Just like this person who's describing rowing, it's another world for them. It's a different dimension. And honestly, you just need to taste it once. And if you taste it once, you never forget. I mean, like I said, the person's tasted this a handful of times as they were doing this across, let's say, a few months in a year, right? Weeks, honestly, weeks, because it's winter. Half the time you can't do anything in Chicago, right? So in this short period of time, they're experiencing something so unique that they carry this memory with them all the way until today, right? And they can vividly describe it, and they can describe it in such a way that it transmits to a whole group of other people. SubhanAllah, can you just imagine if that's just, a pastime? What does it mean when reality's entered in that way? This is what all of us should be seeking. We should not just live to maintain the fara'id of this deen. It's acceptable to do that. I'm not saying that. I'm not denigrating anybody who does that. That's not the point. The point is that we should, if we're serious about achieving one of the very, very unique states in this world, then know that to become the beloved of Allah requires that a person bind themselves to the fara'id, but then carry the mantle of the sunnah, and then seek out every supererogatory opportunity. And it's in this state that they eventually reach this point where they become the beloved of Allah. And when they become the beloved of Allah, existence just is in a different plane. Of course, it's real, they're human, they engage with people. In fact, honestly, this state it's achievable, and it's the ultimate sign of this state is that the person is just actually living a normal life, because that's how the Sahaba were. The Sahaba were in this state, correct? I mean, they essentially were so beloved to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they were so in love with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that they saw the world in a very different way. And yet they participated in the world just like you and I. If you were to look at them, you would see them as relatively normal, but they were functioning in a completely different way. That's the ultimate expression of this state. So I'm not saying you have to go isolate yourself in some sort of room and you'll achieve this state. I'm saying it's part of the just living everyday life, but it only arises in this way. So as a reminder to myself and a reminder to all of you, we have something that we're striving for. And it's not just the entry into the deen. It's to enter the deen completely. Kaffa, like absolutely submit. Submit to this deen completely. What does it mean? It means we surrender everything about ourselves to it. What does that mean? It means that we take on the fara'id, and then we take on the sunan, and then we take on the nawafil, the supererogatory deeds, and we bring all of these in such that all the pieces fit exactly where they're supposed to be. And it's when all this comes into sync that existence is just on a whole nother plane. SubhanAllah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to maintain the fara'id. May He make us amongst those who are able to embed the sunan. May He make us amongst those who are able to pursue the supererogatory and the nawafil. And may He make us amongst those who become the beloved of Allah. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. Amma ba'd. فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. SubhanAllah, it so happens that the Prophet ﷺ, he passed away on a Monday. And when he passed away, the question obviously arose as to where his burial would occur. The burial eventually happened on a Tuesday, which was the next day. And there was discussion amongst the people as to whether that burial should occur, for example, at the place of prayer was one possibility that had been raised amongst the people. The Prophet ﷺ had consistently led the prayer at a certain location, and so the discussion was perhaps he should be buried there. Another option that arose was to potentially bury the Prophet ﷺ in the graveyard of Medina. And this discussion was occurring between the people until Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, he mentioned that the Prophet ﷺ said that there was no prophet in the past that had expired except that they were buried at the place where they expired. So based on this, the Prophet ﷺ was buried in the house of Aisha, which was where he passed. SubhanAllah, 2 years and a couple months later, Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, who was the Khalifa at the time, he passed away. When he passed away, he was then buried, as we're all aware, next to the Prophet ﷺ. And then when Umar radiallahu anh passed away, a very interesting scenario occurred, and we're just going to touch on that briefly just to learn some lessons from that. What happened on that occasion was that, as you're aware, he was stabbed while he was praying, while he was leading the prayer actually. It was a Fajr prayer, he was leading the prayer and he was stabbed. And when it became clear that he was unlikely to survive from his wound, he called his son, Abdullah, radiallahu anh, and he said to him, go to Aisha radiallahu anha and tell her that Umar radiallahu anh is seeking permission to be buried next to his two companions. Who were the two companions? The Prophet ﷺ and Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, as we
kind of mentioned at the very beginning here. Now, he said something at this time which is really worth reflecting on. He specifically told his son that when you go, don't say that the Amir al-Mu'mineen is making this request. Because that becomes a governance issue, right? The Amir is asking, so the Amir's command has to be fulfilled. Rather, he specifically requested that say Umar radiallahu anh. Umar radiallahu anh is asking, use my name, don't use my title. So Abdullah radiallahu anh, he goes and he then approaches the house of Aisha radiallahu anha, and he asks and presents this request. When he presents this request, Aisha radiallahu anha, she says something really, really interesting. She says, I had wanted that spot for me, but I'm going to prefer him over me. Now, what does she mean? I had wanted that spot for me. Well, think about it for a second. The Prophet ﷺ is buried in the house of Aisha radiallahu anha. Abu Bakr radiallahu anh is buried in the house of Aisha radiallahu anha. So that's her father, correct? So her husband and her father. So she envisioned in her mind that when it comes time for me to be buried, I'm going to be buried with my husband and my father. So she's envisioning, she's literally in her mind picturing that this is going to be my abode. It's my house. My husband and father are buried here, so I too will eventually be buried here. And she says this, right, in a very succinct way. She said, I had preferred that for me, but in this instance, I'm going to prefer him over me. SubhanAllah, Abdullah ibn Umar radiallahu anh, he goes back, radiallahu anhuma, goes back, and he presents this to his father, the circumstance. He shares the circumstance. Good news, glad tidings, she's accepted your request. So what does he say? He says, when I pass away, go and ask again. Right? Because there's a potential that there's like, at this point I'm alive, she could just be giving me this, good news to keep up my hopes, whatever. There could be a lot of reasons why. But just when I pass away, go back and ask again. And if she permits, then bury me there. SubhanAllah, this little interaction, it's so simple in a way, but it's also so profound in another way. It's simple because the request is relatively straightforward. I mean, it's a great request. It's a grand request. It's a very understandable request. But what really is the gem in this, we gain a lot of understanding of our history. We gain a lot of understanding of when we go to Medina, for example, that we see that the Prophet ﷺ, Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, Hazrat Umar radiallahu anh are all there. We give our salams. This is a part and parcel with the training of Hajj. Hajj is, we're in Hajj season technically, but we're entering into the days of Hajj eventually. And it's something that we can all reflect on, right? When we make the journey to these places, we should be thinking about the fact that these places are predicated upon something special, right? And what's special is this interaction that's occurring. You can see the barakah even in the interaction that's occurring, which is carrying itself for centuries to come. Now, subhanAllah, here we can just learn a few important lessons. And perhaps the most important is to just highlight the status of the companions vis-a-vis their appreciation of every opportunity as a means to gain the pleasure of Allah. Literally. Because, if you think about it, if it's you and I, and we had any kind of opportunity, we're not even talking about burial, we're just talking about the opportunity to, let's say, go to that area, right? We would all prefer to do that. We would all wish that we could do that. We would all wish that we could simply just visit. But how many times would we have the sense to think that, let's say there was another opportunity there was an opportunity for someone else to visit in our place,
And we would then invert that and say, and think with this sort of thinking in mind, that I wish I could go. I would die to go. I would do anything to go. I've been dreaming to go. But there's actually a greater opportunity here, and that is for me to recognize that if I make it easy for someone else to go, even if it means that I wouldn't be able to go, I will be pleasing Allah and I'll get double the reward. One, for my own intention, and two, for facilitating somebody else to be able to achieve that goal. In essence, when this request comes to Hazrat the mother of the believers, Aisha radiallahu anha, essentially she's now challenged, right? One is the question at the face of it. The question at the face of it is, can this person be buried here? And she's thinking in the back of her mind, actually stating it with her tongue, I had preferred this for me, but now I'll give it to somebody else. But there's something beyond that. There's a depth there. What's the depth? The depth is that she's appreciating that, yes, I could easily claim this for myself. And I would have all the right in the world to claim this for myself. In fact, if you look at this on paper, I'm the one that deserves to be here, right? But this is actually there's a bigger opportunity. What's the bigger opportunity? Sure, I could gain some benefit by being buried here, but the bigger opportunity is to recognize that I could give it to somebody else who's deserving, clearly deserving. It makes sense. So I am going to put myself second and put someone else first, because in the process, I'm actually recognizing that what matters is the pleasure of Allah and not my preference or somebody else's preference. She's seeing the true circumstance, which is what? Which is that every circumstance in life, every opportunity in life, it's actually not the opportunity that matters, it's the pleasure of Allah that matters. So on a piece of paper, it seems like to have this burial spot for me would be this great grand thing, and I would be receiving all these rewards, but she actually took her personal preference and put that aside, recognizing that the greater opportunity lied in allowing someone else to be buried there because, of course, they were deserving. SubhanAllah, that's the attitude of the believers. The truest of believers will often give preference even in something that is so lofty. They will still be thinking about where does the greater opportunity lie. They see beyond the interaction that's occurring in front of them, and they appreciate that Allah is watching. And you see this even in the behavior of Hazrat Umar radiallahu anh. Because then what does he say? He doesn't say, okay, give it to me. I got it. It's great. Where's the contract? Let's sign the paper, right? You know what I get? There's no contract at that time. But it would be easy for him to say, done deal, all of you are my witnesses. He came, he brought the news, everybody's going to know, I'm going to be buried here. He could have said that, but he didn't, because he appreciated the greater reality of the scene. The scenario has another layer to it, another layer of depth, which he's able to appreciate that you and I wouldn't be able to see perhaps. And what is that? That there's not going to be any barakah in that decision unless it's truly coming from her heart, not because she feels compelled. Not because she feels compelled, but it's truly coming from her heart. So how can I ascertain that she's not being compelled in this difficult situation in which I've been stabbed and people are, she's potentially feeling bad for me. She recognizes the circumstance that the ummah's in this dire situation. But so what does he want to do? He wants to ascertain what? That it's truly coming from her heart, that there's no pressure. No pressure, that she's giving this 100% from herself. So what does he say? He says, good. That's a confirmation, but let's confirm the confirmation. Who does that in life? You get something in your favor, you grab it and run. Who really wants to confirm the confirmation? But this is the character of the companions. The companions, they had a view of the world that we can't fathom. We see interactions between us and other people as interactions between us and other people, and we're judging those things based on our narrow-sightedness of what's immediately in front of us. They didn't see the world that way. They saw the reality, which is that every interaction is being overseen by the one who facilitated that interaction. And who is the one that facilitated that interaction? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is what it means to behave as if Allah is watching us. Or to behave as if we can see Allah, but to know that He is watching us. That's the definition of excellence. And subhanAllah, they left this path for us, which highlights just how truly excellent they were and what truly excellence is. SubhanAllah, this is not just one example. There's many, many examples. On another occasion, which occurred historically several years before, there was a companion, and all of you know are aware of this story, but just in the context of this conversation, there was a companion who had a guest visit. And when this guest came to visit, they had so little food in the house that the only food available was the food that they had put aside for the children of the home. Can you imagine? There's enough food in the house, not for them, not for the adults, for the children, that they had put aside for the children. Now what happens? A guest comes to visit. When the guest comes to visit, now they recognize that we're in a little bind here. There's no food for the guest and for the children. So we've got to make a decision. So the conversation ensues and they make a decision. What's the decision? Let's put the children to sleep. Let's put the children to sleep. We'll invite the guest. We'll turn out the lights so that the guest won't know that we're not eating, or he's not eating in this instance. This companion is not eating. And the guest will be able to comfortably have their meal. SubhanAllah. And this is one of the circumstances that's been related to this phrase in the Quran, and they prefer themselves, they prefer others over themselves. وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِمْ خَصَاصَةٌ. And they prefer others even though they have a need. This is one of the signs of the people who are successful. They prefer others even though they have a need. SubhanAllah, again, what is it on paper? Let's look at this. Let's go back and analyze this circumstance on paper. On paper, you're seeing that you have all the reason in the world to turn the guest away. You know, I'm really sorry, but the children haven't eaten. In fact, the guest himself would say, feed the children. But they saw a greater opportunity. But look, these children will go to sleep. They're going to fall asleep anyway. They might be just a tad hungry. Obviously, they're not starving. They're just a tad hungry. They'll go to sleep. They'll wake up the next day. They'll be able to eat something. What we have available now is what we have available now. There's an opportunity. There'll be blessing. The whole family will gain. Why? Because instead of eating this meal, which will just pass, instead the whole family can gain something more by attracting the mercy of Allah, by taking advantage of this circumstance. Meaning what? Meaning they saw the greater opportunity. They didn't see the food in front of them as an opportunity to eat. They saw the food in front of them as an opportunity to earn Allah's pleasure. And when the circumstance arose, they took it. Again, what's the central theme here? The central theme is they're seeing reality for what it is, not what's apparent before them. Look, these are all pious people who could make decisions that are totally in line with piety. I don't think anybody in this room could criticize somebody who would have fed their children that night. I don't think anybody in this room could have criticized Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anha if she would have taken that spot for herself. But they saw the world differently. They were seeing things the way we don't even see them. They saw every circumstance as an opportunity. They have some wealth. They see it as an opportunity not to fulfill their own needs, but rather to be able to earn Allah's pleasure. Look, we're not talking about desires. We're talking about needs, right? The Quran is saying that they give preference to others over themselves, even though they have a need. This was a need, not a desire. We challenge ourselves. Do we challenge ourselves at the level of our needs? Or do we challenge ourselves at the level of our desires? We're stuck battling our desires. We're saying, I wish I would go and buy this nice car for myself, but instead I'm going to donate a little bit to the masjid. And that's a desire, that's not a need. We could easily downgrade the car, it would fulfill all of our needs. But subhanAllah, they're battling at the level of what they need because they see it as an opportunity. This is the sign of the people who appreciate that every interaction is overseen by the one who facilitates that interaction. Yani Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every circumstance that we have before ourselves has to be appreciated for that reality. Which means what? Which means that we can't just be blinded by the circumstance itself. Instead, we have to see the bigger picture. What's the bigger picture? The bigger picture is what's the most pleasing to Allah. Why? Because when I do what's most pleasing to Allah, I not only gain the benefit of that circumstance, but I gain the perpetual pleasure of Allah, which lasts me throughout this life and provides me with a permanent reward in the hereafter. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses us with some wealth, that wealth is an opportunity. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses us with time, that time is an opportunity. When Allah blesses us with health, that health is an opportunity. We have to see it for what it is and leverage every single circumstance to prove to ourselves that we appreciate La ilaha illallah. And it doesn't mean it's going to happen all the time. It's not like these challenges are going to come up every day. But what happens is, we make a claim, right? We say that I truly believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator of the universe, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put me here as a test, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will judge me on the day of judgment, that there's a Jannah, that there's a Jahannam, etc., that all wealth comes from Allah, all health comes from Allah, all good comes from Allah, all opportunity comes from Allah. We make these claims constantly. But what is life? Life is just a test of those claims. That's all life is. You make a claim, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then essentially what is life? Life is a test of that claim. Life is a test of that claim. Now, the easy way to earn reward, you make big intentions. So we make very, very big intentions. But what happens on occasion is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually facilitates that intention. And that becomes a test of that intention. We make lots of claims. We say, if this, I would do that. How many people, I hear this all the time. Oh, please, please, please make dua for me. If I pass this exam, I'll donate the rest of my wealth. I'll spend my whole life in the service of Allah. We see this all the time. We come across these difficulties in life and we make these claims. And then what happens? SubhanAllah, we pass the test. And not only do we pass the test, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showers us with blessings. But when we're showered with blessings, we get deceived into thinking that those blessings are a reward. The blessings are never a reward in this life. No, this life is passing. How could this be a reward? If this was a reward, it wouldn't be worth it. It's just passing. It's not a reward. It's a test. It's a test to now say, okay, you made a statement. You said you believe in Allah. Here's a little bit of wealth. How do you handle it? You say you believe in Allah. Here's a little bit of trial. How much patience do you exhibit? You claim that you believe in Allah. Here's a little bit of health. How do you manage it? Here's a little bit of youth. How do you spend it? These are the challenges that we face. Life is just a big game board. It's just testing this one singular claim. SubhanAllah, you can see, if you want the example of those who passed this test with flying colors, who truly understood this life for what it was, who truly recognized that what matters in any interaction is not the interaction itself, but rather the pleasure of the one who facilitates the interaction, those are the companions. Those are the companions. And you could do a year-long seminar on this topic, and you would not be exhausted. Over and over and over again, we are constantly reminded of the reality of the companions' understanding of the true nature of every opportunity. They didn't see an opportunity, even if it was a religious opportunity in which they technically could advance. They didn't see it only as that opportunity. They tried to see, is there another layer of depth that I could unlock in order to double my reward or triple my reward or multiply my reward? So subhanAllah, these are the days when people are talking about Hajj, preparing for Hajj, thinking about Hajj. All of us have this dream of going there. But I would just say that remember that it's underpinned by something. It's no coincidence that everyone clamors to go to Medina to give their salam, not only to the Prophet ﷺ, but to Hazrat Umar radiallahu anh, Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu anh. It's no coincidence that it's just inherent in the hearts of the Muslims. They yearn for this. But why? Where did that come from? Medina was not Medina prior to the coming of the Prophet ﷺ. It was not one of the haramain. It was established by the Prophet ﷺ as one of the harams. But how did it get established? It got established because of the sacrifice of the companions, because they appreciated that every interaction was in essence an opportunity to be able to gain Allah's pleasure. And they did so with such flying colors that 1,450 years later, we're all just clamoring to be able to go to visit these types of places. And subhanAllah, if you get the opportunity to go, I think it's important to contextualize when you're standing there, right? Just contextualize this single moment where this is, because when you stand there, I know we don't necessarily think like this, but this is the house of Aisha radiallahu anha. Where we're standing, when you're standing and greeting the Prophet ﷺ and you're greeting Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu and Umar radiallahu anhu, it's worth pausing for a second and just taking a breath and say, this is the house of Aisha radiallahu anha. When she was challenged to overturn her desire for such a lofty religious goal, right? To be buried with her husband sallallahu alaihi wasallam and her father radiallahu anh, she recognized the opportunity. And she preferred others over herself. Rightfully so, obviously deservedly so. But the point is she still was able to see this opportunity. In fact, I would argue she lived up to her title. What do you mean lived up to her title? She's the mother of the believers, correct? Radiallahu anha. She truly lived up to her title at that moment because she preferred her spiritual son over herself, which any mother would do. Correct? She's a living example of the title that she was given, just as all of the companions are. Literally, all of the companions are. So when we think about this, it's one thing to go there and to give the salam, which alhamdulillah we do and we should do, and to express our gratitude and to the companions for everything they did. But it's another thing to appreciate what is the foundation upon which this whole thing is built. What is the foundation upon which this entire edifice is built? It's built upon the shoulders of these companions, radiallahu anhum, who sought Allah's pleasure, who saw the world solely as the mechanism to achieve Allah's pleasure, so much so that it would disturb them if they couldn't give their lives for the sake of Allah, because they felt like dying on the bed would have been worthless compared to the opportunity of giving their life back to Allah. This was their understanding. If there's anything they've been given, they wished they could have sacrificed it to earn the pleasure of Allah. They saw things for what they were. They saw things through the lens of reality. And we too, we're going to gain lessons from these types of, these days, and we're going to gain lessons from, particularly if you happen to be going for the Hajj this year, or any year for that matter, or honestly, if you're even going for Umrah, right? It's important to contextualize things. We don't just show up there and think about, hey, how can I benefit? What do I have to do? Let me push myself as close. Literally, we're in line. We're trying to push ourselves as close as we can to the front. We're pushing people out of the way, thinking I got to give my best spot and I got to get the best circumstance where I can give my salam. We have to contextualize the bigger picture. Sure, it's an opportunity. The deen assigns us an opportunity. It gives us a certain adab and a certain guidelines by which we can maximize that opportunity. Of course we should do so. But there should be an understanding in the mind that contextualizes the circumstance. And what's the context of the circumstance? The context of the circumstance is that this was all built upon sacrifice. That this was all built upon preferring others over themselves. In fact, you know that all of Medina was established that way. Medina Munawwara, the whole place was established that way because when the companions came from Mecca, they themselves needed to be supported, and they were supported in such a way that this brotherhood was created one by one, each was paired with another, so that one person from Mecca was paired with one of their brothers in Medina, and they lived like brothers, and in fact, they treated each other better than they did family. They gave preference to those people who they were hosting as guests over even their own family in some circumstances. That was the beginnings. That was the beginnings. And it's not the end. It's not like it happened and then there's some revolt and people said, why did you do this and this and that? No, that was the beginning. And the sacrifices just continued until now you have Medina the way it is today, and we continue to benefit from those sacrifices. When we go, or we have the opportunity to go, or when we're standing there, we should appreciate that. And we should reflexively internalize that and recognize that where does this barakah lie? This barakah lies in preferring others over ourselves. And honestly, in any interaction, we should always ask the question, is there a chance here for me to give preference to my brother or sister over myself? You know, we live in a very competitive world where everybody's always clamoring to get what, they think is theirs. And everybody's fighting and arguing and, trying to knock the other person down to grab as much as they can. Who's out there like giving preference to others? When the deen is clearly showing us that a sign of success is that people prefer others over themselves. And I'm not saying that this means that you should just toss out everything to the world. Obviously, there's a wisdom here. Everything has a time and a place, and everything has a circumstance that needs to be, or context that needs to be considered. But still, there should be certain times in our lives where we pause for a second, take a deep breath and say, you know what? I really want this. But if I were to give preference to this person, it would actually be better for me. Better for me in the context of my deen, better for me in the context of the pleasure of Allah. And those occasions do arise. And anyway, we're not going to belabor this. The point is, these occasions arise. We should seek them. We should seek them, appreciate them, leverage them. We always want what's good, not only for our brothers and sisters, honestly, for all of humanity. All of humanity. This is the sign of particularly the Prophet ﷺ and all the prophets that came before, such a love for humanity that they sacrificed themselves in the face of their desire for goodness for everyone around them. And that's often lacking, unfortunately. Honestly, people come and convert, just as an example. There'll be a conversion in the masjid. And sometimes I just ask myself, not critiquing anyone, I'm asking myself, am I happy because they joined something I'm doing? Or am I really happy because this is what's best for them? There's a difference, right? One thing is, okay, now I feel validated because I'm like a minority and I'm struggling with my own deen, and so I can say takbir, and this person just came into Islam. And so I feel validated, so I feel good, I feel happy. Okay, there's one layer there, and no problem with feeling happy and celebrating, alhamdulillah. But there is another layer. Am I really so happy that that's what's the best for this person, and I am so happy that this person has come into the fold of Islam? And what's the ultimate sign? The ultimate sign is not how I celebrate that day. The ultimate sign is how I behave a week later. Do I even know who that person was? Do I remember their name? Have I called in? Have I checked on them? Have I asked them if they need anything? Was I ever concerned that I didn't see them again? If it's for me, then I got what I needed, which is, alhamdulillah, takbir, mashallah, I feel good, and the person left. If it's for them, then I want to follow up and ask, how are you doing? Is there any way I can help? What's your name? Etc. And that's, perhaps I can ask myself that question. We can all ask ourselves this question. What was I really celebrating? So again, the point here is that we see the world at its ultimate reality. Which means what? Which means that we recognize that every interaction is granted by Allah, and it's an opportunity for us to earn the pleasure of Allah. But we're able to see beyond that interaction and to ask, is there a greater opportunity that's sitting before me? Sure, maybe I have a right to tell this person what they did wrong, but maybe there's a better opportunity for me to bite my tongue and stay silent. Sure, I could put this person in their place because they crossed the line that they shouldn't have crossed, but maybe there's a better opportunity for me to pause and forgive and say, maybe if I forgive them today, Allah will forgive me tomorrow. Sure, I can ask this person. They told me they'll pay me back in a week, and they didn't pay me back in a week because they're in difficulty. And so, sure, I can go and I can shake them up and say, "Hey, where's my check?" Right? But maybe there's a better opportunity to just recognize that this person's in difficulty. Maybe if I let this debt go today, Allah will let my debt go tomorrow. Again, there's just it's another layer of reality. It's seeing beyond what's immediately in front of me, even though I may have a right or a need, and instead appreciating that there's a greater opportunity which is being provided by Allah. SubhanAllah, we are so blessed. We are so blessed that we have these types of examples before us. And I would say that as you're reflecting on Hajj, which all of us should do because the days of Hajj are coming, and even if we're not necessarily going for Hajj, we should still be reflecting on the great opportunities and blessings of Hajj. I would say that in these days, one really important lesson to take home is that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, and those giants became who they were and earned the status that they, or achieved, I should say, the status that they achieved because of the sacrifices that they made, because they were able to see reality for what it really is. And that's an important lesson to be gained. Very important lesson to be gained, because if any of us truly want to achieve what the effects of Hajj should create, then it means that we have to come home, or if not going, just take a lesson that it's only through sacrifice that you can achieve the final goal. The purpose of Hajj, sure, in and of itself, it's a fulfilling of a mandate. But the greater sign of the acceptance of that Hajj is that it effectuates a change in us such that we become amongst those who sacrifice just like the people before us sacrificed to establish that Hajj. And this sacrifice has been going on not for centuries, but for millennia. For millennia. You can read the whole history of the entire area, and you'll see exactly what type of sacrifices led to the benefits that we continue to, the gains and benefits that we continue to reap today. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala awaken us to the reality of our deen and the sacrifices of those that came before us. May He allow us to be able to see each opportunity for what it truly is, and may He make us amongst those who are able to seek His pleasure in every circumstance of our lives. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. One of the interesting things that certain kindergarten and nursery schools do is that when you enroll a child and take them for the first day, they insist that the parent drop the child off but not be present as the child is transitioning into their new environment and new role as let's say as a kindergartner. Actually, they do this at the very top schools. Maybe sometimes they're lax at the public schools. They let the parents hang around for a little bit. But if you go to some of these top schools, they insist that when the child is dropped off on the very first day, they insist that when the child is dropped off, that the parent drop the child off and simply move on. They don't want them hanging around, waving and watching their child, and their child is turning and looking back at them. They want the child to make like this clean break between being with the parent and being in the school. And the reason they do this is because it's a transition. It's a really big transition for a child who's spent so many years at home, all of a sudden to now come into this new environment of let's call it kindergarten, to all of a sudden come into this new environment of kindergarten. And it's a big transition because the child is going to have to gain some degree of independence.
So the schools recognize that if they let the parent hang around, the child is going to be double-minded. The child will be looking forward at the opportunity of the school and the teachers and the other children, but the child will also be turning back and will be looking at the parent and will be pulled in two directions. So the goal of the school is to have the child focus on the school and actually acclimate to the school quickly. And one of the ways by which they achieve that is they just say, look, when you drop the child off, you drop them and you leave. We don't want you hanging around. They don't say it that way, but essentially that's what they're saying. We want you to drop the child and let the child know that a transition has been made, i.e., there's no turning back. And when the child recognizes that they turn around and what they're used to has disappeared, they have no choice but to face the other direction. And they make a relatively smooth transition. Of course, there's always going to be turbulence in any transition, but they make a relatively smooth transition. Another example of this same principle applies when we were, for example, I'm calming my own mind to just come up with examples, but an example of that even applies when we were building this masjid. So we bought this property in the late 2000s, 2000, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, something like that. And this property that the masjid is on initially had a restaurant. And the restaurant was like a single-story restaurant. And I remember the first time it actually was a single-story restaurant that had a fire. And when the fire happened, the owners collected their insurance and essentially were then ready to sell the property because they didn't have any interest in remodeling the restaurant and reestablishing the restaurant. They were relatively older. So I remember when we visited the restaurant and we were looking at the restaurant as if the restaurant would be the masjid. Meaning we were saying like, oh, okay, we could clean this up, we could fix this up, we could put the prayer area here, here's where the entrance will be, we'll make an entrance here, we'll close the entrance there. That was the conversation that we were having in the beginning. In fact, so much so that on my computer, I actually have the architectural plans of the restaurant, meaning the restaurant being converted to the masjid. And we spent a lot of time thinking about how to make that restaurant into a functional masjid. And even in the back of our minds, we said maybe one day we could get rid of the masjid and make it, get rid of the restaurant and make it a masjid. But in essence, what we're going to do is we're going to take this building, keep it really simple. We don't have to do too much fundraising. We don't have to do too much construction. Let's just turn this into a masjid and start using it as soon as possible. And subhanAllah, we developed the plans. We worked with the architect. We had all the details. And then some people started arguing, and we ourselves were also thinking that, no, you know what, we're going to do this. Let's do it once. Let's do it right. Rather than having one of these masjids where we take some building that wasn't the way we wanted it, let's just build the masjid how we would want it to be so that we could ensure that we have all the amenities and, we're going to do this once, let's just do it right. So what happened, we ended up like, me particularly, I remember I was very double-minded. I was kind of going back and forth and back and forth. Sometimes I'd look at this plan, sometimes I'd look at that plan, sometimes I'd look at the building and think this, sometimes I would look at the lot and think that. SubhanAllah, I remained double-minded all the way until the day of the demo. Demo is what? The demolition. Meaning they come here and they tear down the restaurant. Okay, what happened when they tear down the restaurant? Now I'm looking at an empty lot. There's no more plan A of converting the restaurant to a masjid because there is no restaurant. So essentially what happened? Only when the restaurant was finally removed could I say, I'm not going to turn around and think about that first plan. We're just going to now focus on what's in front of us. It was like a way by which we transitioned from one to another. Without that demolition, without that removal of what was behind us, just like without removing the opportunity for the kid to turn around and look at their parent, it's very, very hard to focus on what's in front of you. SubhanAllah, this same principle, it also applies in our deen. how does it apply in our deen? The scholars, they give one example, which I was reading and I was so touched by that I just thought, wow, subhanAllah, what an interesting point that they're making. Essentially, what they were saying is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, in a few places, in particular, three surahs of the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala vividly describes the scene of the scene of Qiyamah, of the resurrection. And in these three surahs in particular, there's a description of the destruction of the universe as we recognize it today. It's as if the universe is being demoed. In fact, this description is so vivid, that the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned in a hadith in the book of Imam Tirmidhi, that whoever is pleased, whoever desires, أن ينظر إلى يوم القيامة, whoever desires to look at Yawm al-Qiyamah, and then he says, كأنه رأي عين, as if it is being seen with his own eyes. Whoever desires to see Yawm al-Qiyamah as if they're seeing it with their own eyes, they should recite 3 surahs of the Quran. I'm not going to go into the details of the surahs and all that, but there's in the 30th juz, there's 3 surahs, and they vividly describe the happenings of the Yawm al-Qiyamah. And the Prophet ﷺ here is saying that whoever wishes to see, whoever wishes to read a description or hear a description of what that day is going to be like, as if they're seeing it with their own eyes, they should recite these 3 surahs. Now, the scholars, they say that essentially one of the benefits of reciting these surahs, there's many. One, of course, is just a reminder. One is the most obvious, which is that just a reminder that the entire universe is going to disintegrate and that everything in the end belongs to Allah. Everything that you thought was important isn't necessarily important. In fact, the whole universe is disposable. The all of creation is disposable. The whole thing is going to be destroyed one day and completely disintegrate, and it's not going to reduce Allah's treasure in any way. He made the whole world to be disposable. Just like you take something and you crumple it and throw it in the trash because you deem it to be relatively insignificant, this world is so insignificant to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that the whole thing is going to be rendered to dust. And the complexity of the world is evident, only more and more evident to us every day that we exist, right? We're scratching the surface, and scientifically we understand so much about the world around us. We see its phenomenal nature. We see all of the intricacy that's associated with it, yet this whole thing is so minute in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that it will be rendered into dust. So it's a reminder to us from that perspective that, look, you think that the life of this world is permanent. You think that you're pursuing things that actually are lasting. You think that the life of this world, is some important existence. But the reality is it's just a game board. The only purpose of this life is to test you and I to see how we behave. In the end, just like every game that gets folded and put on the shelf, this universe too will be dissolved to dust, will be folded, will be put on the shelf. We're not going to take anything with us. We're just here temporarily. But going a step further, the scholars point out another interesting lesson that can be gained, which is the lesson that I introduced at the beginning and I'm going to tie in now here. And that is that they say that one of the benefits, or one of the important lessons, I shouldn't say benefit, one of the important lessons that's gained by reading the description of the disintegration of the universe. For example, the sun is going to be shrouded in darkness, and the stars are going to fall from the skies. And the jibal, the mountains are going to move, suyirat. They're going to just move like clouds, the most stable things. The sun, which you saw is so consistently rising every day and setting every night. The stars, which you saw so consistently as a mechanism to guide you if you didn't have GPS, but that was the GPS of the past. People would look at the stars and rely upon their stability. They would rely upon their consistency to be able to guide them during the night.
Or the mountains, which you look at as these stable pegs which are holding together, all of the plates of the earth, like we know today, especially in detail, about all plate tectonics and all of the ability of the earth to shift and the mountains sort of holding these pieces of earth together. All of these things that you deem to be so stable, these things are not as stable as you think, because there will come a day where the sun will be shrouded in darkness and the stars will fall from the sky and the mountains will be moving like just clouds. Now, when this description is given, and we're being told that we should pay attention to this description, that if we want to know what that day is going to be like, we can read these surahs. One of the important lessons that we learn is the same lesson that you gain by just looking at a child on the first day of kindergarten. See, because a child on the first day of kindergarten, when the parents drop them off and leave, the child has no opportunity to look back. It's as if what was behind doesn't exist. They only have one option, which is to move forward. The same thing is going to happen on the day of judgment. We're being reminded that you are constantly thinking about the life of this world, but the greater reality is the permanence of the hereafter. So today, you can be double-minded. You can think, well, I got my life in this world and I got the life of the hereafter. And you're thinking all the time. In fact, we even make dua, oh Allah, give me the good of this life and give me the good of the next life, right? We've got this like dual nature to ourselves where we know that we should be focused on the hereafter. We know that our energy and time and focus should be completely directed to the hereafter. We know that that's the permanent abode, but we're still double-minded because we're still looking back. We're caught up in this life. But there will come a day where all of this will be disintegrated. And then there will be no looking back. The only option will be to look forward. And on that day, we're going to recognize that there's no more opportunity for me to go backward. Rather, the only thing I have to face is what's forward. And what do I have to face moving forward? I have to face my judgment. I have to face the potential of Jannah. And I have to face the potential of Jahannam. These are the things that are going to be brought before us. Jahannam will be stoked. Jannah will be uzlifat. It will be brought near. And then we're going to see we're going to be left with what did we actually produce with our deeds. So what is the Quran in these examples where it like takes what you see as so stable and it just blows it up. It just destroys your notion of that stability. What is the Quran trying to remind us of? It's trying to remind us of the fact that there will come a day where we won't be able to look back. There will come what we call like a point of no return, right? When you drop the kid off for kindergarten and you leave, you're not coming back until 3 o'clock. I know 3 o'clock is not far from 8 in the morning, but it's a point of no return for the child. When you take the building on this property and you think you might make it a masjid, and you're thinking every day, maybe that should be the masjid, maybe that would be the better masjid, maybe that would be a more efficient. The moment you tear it down, you've come to a point of no return. You can't go backwards and now think about the restaurant becoming a masjid. You only can look forward and say, doesn't matter, we got to figure out how we're going to raise the funds. We need to figure out how we're going to build this thing as fast as possible because there is no alternative to look backward. That same thing, that same concept, or although to the ultimate extreme, is going to be our reality on the day of judgment. When the horn is blown and everything behind us completely is upended. What we thought was stable is no longer stable. What we thought was consistent is no longer consistent. But most importantly, what was opportunity is no longer opportunity. I can't go back and do more deeds now. It's over. Maybe I had some hope that, hey, I could go back for a second and I could give some sadaqah. Isn't that the cry of every person in their grave after they pass away? Send me back so that I can just do a good deed. I can give some sadaqah. So even if we had in our minds and our hearts that maybe there's a chance for me to head backward, at that point, everything is going to be disintegrated. Everything is going to be upended. The only thing I'm going to be able to do is face forward. So the Quran is essentially pushing us through this transition before we transition. It's training us. When we get these descriptions, these are not like some interesting scientific observations that, oh my God, well, what's the physics going to be like that when Planck's constant is no longer Planck's constant? That's not what the Quran is trying to, it's not a scientific endeavor. The Quran is trying to take us through a journey before we get to that journey. It's telling us that, look, there's going to come a point of no return when the fact that you were double-minded, you were kind of playing in this world and playing in that, you had one foot in this world, you had one foot in that is all going to go away one day. And the only thing you're going to be faced with is to move forward. There will be no opportunity to turn around and go back into this world, because the whole thing is going to be absolutely upended. So this is the lesson. This is one of the lessons, and this is what the scholars were saying, and I just felt like, subhanAllah, the way they describe this is so phenomenal. They're reminding us that the Quran is reminding us that we are going to come to a point of no return. What is that point of no return? It's going to be when the horn is blown and all of the things that we saw as constant are all going to disappear. And there'll be no looking back. If you thought for a moment that you'll turn back, there'll be no looking back. And the only thing is going to be to look forward. And what's going to be forward? Our deeds, Jannah, and Jahannam, i.e. judgment. Deeds, Jannah, Jahannam is really just a breakdown of what's called judgment, correct? I'm going to be judged based on my deeds, and my judgment is going to render me into, it's a binary outcome. I'm going to Jannah, and there's levels in Jannah, or I'm going to Jahannam, and there's depths in Jahannam. But in essence, it's binary. There's two tracks, Jannah and Jahannam, and it's all predicated upon my deeds. So better that we appreciate that this transition's coming one day. This transition is coming one day. None of us can avoid it. And better that we appreciate that transition today and begin to make it in our minds now before it's imposed on us on that final day. Because that's how we'll behave in a way in which we appreciate the reality of this world and the permanence of the hereafter. Like they say, behave in this world for the period of time that you're going to be in this world. And behave towards the hereafter for the period of time that you're going to be in the hereafter. The life of this world, we're like a traveler. It's a blink of an eye. You come and go. You get some few opportunities here and there. Allah gives you a little bit of life. Allah gives you a little bit of health. Allah gives you a little bit of wealth. Allah gives you some abilities. All of that is a test to see how we handle ourselves in the passing place that we call the dunya. But where is the permanence? Where will we end up? Where are we going to be forced to travel? There's no opportunity to come back, to circle the earth, to take the opportunities that were here. We're going to be forced forward. All of humanity will be forced forward. No one will have the opportunity to return because the whole thing is going to be demoed. The whole thing is going to be demoed. The whole dunya as we see it, the whole universe as we relied on it, the whole thing is going to be completely demolished into dust. There'll even be no sign that it was there. So, subhanAllah, the beauty of the Quran. It reminds us of the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He created the universe. But it also reminds us of the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He just as easily will disintegrate this universe. It reminds us of the opportunity that we are passing from this place, and that the only reality of this life is that it is a test for you and I. We're given a few opportunities, we're given some blessings to see how we behave, but in the end, this whole game board, which is just life, it's a big game board, the whole game board will be taken, shredded, dissolved, and will be forced forward. And at that moment, when the horn is blown, and everything that we thought to be so stable, everything that we thought to be so established, everything that we tapped on that we felt to be real, when all of that's dissolved, when all of that's upended, demoed, when all of that's demoed, the only choice we'll have is to move forward. There'll be no turning back. No matter how much we want to turn back, no matter how much we wished we had an opportunity to turn back, no matter how much we wished we would have done ABC, the whole thing will be gone. We'll turn around. It'll be a blank space. The only thing will be what's in front of us. And these types of transitions, they occur throughout our deen. They occur in the grave. It's a massive transition. There's no point of no return. They occur when the horn is blown. It's a massive transition. There's a point of no return. And another great example is that it occurs in Jannah. And Jahannam, for that matter. It occurs after the judgment. There'll be another point of no return. How is that? We know from hadith that after everyone is judged, just on the edge, right between Jannah and Jahannam, will be brought a ram. And the people of Jannah will be asked, what is this ram? They'll recognize that this ram represents death. And the people of Jahannam will be asked, what is this ram? And they too will recognize that this ram represents death. And what will happen? The ram will be slaughtered. Death itself will die. Ajib. So strange. Death itself will die. And at that point, the people of Jannah will rejoice because they'll know that they'll be there forever. And the people of Jahannam will, again, face another torment because now they'll realize that even death was not a salvation. You know, sometimes people suffer so much that death is actually a salvation for them. But even death will not save a person once they're in that predicament. So subhanAllah, that's another transition. These are transitions that occur and they force you to move forward such that you can't turn back. But subhanAllah, the example that we were giving today was the example of the first blowing of the horn when everything around us will be disintegrated. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wake us up to our realities before we're faced with reality. May He make us amongst those who are able to see the hereafter as our permanent abode and to not be trapped in the deceptions of this deceptive world. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. A few days ago we spoke about the fact that the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, he made dua for the Prophet ﷺ's coming literally hundreds of years before the Prophet ﷺ was born. And not only did he make dua for the Prophet ﷺ, but more specifically, he made dua for a messenger who would recite the ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to the community, who would teach them the book and wisdom, and who would purify them. And he made this in the context of having rebuilt the Kaaba. So when he and his son, alayhim salam, rebuilt the Kaaba, they made a series of du'as. All of those du'as, of course, are captured in the Quran. And among those du'as was that a community be raised. And along with the community being raised, Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam made a dua that Allah send a messenger. And these functions were specifically listed. That this messenger will recite ayat, meaning that he will receive revelation and recite it to the people. That he will teach the companions. Of course, the companions come later, but that he will teach the community and that he will purify them. So based on this, the scholars, they say that there were three main functions of the mission of the Prophet ﷺ. Function number one was to recite the ayat. Of course, the Prophet ﷺ's heart received revelation and he recited it upon the companions. Function number two was to teach them the meaning of the ayat and to teach them wisdom, which of course becomes the sunnah. And function number three was to purify them. We can learn a lot from this because this then establishes the paradigm for how the Prophet ﷺ was able to produce a generation as amazing as the companions. And it wasn't only that the companions were amazing, but rather it was the distance that they traveled, which is actually remarkable. Because all of us are aware, you just have to study the very first few pages of the seerah to recognize the circumstance in which the Prophet ﷺ was sent. Mankind had reached the darkest stages. In fact, the sending of the Prophet ﷺ arose when essentially deen had become obliterated from the planet. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent the Prophet ﷺ. He came in the face of the Jahiliyyah, which was, of course, the era of ignorance. And he took the companions from this extreme of Jahiliyyah all the way to the extreme of being the best ummah that was ever extracted from mankind. So it's not just that he produced an amazing generation, but it's the distance that that generation journeyed
which is also remarkable. So based on this, the scholars, they remind us that we too have to recognize that it's these three functions that lead us to be able to achieve our goals. Meaning that, you can say one thing, you can say to yourself, hey, I want to achieve my goals in deen, I want to become a better Muslim, I want to become like the companions, I want my heart to be alive, etc. But what are the components to that? It's one thing to see something that's amazing. It's another thing to know how to make that thing that's amazing. You can go to any restaurant, you can eat an amazing dish, and you can say, this is good. But then the question is, how was that dish made, and how can I replicate that? SubhanAllah, we not only have the companions, which were amazing, and we can read about them, we can see the way they lived their lives, we can read their descriptions in the Quran and be utterly blown away. But furthermore, we actually know how the companions became the companions. Which again, what's important to us here is that it provides a paradigm for us to be able to achieve our goals. And so the scholars, they mentioned that it's important for us to have 3 domains in our deen that we specifically address. Number 1, we should have some recipe for engaging the Quran. This is the first and foremost goal of every Muslim. Alhamdulillah, I see within the community that we do a wonderful job at this with our children. But unfortunately, we don't apply the same rules to ourselves. I think every one of you who has kids probably has some mechanism by which the kids can engage the Quran. You might drive them to a class. You might have a teacher come visit. You might put them in a madrasa or a maktab so that they can advance their Quran. But unfortunately, we don't apply the same rule to ourselves. We don't look for the same outlets where we can advance our recitation of Quran. And it doesn't matter where we are in the journey. I mean, literally, we could be trying to learn the letters. Maybe some of us are trying to learn how to pronounce those letters properly. Maybe some of us are trying to learn how to put the letters together in such a way that the rules of tajweed can be applied. Maybe some of us are trying to become more fluent in our recitation. It might be that some of us are trying to memorize portions of the Quran. It might be that some of us are trying to have a deeper engagement with the Quran. But there needs to be, it's non-negotiable. There needs to be a consistent engagement with the Quran. And I think that's one of the big lessons of this month. Is it not one of the big lessons of this month? You see the difference when the environment is just overdrive with the Quran. So I would say that every one of us should have a plan to engage the Quran. It doesn't need to be anything, extremely intricate. It can be, in fact, it should be something simple. I would even argue that it's better for it to be simple because it's much more likely to be completed. If you walk out of here saying that, by next Ramadan I'm going to have the Quran memorized, I would have some questions for you. Because it's probably not going to happen. It's one of those things where we get excited for a day or two and then we just, it becomes a distant memory. I think it should be something really tangible, something that you can go back and say, by the end of the year I can achieve it, and by the end of a decade I'm going to be able to value it. So every one of us should have some goal with the Quran. The second domain is the domain of knowledge. I think we do a little better than that. Sometimes maybe we don't apply it to our children as much as we apply it to ourselves. But okay, alhamdulillah, this needs to also be present. And what do we mean by knowledge? By knowledge, I don't mean, the entertainment that you get across YouTube or the entertainment that comes across all these video platforms and things that people are watching. I think here you have to dissect it down into the type of knowledge that's necessary for our deen. Maybe otherwise stated, the scholars, they say, that which is mandatory to know. That which is sunnah to know. That which is supererogatory to know. What does that mean? It means that there are certain things that are mandated upon each of us. For example, 5 prayers in a day. It shouldn't be that we approach the prayers haphazardly, but rather we should understand how we can maximize those opportunities because we're continuously doing them anyway. For example, there's a basic fiqh that's required in every prayer. How do I properly pray the prayer? What am I supposed to recite? Am I reciting it properly? Do I understand what I'm reciting? Before prayer, obviously, prayer is built upon tahara. Do I know how to properly make wudu? Do I know when I'm supposed to make ghusl? How am I supposed to make ghusl? It's not very complicated. It's actually relatively simple. But there are certain things that are mandated upon us, and we should know them well. What are the basic legal rulings of fasting? What are the basic legal rulings of zakah? What are the basic legal rulings of hajj? And the reason these are so important, one, they're mandated. So, of course, you can only approach Allah through what was mandated upon us. That's the primary mechanism by which we approach Allah. But just as important, it's this legal framework that becomes the container in which we can fill our spirituality. We don't get to make up the deen. The deen has been assigned on us. So we must know how to perform each of the acts properly. That forms the structure in which we can fill the spiritual reality of every single act of worship. So this is the secondary responsibility, or second, not secondary, second responsibility. And each of us should, again, think about this as we're exiting the month. What's my goal for the next year as far as this basic knowledge is concerned? How am I going to ensure that I'm doing these few basic things properly? And again, I'm not interested in like the cute, nuanced points that we make about certain things. Those are far beyond what we're talking about. Companions didn't even, the companions didn't even dare ask the meaning of Alif Lam Mim. We like to know what are the 10 different opinions of Alif Lam Mim and what do the scholars say about that. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, it's a good thing. But I'm just saying the Sahaba were very straightforward in the way in which they approached the deen. That which they needed to know, they knew. Everything else was built on top of that. So this is another responsibility that falls upon each of us. And the final responsibility, which is that third domain, is to ensure that we work on our tazkiyah. In fact, I would argue that this is the current that puts all the pieces together. So what is tazkiyah? Tazkiyah is an Arabic word which basically means to purify, and it has a secondary connotation of growing. So if you wanted to put all the pieces together, it means to purify such that you can grow. And tazkiyah, more specifically, refers to purification of the heart so that it can grow. Purification of the heart so that it can grow. And here, I think that we fail both with our children and ourselves. In the case of Quran, we highly emphasize it on our children. We tend to emphasize it less on ourselves. In the case of knowledge, we don't emphasize it enough with our children, but we emphasize it more on ourselves. But in the case of tazkiyah, my personal experience doesn't mean that everybody's in this boat, but it's my personal general experience that it's something that we don't think about neither for our children nor for ourselves. But tazkiyah is an essential component of our deen. It's clearly stated that the Prophet ﷺ was purifying his companions. So what does this mean, tazkiyah? So the scholars, they say that tazkiyah has layers associated with it. The scholars, they mention that tazkiyah has layers associated with it. The first layer of tazkiyah is to purify the heart from shirk and kufr. First layer of tazkiyah is to purify the heart from shirk and kufr. When an individual purifies their heart from shirk and kufr, obviously they enter into the fold of Islam. So this is the first layer of tazkiyah. Alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah. If we're sitting in this gathering, we're probably not challenged with that, although we may be in the subtle ways, but as far as globally is concerned, usually we can check that one off. The second layer of tazkiyah is to avoid sin. Here, we struggle. We allow ourselves to succumb to so many different types of sins, but more unfortunate, those effects overwhelm us. And when the effects overwhelm us, they create a massive impurity in the heart. Massive impurity in the heart. And then the problem is that the light of Islam cannot coexist with the darkness of sin. So we're reciting the Quran, we're learning knowledge, but that we're pouring it into a vessel, yani the heart, which is loaded with filth. And subhanAllah, in this advanced age, we come up with advanced mechanisms by which we can purify ourselves. Honestly, in my personal experience, this is where the big battle lies. Usually people are relatively decent about at least knowing they should engage the Quran. And people often enjoy learning the knowledge of the deen. But here, people fall flat on their faces. We just don't appreciate that every sin ends up impurifying this heart, just as the Prophet ﷺ mentioned, that every time we perform a sin, there's a black dot that forms on the heart. Eventually, the heart will be layered with black dots until it becomes dark. So this is where we all have to sit down and ask ourselves, how can I achieve purity? SubhanAllah, every one of us is unique. In this matter, every one of us is unique. Each of us has our own monkey that hangs on our backs. And what happens is we look at everyone else, we look at ourselves, and we recognize that maybe we don't perform 90-95% of sin. And then we look at others and we find those that do and make ourselves feel better about the fact that, we don't do those things. But we fail to look in the mirror and appreciate the 5% that we do fall prey to. Every person has an inherent weakness within them. This is how Allah created us. It's part of the challenge of our existence. It is what renders the battle of Tazkiyah live for each of us. And as I mentioned a few days ago, Shaitan knows our inner selves. And he whispers accordingly in order to try to trap us in that thing which we're weakest with. So here, I think part of growing up and part of becoming spiritually mature is to really understand ourselves. Part of the training, you know that the organization is essentially dedicated to spiritual development and spiritual training. And I can tell you that part of the training, I know when a student has advanced to a certain level, when they can identify their own weaknesses. That's part of being spiritually mature. So for example, when a person recognizes that I've got an issue with envy, or I've got an issue with anger, or I've got an issue with controlling my gaze, or I've got an issue with my financial transactions, that's a big step forward. You haven't even solved the problem, you just identified the problem, but that's exactly the point. How can you solve a problem if you can't identify it? If you spend all the time criticizing the rest of the world and saying how the rest of the world doesn't do what they're supposed to do, then how can we look in the mirror and realize who we are? One of the beautiful aspects of this i'tikaf is hopefully you've had the time to sit down as an individual and to be able to reflect on yourself and to be able to say, well, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. I really shouldn't be doing that. This is discordant with my deen. So I would challenge every one of us in these last few days of Ramadan, when for the first time in a long time we can see things clearly. We've been just in a haze for so long. All of a sudden, there's a bit of clarity. In these days of clarity, I would challenge all of us to sit down and just maybe list one or two things that we recognized about ourselves that perhaps wasn't so clear before. And then appreciate that these are things that we need to work on ourselves and ask ourselves about how we can avoid in order to be able to rid ourselves of particular sins. But I'll just say that, look, if you have a ship and it has 100, let's just say there's a ship that has 100 anchors. Let's go back. Sin is an anchor. You're trying to move your ship forward. Sin, your ship can have 100 anchors. You can release 99, but if there's still one, it's going to drag. You have to release 100 anchors to be able to go 100% forward. So sure, maybe we can easily release 95% of things that we know we shouldn't do. Yes, alhamdulillah, I don't drink. Yes, alhamdulillah, I don't gamble. Yes, alhamdulillah, I don't eat pork, etc., etc. But when it comes to the minor sins or the bigger sins that perhaps we don't necessarily attribute to ourselves, those are the ones that tend to anchor us. So I think every one of us needs to ask this question: how can I achieve my tazkiyah? First layer is the shahada, which alhamdulillah, we can check that one off. Second is to avoid sin. And each of us, I think, needs to really ask ourselves the questions where we're weak and how we're going to be able to rectify that. And then the third layer of tazkiyah is to remove all diseases from the heart. What are diseases of the heart? Those are the things that are so subtle that no one can see, but those are the things that can put us straight into Jahannam. For example, pride, arrogance, envy. These types of things are very difficult to appreciate. Very few people on the planet can recognize that they're proud or arrogant or that they've got envy or that they're loaded with jealousy. But as we spoke about a few days ago, these are things that need to be removed in order for us to be able to achieve our goals. These are diseases of the heart. Diseases of the heart are extremely subtle. You never can appreciate them in the fog of life. You can only appreciate them in the context of silence and a great degree of spiritual purity. And subhanAllah, that's exactly what's achieved in i'tikaf. You've had this opportunity to be away from your regular daily routine for enough number of days that at least you can pick up on the subtle possibility of maybe I'm arrogant and I behave like a Fir'aun at home. Maybe I'm loaded with envy and I just look at other people and I'm constantly questioning why they receive something that I think I should receive, etc., etc., etc. But this is a layer of tazkiyah. In fact, it's so dangerous that, as an example, in the case of pride, the Prophet ﷺ said that a person with an ounce of arrogance will not enter into Jannah. A person with an ounce of arrogance in their heart will not enter into Jannah. Because again, Jannah is a place of purity, correct? So without purity, Jannah is a place of purity and only accepts those who are pure. The heart cannot be loaded with kufr and shirk and find a place in Jannah. The heart cannot be loaded with sin and find a place in Jannah. And the heart cannot be loaded with diseases of the heart and find a place in Jannah. Invariably, those things have to be purified. Now, whether they're purified through Allah's mercy, or they're purified because there's some time spent in Jahannam, etc., or they're purified through Allah's forgiveness, the point still remains that Jannah is a place of purity, and we're not going to be able to go home until we present a heart that is pure. The fourth layer of tazkiyah is to purify the heart of bad adab, bad character. This is another important layer of tazkiyah that the Quran and the Sunnah emphasized upon the companions. Without it, the companions would not be who they were. What this means is that we have to behave in a certain way because the deen binds us to appreciate that we live in a hierarchy. This is very difficult in today's day and age because today's day and age is destructive to hierarchy. What does hierarchy mean? It means that we have people above us and we have a place where we stand in society, and that we have to act in a certain way depending on who we're acting with, who we're enacting, who we're engaging. Let's say it that way, who we're engaging. For example, in this society, everyone is an individual. Hierarchy is not common. It doesn't matter if these are my parents, it doesn't matter if this is my teacher, it doesn't matter if I'm reading Shakespeare, I can have 10 opinions and I can tell Shakespeare what Shakespeare did wrong. That's the nature of how we're trained, right? This is a deconstructed environment that we exist in. But in the deen, we have definitive hierarchy. We have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the highest authority. We submit to Allah. We recognize that He is our Lord and we are His servant, automatically establishing a hierarchy. In fact, isn't this the whole point of today's Western society? That they're going to rid themselves of this hierarchy? Isn't that what the Renaissance was all about? Renaissance was all about the age of rationalism. Man can decide for man what's best for man. They don't need to be bound by revelation. Reason supersedes revelation. That kicked off with the Renaissance and is in its full, sha'an today. It's expressed all over the place. That's exactly the issue that we're dealing with. We're living in this deconstructed society where there's no hierarchy. God? What do you mean, God? God doesn't tell me what to do. I tell myself what to do. Isn't that what the world says today? So they've freed themselves from the quote-unquote shackles of revelation, and now reason becomes the predominant mechanism by which they make their decisions and decide how they're going to live their lives. Khair, we're not here to criticize others, but at least you should appreciate the context in which you make decisions. You're being trained, you're being fed this stuff every day. You don't appreciate it. When you put your kid in kindergarten, they're being fed they're being fed a whole way of thinking. We don't see it, but it afflicts all of us. And so adab is so important. It is an essential component. I don't have time to go into all the ayat and the proofs of how important it is, but I will just tell you that the Sahaba recognized this hierarchy, and in fact, this is what binds us. This is how we express our deen. I have a hierarchy. Allah is at the top of that hierarchy. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says something in the Quran, I submit to it. I follow it. I accept it. I understand that He is my Lord and that I am His servant. Some very simple statements that we make. We don't appreciate how challenged we are in them. We recite that every morning and every evening, correct? That you are my Lord and I am your servant.
But subhanAllah, and that's actually a deep line. We could just sit there and try to reflect on that line, it would be enough. Because this is actually the problem. We're little gods running around and we think that we make decisions for the world. We can judge people. We can tell people who's right and who's wrong. We can tell people what they should do and what they shouldn't do, etc. So this adab becomes important because of this nature, because it's an expression of hierarchy. What's the next layer of hierarchy? The Prophet ﷺ. We submit to the Prophet ﷺ. So when the Prophet ﷺ decides something, we accept it. When the Prophet ﷺ expresses something as a model, we submit to it. And here comes the whole issue of the sunnah. We submit to the sunnah. It's part of the hierarchy. Now, if I'm caught up in the rational world in which I exist, then I'm going to want to jettison the sunnah. What sunnah? What do you mean? That's from 1400 years ago. I don't need to worry about it today. Sure, yes, there are certain sunnahs that were representative of life 1400 years ago. There's no question about that. Nobody's riding camels to the masjid today. But there are principles that are embedded in the sunnah, which are an expression of the hierarchy, which the Prophet ﷺ understood and expressed through the way by which he engaged himself. So we have to submit to those. And there's another layer of hierarchy that we're bound to, and that's our parents. It doesn't matter who our parents are. The deen establishes their maqam. They don't have to prove it. People come to me all the time and say, well, yeah, I understand that parents are supposed to be treated a certain way, but don't they have to behave a certain way? No, they actually don't have to behave anyway. The deen establishes the hierarchy already. They inherently receive that just by the mere fact that our mothers bore us. You cannot pay your mother back for one contraction, let alone start wondering why she doesn't treat you the way you want to be treated. My God, if your mother treated you like a king, then of course you would treat her like a princess. That's not deen. If your mother and father treat you like a prince, then of course you're going to treat them like a king and a queen. Where is deen in that equation? Every person on the street will tell you that if somebody treats you like a king, you should treat them, like a prince, you should treat them like a king. You don't need deen for that. You need deen to tell you that when people don't treat you the way you expect to be treated, you should still behave in a certain way because Allah gives them their maqam. So here's another layer of hierarchy. We're bound by this. And it just continues. We're bound by this hierarchy in so many different ways. I'm bound by how I should treat my neighbors because of the fact that they're my neighbors. Of course my neighbors are going to put their garbage in front of my driveway. That's exactly the test. Of course my neighbors are going to double park in front of my driveway on occasion. Not by the masjid, I'm talking about away from the masjid. Of course, that's part of the test. So this is the nature of how tests are made. What is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala really testing when we live life? We want him to test us according to what's most convenient for us? No. He tests us with a little wealth to see how we behave. He tests us with health to see what we do with it. He tests us with youth to see where we invest it. He tests us with challenges. People come into our lives and they speak certain things. Other person walks in the door and says something funny. Another person, parks their car in a funny way. Another person's going to upset me. It's amazing that you just look for a second and think, do you ever notice that the people in your life know exactly which button to press on you? It's funny because somebody else will come to you and complain that, this person did this, and you'll say, oh, what's the big deal? It's just a small little thing, let it go. Why? Because it wasn't your button, it was their button. But subhanAllah, an hour later, somebody will come and press your button, and you'll freak out. But any other person on the outside will say, what's the big deal? He just did this, why are you getting so caught up in all this? This is the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has designed the test. Everybody's test is personalized. Each of our tests fits like a glove on our own hands. Just like a molecule binds a receptor on a cell with such specificity, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends tests to you and I that specifically relate to exactly our personalities. That's part of the challenge. That's part of the test of adab. That's part of the test of the hierarchy. And we're bound on so many different ways. We have children, they bind us. We have relatives, they bind us. We have neighbors, they bind us. We have teachers, they bind us. It's just the nature by which this world exists, and this is the test. To express the proper adab in every one of these circumstances. And the heart has to be impurified of any, what we call lack of adab. In fact, the Quran mentions that in a circumstance in which it's describing the adab of the companions with the Prophet ﷺ, that this is the mechanism by which the heart is tested for taqwa. This is the mechanism by which the heart is tested for taqwa. So if we truly want taqwa, which means that the heart has to be pure, correct? So the heart has to be purified of lack of adab, lack of manners, in order for us to be able to achieve the purity of heart that we seek. And the final layer, and perhaps the hardest one in this day and age, is to purify ourselves from the dunya. This heart is designed to love, and it will only love one thing. You can't mix two things in it. Either it loves the life of this world, or it desires and looks forward to the life of the hereafter. If we fill our hearts with the desire of all of the goods of this life, and we can dress ourselves up however we want on the outside, but the heart is really just going to be filled with the low world. And this world is just essentially dirt. We can look really, really sophisticated on the outside. We can quote lots of things. We can dress in a very, religious way. We can, put ourselves forward in society, but inside, we're just decrepit because we're just really pursuing the dunya. Doesn't mean that we don't exist in the dunya, doesn't mean that we don't engage the dunya, doesn't even mean that we have goals in the dunya. We should have all of those, but we can't be sunk. We can't be drowning in our desire for the dunya. Every time I wake up in the morning, I'm just thinking about this life and all of the ways that I'm going to feed myself and all the ways that I'm going to clothe myself, all the ways that I'm going to house myself. I've said this before. Honestly, it's really worth reflecting on. In my mind, people talk about dhikr, dhikr, dhikr. I wish I could do dhikr. In my mind, everybody on the planet's doing dhikr. The way I look at the world, everybody on the planet is doing dhikr. The question isn't whether they're doing dhikr. The question is, what are they doing dhikr of? Most people wake up in the morning and they're worried about their next meal, which coffee place they're going to go to, what new and unique breakfast place they can find, and they're just doing dhikr of themselves. This is the dhikr of themselves. How can I earn more? How much do I have in my account? What's the new way by which I can entertain myself? I've watched 10,000 things on Netflix. What's the new thing that they're going to put out that's going to let me, think that I'm still getting value for my subscription? What's the new TikTok video that I can watch? We're all just doing dhikr of ourselves. What's the next thing that can entertain me and make me feel good? This is completely disconnected with the dhikr of Allah. We should be doing the dhikr of Allah. What are the things that will please Allah? What are the things that will allow me to earn the next layer in Jannah? What is the thing that I can do that's going to allow me to be able to earn the next state and the next maqam with my Lord? So this is the challenge. And this whole battle is the dunya. Honestly, the whole challenge is dunya. Academically, we appreciate everything, but it's the dunya that's the game board of life. This is where we're stuck. And that's why we've been put in this life. We've been put in this life, and the body has been wrapped around our soul. Now, what's the problem? The body jails us. The body needs to eat, and then we get caught up in giving it all this wonderful food. The body needs to reproduce, then we get caught up in how can we help it reproduce. The body needs to be housed, so now we get caught up in which type of house. This is where the problem lies. We have to appreciate this body as a jail. This isn't freeing us, it's jailing us. Every time we fulfill anything more than the needs of the body, all we do is shackle ourselves. We're just shackling ourselves. Every time we think that when we fulfill one meal, that somehow I'll be liberated so that I won't need the next. Who had breakfast and then didn't start thinking about what they're going to have for dinner? That's the nature of human beings. So we cannot be caught up in the dunya. In fact, I would say that one of the two things that we have to do hijab from is the dunya. We should lower our gaze when it comes to things that are related to the dunya. Why? Because otherwise they enter the heart. And once the dunya enters into the heart is where the whole battle lies. It's the seat of passion. It will drive us to extremes. We literally will get in the car and drive 45 minutes to check out the new coffee shop. Literally, we'll drive 45 minutes away just to taste the new coffee. And then we won't have any example in our life where we drove 45 minutes in order to be able to experience something of the deen. So this is exactly where the battle lies. The heart has to be purified of the love of dunya if it's going to be filled with the love of Allah. Doesn't mean we impose that on the world. Not saying that you should impose this on your family members. There are times in which you have to engage the dunya in order to be able to take a break. That's part of the sunnah as well. But it just can't be the thing that puts us to bed every night, and it can't be the thing that wakes us up every morning. It can't be the thing that dictates how we spend decades of our life, and finally, when we're decrepit and have nothing left, now we want to put ourselves forward for the deen. We have to be real with ourselves. We should purify this heart. We should protect this heart. Alhamdulillah, the beauty of this, we'll talk about this at the very end. Anyway, we should be very careful about the dunya. We should do hijab from the dunya, because otherwise, if the dunya gets in our heart, it will drive us to do things that we never imagined. It will cause us to invest our resources in things that are utterly worthless. Alhamdulillah, one of the great blessings of the i'tikaf, and just to close, is that i'tikaf inherently provides us with a state of purity. Because of the nature of the fact that we're in Ramadan, we've been fasting, we've been engaging the Quran, we're in the company of all these wonderful people, this amazing environment. In these 10 days, the inherent nature of i'tikaf is that it returns back your heart to the most pristine state, which is the state at which it was born. You're going to walk out of here with a pure heart. That is so hard to achieve. That is so hard to achieve. But the question is going to be, are we going to be able to maintain its purity? So of course, we want to purify it and maintain it from any kufr and shirk. And I think maybe that's the easier one because we understand the severity there, so we keep our guard up. But at the same time, we need to keep it pure from sin. We need to ensure that we've removed the diseases of the heart. We need to think about our behavior with all the people around us and figure out how can we express the greatest degree of etiquette, which I would also argue is the pinnacle of the sunnah. The pinnacle of the sunnah is the character of the Prophet ﷺ. And how particularly being away from the dunya for these past 10 days. Ideally, we were completely disconnected from the world. We really don't remember the things that are going on in the world. We're really not sitting here and plotting and planning about how we're going to get the next material good. We should, in this context, ask ourselves how we want to engage the world when we return. Because that's what i'tikaf from one dimension is. It's a seclusion of yourself from the world so that you can discover who you actually are. And of course, it's going to end soon. It's not, we're way towards the end. We're in the last innings. We're not in the beginning of this game. Quick summary for today is that there are 3 domains that are essential for our deen. It's our responsibility for the next 11 months to make a plan for each of these domains. If we do so, we'll be able to advance ourselves in our deen. And I would argue that in the context of this discussion, we should specifically emphasize our tazkiyah and think about the different layers by which we can purify the heart and make some small intentions about how we're going to be able to try to maintain this degree of purity that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed us with in the beauty of these 10 days. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to engage the Quran consistently. May He make us amongst those who are able to gain knowledge of deen that is purifying, that is pleasing to Him. And may He make us amongst those who are able to purify our hearts so that we can present those hearts to Him on that day when we will be judged. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. Amma ba'd. Fa'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا سُبْحَانَ رَبِّكَ رَبِّ الْعِزَّةِ عَمَّا يَصِفُونَ وَالسَّلَامٌ عَلَى الْمُرْسَلِينَ وَالْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. We've been speaking about Surah An-Nas throughout our gatherings. And today we're going to speak about another dimension of the surah. It's not another dimension, actually, it's the same theme, but I'm just going to have you appreciate it from a different angle, inshallah. The Quran is a message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to all of mankind. And essentially it's a journey. You open up the Quran, you begin with Al-Fatiha, and Al-Fatiha is the opening. It establishes some basic tenets and highlights major themes that are going to be carried throughout the entire Quran. And then, subhanAllah, you continue on with Alif Lam Mim, you move into Baqarah, Al-Baqarah, and as you move into Al-Baqarah, you begin to go on this journey of understanding Allah, understanding how to understand the created world in which we exist, how to understand the consequences of our behavior in this world, what those consequences are, whether they be Jannah or Jahannam, the various messengers that came before and how they dealt with their communities and how their communities dealt with them. What is the straight path? Who are those historically that have been on the straight path? What are the characteristics of those who have taken the straight path? What is the path of those who are astray? What are their characteristics, etc., etc. The entire Quran is a journey, subhanAllah. And what's interesting from this perspective that we're going to discuss today is the very last message that's delivered when you reach the destination. Correct, there's 114 chapters in the Quran. Each of them is going to take you on a journey. But what's the message given at the very end? After the Quran takes you on this magnificent journey and opens your eyes to the reality of your existence and what's beyond, the last piece of advice is what? The last piece of advice is seek refuge with your Lord, the Lord of mankind, the King of mankind, the God of mankind, from the whispering of shaitan. That's the last message delivered, correct? So after you, essentially it's as if we're being told that after you understand this whole message of the Quran, let's give you one last piece of advice. And that is, now that you have what you need, recognize that there is someone there that is trying to take that from you, and that's shaitan. So that's another angle that the scholars discuss when they talk about Surah An-Nas. And I think it's an important message for all of us as well. Because isn't the proof in the pudding? What happens in Ramadan? Shaitan, the shayateen, they're chained. In fact, this is one of the big characteristics of Ramadan that's established by the most authentic of hadith. That the doors, when the month of Ramadan comes, the gates of Jannah are open and the shayateen are chained. Once the shayateen are chained, you see the potential that lies within each of us. From day one. I mean, the moment that Ramadan was declared, we were busting at the seams. We couldn't even admit everybody into the masjid because there was no space. And I don't think that's unique to this building. It's occurring in every single building throughout the world. Something changes the moment shaitan is under control. Of course, that's not the only factor. There's the blessing of the Quran, of Ramadan, etc., etc. There's so many other features of Ramadan, but it's not a coincidence that when the force of shaitan is curtailed, very quickly people are able to come to their senses and behave in a way that's far different than all the other 11 months of the year. And subhanAllah, the Quran is also painting that similar picture. It's reminding us that once you've captured the message of the Quran, remember that shaitan is there and he is a force to be reckoned with. He is your enemy. He is out to take every single gain that you will ever achieve in your life. His only goal is to cause you to fail, both in this world, but particularly in the hereafter. And he whispers, he comes, he goes. You will never be free of him.
He arises the moment you're born. He will be present at the moment that you're passing away. And you must seek, in order to alleviate this difficulty, you must seek refuge in Allah. SubhanAllah. That's how much we have to take this message to heart. I've been talking about this for 4 days now, or how many days have we started? I thought I was going to do this in an hour, keep talking about the same topic. We've been talking about this for 4 days. Like, that's how much we have to take this message to heart. We have to appreciate that all the benefits that we have, the guidance of the Quran, in order to maintain it, to be able to express it, to be able to inculcate it, we have to recognize the counterforce to that. What's the counterforce to that? Of course, that's shaitan. So, one of the big lessons, there's many lessons that you can take from this month, but one of the big lessons of this month is simply to appreciate who the real enemy is. I know we have lots of enemies. I've talked about this as well on Jummah, I think. We make up lots of enemies in this life, but our real enemy is shaitan. And the Quran is warning us and reminding us that after you've understood all 113 chapters of this book, now of course the 113th is also warning you against how to protect against visible evil, which we'll talk about later tonight, I think, inshallah. But the very last message delivered should resonate. Like they say, like the very end of anything resonates. When you read the end of a book, what was the last line? What was the last chapter about? When somebody is dying, what was his last words? What was the last thing he said? What was the last act that they did? What was the last play of a game, or whatever it might be? So those are things that tend to stick with people, and we're human beings. Of course, the last message being delivered by the Quran is going to resonate with us as well. So I think that as we think about this month of Ramadan, and more specifically as we're moving forward, as we think about how we're going to handle ourselves outside of the month of Ramadan, be very consistent. Be very consistent in appreciating who the true enemy is and in seeking refuge with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala against that true enemy. And again, as I mentioned, we've had a lot of academic discussions, and I don't think they're necessarily academic because I've erased many of those points just because of the nature of this gathering. We've had a lot of perspective on the surah, but again, what's the take-home message? Like, how do you know that you've captured what we've been discussing over the last few days? The way you know is that it should now be expressed in your routine. Because if you really believe if you really understand and believe in the risks that are associated with shaitan and his whisperings, and you really see the opportunity of only being able to seek refuge with Allah, then the mechanism of that, the final expression of that will be what? Not that I academically appreciate it, or that in my head I've come up with a bunch of interesting points concerning the vocabulary and the grammar and the balagha of the surah. Rather, the ultimate expression of that will be simply that you will consistently recite the surah as a mechanism of protection. And so, how will we express our understanding, which is the truest of knowledge, by the way? The truest of knowledge is that which is expressed on the limbs. How will we express our understanding? By reciting these last two surahs when? At the end of every prayer. We know that the Prophet ﷺ encouraged specifically one of the companions, and through him all of us, to recite this at the end of these last two surahs at the end of every prayer. We also know that the Prophet ﷺ would recite this at times of illness, particularly upon his household. We also know that the Prophet ﷺ would recite this, in particular the last three surahs of the Quran, at the time of going to bed. How many times? It's like, you almost have to ask yourself the question, like, how many times do you have to shield yourself against the same threat? If the Prophet ﷺ is encouraging the companions to recite this, after every prayer, before going to bed, at times of illness, at any other time that you have fear of these types of circumstances, for example, you're in a difficult situation, you're being overcome by the whisperings, you're trying to avoid a particular sin or a particular circumstance, so you recite these two surahs, it's fairly consistent that these surahs are recited. The Prophet ﷺ is consistently teaching us to shield ourselves against the one force that's out there to get us. So, subhanAllah, after 113, you spend the whole Ramadan going through the Quran. Many of you are, participated in listening to a recitation of the complete Quran, or I know many of you have established a goal for yourselves here of completing 1, 2, 5, I think one brother mentioned to me, 5 khatams in this gathering. Each time you hit the khatam, you're giving the same message at the very end. You've made a journey, but at the very end of this journey, before you're dropped at your destination, let's leave you with one final reminder that there is a force out there that wants to take what you gained from 113 chapters of this book. And that force is consistently going to be attacking. And that his weapon is whispering. And he whispers into the jugular. He goes straight for the heart. Because the heart is what drives every human being towards their deeds. And so the only way to seek protection from this circumstance, once you appreciate the dangers of it, is to seek refuge with the Lord of mankind, the King of mankind, the God of mankind. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open our eyes to the reality of our circumstances. May He make us amongst those who are able to be consistent in our expression of these surahs and to seek refuge with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from the evil whisperings of shaitan. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina astafa. Amma ba'd. Fa'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. In these last 10 days and nights of Ramadan, we have a couple of goals, or we should have a couple of goals as we proceed through these days and nights. Of course, it's a very special time. It's a time of great opportunity, great reward. And goal number 1 should be to maximize on attaining reward and Allah's pleasure and seeking Allah's forgiveness and liberating ourselves from the fire that we spent 11 months building underneath our own feet. That's a very important goal, and it's one that all of us should work towards. But today we're not going to discuss this. Instead, we're going to discuss the second goal. The second goal is a little more nuanced. It requires a little bit of wisdom, but inshallah, it'll make sense in the context of our conversation. That goal is to not only take advantage of the month, or maybe I should say it this way. That goal is to take advantage of the month, to make decisions about how we're going to handle ourselves once the month is over. Because it's part of wisdom to appreciate that every opportunity is limited. There's an opportunity of Ramadan. Alhamdulillah, we spent the last X number of days fasting and increasing our ibadah and making changes, seeking forgiveness from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the reality is that we're not going to last in this window. This time ends. Just as it came, it will also end. In fact, the Quran reminds us of this, ayyamam ma'dudat. These are just limited days. These are just limited days. So while we're ramping up our acts of worship and trying to maximize on the opportunity at hand, I would argue that there's actually one more goal that we should also keep in mind, which is what am I going to do when the month ends? And in fact, part of that can even be derived just from the idea of the month of Ramadan. In Arabic, the word Ramadan is derived from Ramda, and Ramda actually means like a sun-baked ground. Essentially, it gives a connotation of heat. Intense heat. And I think we can all appreciate that intense heat is a purifier. That's one benefit of intense heat. But another benefit of intense heat is that it allows things to become malleable. For example, if you want to bend a piece of metal, they'll heat it up to very high temperatures, and then they'll shape it into the mold that they're trying to achieve,
and then they'll let it cool back down, because it's only in the face of that high heat that you can attain that degree of malleability, particularly for something that's so hard as metal. So in the same way, when we spend these days and nights fasting and praying, we achieve a certain degree of spiritual heat. And that spiritual heat, along with purifying us, also provides us with the opportunity to change things about ourselves that perhaps could not be changed at any other time of the year. It's very, very hard to change habits. Very, very hard to change who we are. Now, great that we appreciate in our minds that we want to be someone and that we should be doing certain things and that we should be behaving in certain ways. But it's not easy to change. I mean, how many times do we make a decision that I'm going to be a better this, or I'm going to be a better that, I'm going to be a better servant, I'm going to be a better husband, I'm going to be a better father, whatever it might be. We sometimes can appreciate that we need to change, but making the change is very, very difficult. And so while we're maximizing on this amazing opportunity to gain so much reward in these last 10 days and nights, I think it's also important to maybe sit down and make a list of the things that we want to change and think about how we're going to actually enact that change. Because nothing just happens on its own. We actually have to make some sort of commitments and then think about how, once the month ends, we're going to be able to make that adjustment. All right, in the context of that, let me just take a step back and say that one of the beautiful things about our deen is that when we aim to change, we don't have to, the target is not nebulous. Meaning the target is not just some sort of like vague thing about I think I should be this and I think I should be that. SubhanAllah, one of the great blessings of deen is that when we're aiming for change, we have the companions as our model, as a role model. Like if I want to know who I should be, I can look at the companions and I can appreciate features within each of them that inspire me and that are a target for who I should be. And the reason that we can do that so confidently is because the Quran declares their state. For example, رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ وَرَضُوا عَنْهُ. Allah is pleased with them and they are pleased with Allah. That's a huge compliment coming from the creator of the universe, saying that the companions had reached such a state that Allah is pleased with them and that they are also pleased with Him. Another example, كُنْتُمْ خَيْرَ أُمَّةٍ أُخْرِجَتْ لِلنَّاسِ. You are the best of communities that has ever arisen from mankind. This was an address directly to the companions for what they had achieved in the company of the Prophet ﷺ. So what that means is that that establishes a criterion for excellence for us. We can look at the companions, we can appreciate their wonderful characteristics, which essentially arose in the face of company of the Prophet ﷺ, and we can aim towards those. So that's the model. Now, how do you make the model? One thing is somebody puts a beautiful model in front of you, but doesn't give you any plans to how to make it. You'll be able to appreciate the beauty, but you'll never be able to appreciate that you can reproduce it. But the deen goes one step further. It actually gives us the model by which they were able to achieve this. The deen goes one step further. It not only talks about the greatness of the companions, but it also gives us the model by which they became great. So that's also very special because it gives us some insight into how we too can make change in our lives. Because essentially, what is the story of the companions? The story of the companions is a story of change. I would argue that there's probably no generation that underwent such massive change, because where did they start? They started with kufr, shirk. It's not like they were following one messenger and then all of a sudden another messenger came and rectified them. They started at absolute kufr and shirk. And they were brought to the highest pinnacle of Islam, Tawheed, essentially the ultimate expression of Tawheed. That is a huge change. That is a massive distance traversed. And in a period of relatively years, right? So the ability, the change that occurred with them is a very, very important dynamic of the companions that we should appreciate, because it also for us creates a mechanism or model by which we can also undergo change. So their change obviously occurred in the company of the Prophet ﷺ. And in his company, there were essentially three features which we've talked about before, but I'm just stating it in the context of the time and space that we're in today. There were three features of the Prophet ﷺ that were present that essentially encapsulate how they were able to make that change. And that goes all the way back to the description of the Prophet ﷺ in the dua of Ibrahim alayhi salam. رَبَّنَا وَبَثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ. O Allah, O our Lord, send a messenger from amongst them. يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِكَ, who recites your verses. وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, and he teaches them wisdom. وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ, and he purifies them. So these were the three features of the Prophet ﷺ's mission that brought the Sahaba from one extreme all the way to the other. What were they? Number one, engagement with the ayat of Quran. This is non-negotiable. It's the first step. I think in this month of Ramadan, we've come to appreciate that. And each of us, while we're engaging the Quran during this month, we not only should maximize on the opportunity and engage it as much as possible, but we should make a plan for how we're going to engage it outside of the month. The one who celebrates Ramadan the most spiritually is the one who prepared for 11 months with the Quran beforehand. They're the ones who enjoy the Quran. They're the ones who enjoy the month of Ramadan the most because they spent 11 months developing a relationship with it, understanding it, learning it, reading it, making it their companion. So when it's going to sparkle and shine, which it happens to in the month of Ramadan, then they're going to gain the greatest benefit. So while we take advantage, and I'm not saying that, I told you goal number one is to take maximum advantage, and I appreciate it. I see all of you sitting here with your mushafs, and you've all had goals, and many of you introduced your goals at the beginning, and those are all wonderful. But I would just say take it one step further and ask the question, how am I going to maximize on my engagement with the Quran in order to be able to take maximum benefit from the year and the next Ramadan? That's where the wisdom lies. Now, subhanAllah, if you look at the interaction of the Quran with the companions, you can learn some basic principles that are very useful for how we can come up with a paradigm to maximize on this dimension. Now, there's lots of dimensions we talked about, correct? We talked about Quran, we talked about knowledge, we talked about tazkiyah, but right now we're just going to focus on the Quran for a minute. And that is that the companions, they mention how they used to take the Quran from the Prophet ﷺ. So that's another model for us. Because they're not just, the Quran is saying that send a messenger who will recite the ayat to them. But then the Sahaba themselves explain how they took the Quran from the Prophet ﷺ. And they say, for example, that we used to take 10 ayat at a time. We would take 10 ayat. And we would learn those 10 ayat. And after we learned those 10 ayat, we would return back to the Prophet ﷺ, and we would then take an additional set of 10 ayat. So now this gives us a little hint into how we can maximize our interaction with the Quran. It's not like you have to grab the whole thing and just capture it in a week. Rather, if we just take a few verses at a time, spend the time enjoying them. You know, for example, maybe, let's just say that you're in your journey, you take the first 10 verses of the Quran, okay? And you're in your journey and you're not comfortable reading them properly. So maybe the goal is to develop a connection with someone that will allow you to be able to learn to read those properly, and you just every day, or make it every week if you want, you spend time engaged with these 10 verses. Maybe it's memorization. So you just make a goal for yourself that every, week, you're going to memorize 10 ayat. Right? There's no set time limit that you have to do it in a day, but you're just going to do it in small batches. Maybe it's, like I said, recitation, maybe it's reading, maybe it's understanding, but it's small pieces. In fact, in another narration, the companions mentioned that the Angel Jibreel alayhi salam, when he used to come to the Prophet, he used to give 5 ayat at a time, 5 by 5, 5 by 5, 5 by 5. Again, not necessarily 5 exactly every time, but the point still remains that it was piecemeal. It was piecemeal. So if we just simply made a intention to engage the Quran
It's some sort of cadence. And we don't need to get to the end. We just need it to be a consistent cadence. That journey will result in every Ramadan becoming a milestone to progress, which will eventually lead to each Ramadan being better than the last. For example, I don't know, I don't have a calculator in front of me, but you can calculate it. There's roughly 600 pages in, the Medina Mus'haf, for example, right? And I don't know how many other lines are there, 15 lines. So what is it, 600 times 15? And then let's just say you do 3 lines a day. Roughly 3 lines a day. 3 lines a day is not a big deal, okay? And you say to yourself, after every prayer, I'm going to rememorize these 3 lines. So if that means you're spending 5 minutes after every prayer, just engaging it, those 3 lines. So what does that equal? I don't know what you can do it. Somebody can do the math, but what, 8, 10 years, something like that? Within 10 years, you would have captured the entire Quran in whatever intention you had, whether that's memorizing, reading, engaging, understanding. You would become much more closely associated with it than you are now. And honestly, time just passes anyway. Time is an escalator. It's going to move you in some direction or another. Either it's going to move us in the wasting of time of following what's going on in the news, so that 10 years later, you don't even remember what happened in the last 7, 8, 9 years. Like, how much time do we spend following the news, following A, following B, following sports, whatever it might be? We follow all these things. But then if you go back and look, you say, what did I do over the last decade? Okay, I'm 35. What did I do since I was 25? I'm 45. What have I done since I was 35? You can't even say what you did. But imagine if you could say that I had this relationship with the Quran over the last 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, how much that would be a treasure that could actually be something of immense value both in this life and the next. So this is the type of thinking that we should have as we engage with Ramadan and we think about what we're going to do outside of the month. Now, one more point concerning this. By the way, it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't even need to be I need to do everything in a year goal. It could be that I'm just going to do 3 juz in a year. It could be that I'm going to do 1 juz in a year. Honestly, 1 juz in a year, 30 years is going to pass anyway. If you're 30, wouldn't you love it to be able to say that by 60 I've achieved this goal in my life? It's doable. It's very much doable. 1 juz in a year. 1 juz in a year is, you calculated 20 times, if it's 15 lines, you can calculate what that is, right? And then you can divide that. It was become probably less than a line a day, roughly. It's not a big deal, right? So when you start looking at things from the perspective of what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us as an opportunity of time, you begin to appreciate that if you actually were to divide it, it becomes so much easier. So that should be the goal. For example, maybe the goal is I just memorize the 30th juz by next Ramadan so that I can enjoy that in my prayer. I can enjoy it when I listen to it. I can take the key messages from it. It's not a hard goal. I don't know. Everybody will make their own goal. My point that I'm trying to make here is that this month is going to end just as quickly as it came. And we're going to be left with 11 other months, which we're going to have to manage somehow. And in that, if we don't have a plan, we're just going to be blown by the wind as soon as we get out, because I've got nothing to anchor me. So now I'm blown by whatever season of sports it might be. Now I'm blown by whatever the news might be going on in the world. I'm blown by whatever is trending on TikTok and YouTube. So that's not how we make decisions as Muslims. We've got goals. We're very directed. We're on a very straight path. That path guides us in a very, very specific way. And we want to leverage that opportunity to anchor ourselves to the things that matter in life. Now, the second point regarding the interaction with the Quran, along with making some sort of long-term goal, is to just appreciate that they took the Quran from the Prophet ﷺ. Yani the Sahaba took the Quran from the Prophet ﷺ. So when the Sahaba are taking the Quran from the Prophet ﷺ, this is also a reminder to us that it's not just the Quran, but it's that we also need to create the environment that's conducive to that. Because what happens is we make goals, but goals are never achieved without environments. That's just the reality. We can have all these lofty goals, but you're not going to be able to achieve them until you have an environment that's conducive to that goal. And when you get into an environment that's conducive to that goal, you'll be able to be way better than you ever imagined. And the proof's in the pudding. Because if I took any one of you and pulled you out of the gathering and sent you back home, you're not going to do nearly what you were able to do here. There's going to be a night and day difference. Now, why are each of us able to achieve what we're doing here? Because there's an environment, right? There's something that you plugged yourself into. When you plug yourself into it, you can follow the paradigm. You just have to go along with the schedule, and the schedule is just pushing you along. This escalator of time is just going to deliver you. At the end of 10 days, when you look at your resume of what you achieved in these days, it will be far more than you could have achieved on your own. So likewise, just as we're dependent on any environment, likewise we're dependent upon those environments that are most conducive to achieving the goals that we have for the Quran. So what does that mean? It means that we should seek out teachers and environment and spaces where we can achieve that goal. And I say this all the time, that we as parents, particularly if you're in this room and you have younger children, you're always focused on like, hey, where are my kids going to engage the Quran? Are they going to engage the Quran at the local masjid? Are they going to engage the Quran with the local teacher? Are they going to do a hifl over here, etc.? But what about us? We should be asking the question of ourselves. We're just as much immature as they are. Perhaps sometimes they're advanced and we're not. They're more advanced than us. So we should be asking the question, what about us? Where am I going to engage the Quran? Which teachers am I going to spend time with? And subhanAllah, there's no excuses today because you've got so many opportunities even online. Now, not that online is ideal. It's limited because you don't get that full environment, but it's an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity that's available, at least when you don't have the physical opportunity, at least you can have like a virtual opportunity. So all of us should have two intentions, well, let's say three in the context of the conversation, three intentions regarding the Quran as we go through these last 10 days. The first is that we just want to re-establish our connection with it. And so we should engage it as much as possible during these 10 days. We really want it to be like the primary thing in our lives. And to make it the primary things in our lives, we have to push everything away. Alhamdulillah, you're spending time in i'tikaf. Everything has automatically been pushed away just by the nature of the gathering. So the only thing you have to do is now fill the space. Alhamdulillah, you can fill the space with Quran. So that's obviously goal number one, which is to take advantage of the opportunity at hand. But goal number two is to make a plan for what's going to happen outside. How am I going to engage the Quran once the month ends? So maybe I make an intention, 20 minutes every day. All of you know that I've been talking about this, for 20 years, 25 years. 20 minutes a day of the Quran is non-negotiable. It can't be. There's nothing else greater through which we can approach Allah. There is no greater blessing. It's the miracle of our deen. Every messenger came with a miracle. We know this from hadith. Every messenger came with a miracle. And the miracle of the Prophet ﷺ, the greatest miracle of the Prophet ﷺ is the Quran. It is the living miracle of Islam. And what makes it miraculous, the scholars mentioned, there's many layers to its miraculous nature. But one of the features of that miraculous nature is the fact that it changes us. It can take us from one extreme, which we talked about, all the way to the opposite extreme. It has that power. But it doesn't have that power by it sitting on our shelves. It doesn't have that power by us just merely thinking we wish we could do it, although there's a reward for the intention, mind you. It has that power when we have a very clear plan for how we're going to engage it. So for example, you might say to yourself, every day after Maghrib, I'm going to just pick up this mushaf and spend 20 minutes with it. And you could just recite 3 lines over and over again until you become absolutely familiar with them. You could memorize them if that's easier. You could read them, and then eventually at the very end, look at the translation, whatever it might be. But again, there needs to be a plan. And the time to make those kind of plans is when you've eliminated everything, because you've created a vacuum in your lives, right? You've seen that, hey, I can get rid of everything. I'm actually a true human being. I'm much happier. Everything's much cleaner. Everything's much easier. That's the beauty of this i'tikaf. But when you get back, you're going to have to put things back in their place. And I'd rather that you expunge the garbage and not make a space for it to return. And the only way for that to happen is by having a concrete plan for what am I going to do with my time once the month of Ramadan ends. And the first thing on the list vis-a-vis that plan has to be the Quran. Non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. It has to be the Quran. This is how the companions were able to achieve what they achieved. And it is the miracle of our deen, which is alive and available for us all the way until this day. And to try to leverage anything else to make change when the Quran has been provided for us is just never going to achieve the goal that we set for ourselves. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to take advantage of the blessings of the Quran in these final days of Ramadan. And may He grant us the wisdom to be able to embed this Quran in our lives outside of the month of Ramadan. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى. أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. Surah An-Nas, which is the last surah of the Quran, has many interesting features related to it. And last night I began to introduce some of those. This afternoon we're going to speak about one additional feature. So again, just to highlight maybe the theme first so that we can contextualize what I'm going to say. Surah An-Nas, the theme of this surah, is that it is a mechanism by which we seek protection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from one of the most grave evils that is present before us. There's many evils that exist in the world around us, but the source of all evil is shaitan. The source of evil is shaitan. And in Surah An-Nas, we are given a prescription by which we can seek protection from shaitan. Most specifically, it's important to recognize that although shaitan has many weapons, and we'll discuss this at a later time, shaitan has many weapons, the major weapon by which shaitan functions is to whisper in the hearts of people, in the chests of people and in the hearts of people. Shaitan cannot take my hand and force me to do something. Shaitan cannot pick me up and put me in a place. Shaitan cannot cause me to behave in a certain way. He can only insinuate and whisper, and based on those whisperings, I can then choose to do X, Y, and Z. So the mechanism by which shaitan achieves his goals, it's important to know this, the key mechanism, it's not the only mechanism, but the key mechanism by which shaitan achieves his goals is to whisper in our hearts. Now, subhanAllah, the scholars say something very interesting here. If you look at Surah An-Nas, you can see the construction is very, very clean and simple. It's a protection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the Lord of mankind, who is the King of mankind, and who is the God of mankind, against the evil of the one who whispers and retreats, which is shaitan. So this is the construct. Essentially, the construct is very simple. We are seeking protection from Allah, who is the ultimate source and the place to which we should seek refuge, against the greatest evil, which is shaitan, and we are given some specifics about shaitan. We're giving specifics about shaitan. We're told, for example, he whispers in the hearts of mankind, or shayateen in general whisper in the hearts of mankind, and that he's khannas. Khannas means the one that comes and the one that goes. The one that comes and the one that goes never gives up, but continuously shows up and retreats. Okay? So we'll talk again more and more detail about that as well, but understand the construct here, which is to seek protection with Allah against the ultimate threat, which is shaitan. Now, subhanAllah, not only are we seeking, but we're getting some information at the same time that we're using this prescription. Because like I said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us about His attributes. He is the Lord, He is the King, He is the Lord, the King, the Ilah, the God, right? And at the same time, we're given some attributes of the enemy, some features of the enemy. For example, he's khannas, which means he comes and goes. Like I said, he whispers. And where does he whisper? He whispers in the chests of mankind. So subhanAllah, we're given details on this side too. But one point that we're going to make right now, there's many, many points of discussion that are all very interesting, but again, one point that we're going to make right now is that notice where shaitan attacks. الَّذِي يُوَسْوِسُ فِي صُدُورِ النَّاسِ. He goes straight for the jugular, because he whispers right into the heart. And many times we've said this, and it's a general principle of our deen, the battle is here in the heart. Now, sudur in the Arabic actually means chest, but the scholars mention that there's a discussion amongst the scholars. Is it the heart plus the entire chest, or is it the heart? The point is the same, which is that this chest/heart is the central area by which drives human beings. The heart is what drives human beings. If this heart is pure and good, it will drive us to do that which is pure and good. And if this heart is corrupted and evil, it will drive the limbs to do the most corrupt and evil things that even we can't imagine. Everything is in the heart. And Shaitan knows us and goes straight for the jugular. He's not wasting any time. Not like playing around. Whispers straight into the heart. And for us, this is a lesson. Of course, one of the lessons is that we're learning the mechanisms of Shaitan. But for us, this is a lesson of the importance of the heart as well. Meaning that the battle for our salvation, both good and evil, is going to arise within the heart. And I think we can all appreciate this. Many times we've given this example, but it's something that you can just understand. Look, the heart is the source of passion, and it is passion that drives human beings. You can take human beings and manipulate them and tell them to do something, and maybe you'll get them to do it for a little bit, but they're never going to do it well, and they're never going to do it in a special way unless it's coming from their heart. They're driven by it. Just as a simple example, which I've given many times before, but it's always worth thinking about, is that, who's the best sixth grade math teacher? Who's the best sixth grade math teacher? The best sixth grade math teacher isn't the one that can force all the students to learn the material. Maybe, again, temporarily, a teacher can force the students to do this regimen and get them to get an A in the class, and you would say, wow, this was a good teacher, but that's not the best sixth grade math teacher. The best sixth grade math teacher is the one who impassions the person to love math. Because if they love math, they're going to be doing math when they're 60. And that's the sign of a great teacher. The great teacher inspires the heart to be able to produce creates a love for the topic or the subject, which then causes the student to become a consistent mathematician, not just a student of math. And subhanAllah, the greatest teacher in the history of all of mankind was the Prophet ﷺ, and this was exactly what he embedded in his companions. He worked on their hearts. And when he worked on their hearts, he created within them the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And once they have the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, everything else is secondary. Everything else is secondary. If he says, do this, they will do it, because what he says is not just a statement that he's making, but rather it's a statement of what pleases Allah and what potentially displeases Allah. And when the Sahaba's hearts were rectified, the entire Quran could be revealed upon them, and when they were told to do X, they would do it, and when they were told to leave Y, they would leave it. I mean, a great example of this is the example that we've shared many times before, and that is when alcohol was finally prohibited. Now, subhanAllah, the Quran prohibits alcohol stepwise. The Quran prohibits alcohol stepwise because alcohol is a difficult thing to leave when it's embedded within a society, and particularly in the society of the Jahiliyyah. It was not an easy thing for people to be able to leave alcohol at that time. So the Quran prohibits it stepwise. But subhanAllah, once the Quran is doing it stepwise because of how embedded it is within society, right? And all of us can see from around us that if you try to stop people from drinking who are alcoholics, it's very difficult, or who are regularly consuming alcohol, it's very difficult, even in this society today. People have to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and they go to meetings for years and years and years when they're trying to give up alcohol. All right? So you've got this stepwise prohibition of alcohol until finally alcohol is just cut off and it's prohibited. And once it's prohibited, it's interesting, in Bukhari there's a description of what happened on the day that it was finally prohibited. When it was finally prohibited, they were literally some of the companions were literally consuming it. Literally sitting and distributing it for consumption. But when the command was made They heard the command and they dropped the alcohol in the street outside of their homes. And the companion says that when I went to take the alcohol that was in that gathering and drop it inside outside in the street, I saw that alcohol was flowing in the alleys of Medina. What does it mean? It means that not only one individual responded that way, they all responded that way. Why? Because they were lovers of Allah. And sure, it might have been a challenge. At that moment, it might have particularly been a challenge to leave alcohol, but to attain the love of Allah was the only goal. And if that meant having to drop alcohol in the street and never touch it again, it was achievable for them because they saw a greater goal, which was the love of Allah. So essentially, their deen was an expression of from the inside out. They were lovers of Allah, and whatever was needed to express that love was going to be achieved. If it was to do ibadah, they would be up in the night doing ibadah because every moment was ecstasy to achieve a closer proximity to their Lord. And if perchance they happened to cross a boundary that would have led to the displeasure of Allah or the displeasure of the Messenger ﷺ, the moment they saw that on his face, he didn't need to say a word. The moment they saw that on his face, they would retreat and they would rectify themselves, they would seek Allah's forgiveness and start anew. Without him saying a word, if they just saw some displeasure, that the Prophet ﷺ is not smiling at me the way he normally smiles, he's not looking at me the way he normally looks at me, they just appreciated the tiniest of displeasure. They recognized that actually was a reflection of the displeasure of their Lord. They would retreat and they would sometimes even ask, what have I done? But they would reestablish themselves knowing that the only goal was the pleasure of Allah. Why? Because the only opportunity of our existence is Allah. Everything else is just as passing as we are. You can achieve anything in this world. It is just merely as passing as we are. I could earn a palace. It's going to pass just like I passed. I could literally control all the wealth in the world. It's going to pass just like I passed. Because the whole world is passing. We're trapped in this bubble of time and space. And this time and space is just a passing place. There's nothing that we can grab except that we're grabbing grains of sand or we're trying to grab water from an ocean. There's nothing that we can take. The only real opportunity is for us to break the shackles of time and space, to break the shackles of creation, to attach ourselves to the creator of all of creation, Rabbul Alameen, the Lord of the universe. When we connect with the Lord of the universe, that's what grants us status, that's what grants us reality, that's what results in our elevating ourselves outside of this limited creation and connecting with something that will result in permanent reward in the hereafter. That's the challenge we all face. Honestly, if we saw Jannah or Jahannam, we would never care about any of the stuff that's present in this world. This world is just a distraction. The problem is we've been trapped in this body, right? And this body has desires that are naturally inherently associated with it. Now I got to deal with the fact that I want some food. I've got to deal with the fact that I like recreation. I've got to deal with the fact that I have a little bit of a nafs and I have to worry about what people think about me. And these are all jails. I've been jailed in these things. They're not functions of the soul. They're functions of the body. Soul doesn't care about the food of this world, doesn't care about whether the person thinks I'm nice or not. The soul doesn't think about any of those things. Those are all bodily functions. They're all functions of the nafs. So our challenge is to appreciate that the greatest opportunity, in fact, not even the greatest, that's actually a diminution of the reality. The only opportunity, to just be very, very frank and clear, the only opportunity is to see past everything of this life and to then connect with Allah. To appreciate that this life is only a mechanism to achieve that real goal. That if I have wealth, it is only to be spent in order to achieve the pleasure of Allah. That if I have abilities, they should be used to seek the pleasure of Allah. And even to the extreme, which was the attitude of the Sahaba, if my life is going to be given for anything, it should be given only for the pleasure of Allah. They wanted to give everything because they saw everything as passing, even their lives. They would say, if they would be on the deathbed dying, it would be almost like a disgrace for them. That I had my life to give, but instead I ended up on the deathbed dying. So this was the reality of the companions, but the reality was predicated upon what? It was predicated upon the heart. In the same way, just as the Prophet ﷺ is working on the hearts of his companions and through them our hearts, In the same way, Shaitan is not playing games. Shaitan too recognizes that the battle lies in the heart. So he goes straight for the jugular. And that's the worst enemy. Doesn't waste time wrestling with us and playing games with us. Straight for the jugular, which is the heart. الَّذِي يُوَسْوِسُ فِي صُدُورِ النَّاسِ. He just goes straight and whispers into the chests and the hearts of mankind. And so we have to appreciate that. And from this, we gain two benefits. Benefit number one, we're reminded of the heart. But the heart is where the battle lies. In fact, as I've said before, which is just a quotation of the Prophet ﷺ, at-taqwa ha-huna. Taqwa, the consciousness of Allah, God consciousness, the fear of Allah, is where? Ha-huna. Ha-huna means here. And the Prophet ﷺ pointed to the chest, to the heart in particular. At-taqwa ha-huna. Taqwa is located here. This is where the battle lies. You want to know who's God conscious? It's not in the deeds that you do. Just because your parents told you to do A, B, or C, or you grew up doing A, B, or C, or somebody told you that you need to do X, Y, and Z in order to be a Muslim, that isn't achieved taqwa. Those are expressions of taqwa. The battle actually lies in the heart. It has to come from the inside and be expressed on the out. What is the inside? The inside's the heart. What's the expression? All of the mandates of our deen are expressed through this love of Allah. And at the same time, shaitan is also working on our hearts. So we have to protect and preserve ourselves against shaitan and appreciate that he whispers in the heart, and it's through the whisperings in the heart that he achieves his goal. Because once he's whispered into our hearts that you should love this, or you should want that, or you should desire this, or what about this, or what about that, it's all downhill. There's no hope after that. Whatever the heart wants, the heart will eventually achieve. Whatever the heart wants, the heart will eventually achieve. So we have to appreciate the power of the heart, and we have to be amongst those that guard the heart. And in this context, we have to appreciate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in his prescription for protection against shaitan. One of the great benefits of that prescription is that he not only tells us that we need protection against shaitan, he tells us the mechanism by which shaitan wages his war. Now that's important because when you know the strategy of the other team, that's how you know then how you're going to play defense, right? For example, if I come across all the plays of the team in the Super Bowl, if I come across all the plays of the opposing team, it's over. The opposing team can never win. You'll see, if you watch the Super Bowl, they're always hiding. In any sport, they're always hiding what they're saying, and they're hiding their plays. Because if the other team knows the plays, it's over, right? Here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually reveals the plays of shaitan. He reveals to us the plays of shaitan, which is that one of his plays, and there's a few more. We'll talk about them over the next, sessions. But one of the plays of shaitan is that he whispers in the hearts of mankind. So we have to defend ourselves, which means the battle lies at the heart. We have to protect the heart from all evil. Anytime anything evil comes in the heart, we must expunge it immediately. We must fill it with as much goodness as possible, because this is what's generating everything that's expressed outside of it. So we always want to protect against every evil. We don't want the evil of the ears to come into the heart. We don't want the evil of the eyes to let into the heart, because these are the pathways to the heart: the eyes, the ears, the mind, it's the tongue, etc. All of these are evils that can potentially afflict the heart. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to seek refuge with him against the evils of shaitan, and may he grant us the wisdom to be able to protect and preserve our hearts. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. Alhamdulillah, we've reached a stage in which we're able to see things clearly after a long time of haze. Most of the year,
we walk around in a daze. We're not able to see up from down. We're not able to see clearly where the problems are. We're not able to see clearly where we stand in our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's because of all of the complex life that we live that surrounds us. But subhanAllah, one of the beauties of Ramadan is that it delivers us to an ability to be able to see clearly where we stand vis-a-vis our relationship with Allah and how we can attain a deeper connection with Him. This is a huge blessing. You know, when you have like just a big mess, you don't know where to even start. But when things get put into place slowly and things become organized and you pick up a few pieces and you can finally see kind of how the picture fits together, where things should actually be, that's a very, very unique state. And honestly, I would argue that throughout the entire year, we don't have that state. Our lives are just so complicated. We don't know what we're doing half the time. We make so many mistakes. We carry the burden of sin. We're distracted. We're not in the masjid. We're disconnected from who we ourselves want to be. But subhanAllah, Ramadan has delivered us to a state in which we're able to see things much more clearly. And I think that one of the benefits of that, is that perhaps what we remind ourselves of today, we might be able to carry forward into tomorrow. Meaning that the advices that we gain today, we take them and see them and appreciate them in a way that we don't otherwise throughout the year. So I'm going to share with you just a very basic piece of advice, which is not my advice. It's a piece of advice from the Quran. But hopefully it'll allow us all to be able to see clearly where the problems lie and how we can fix the problems that we find ourselves in. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He mentions in the Quran, إِنَّ الشَّيْطَانَ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ فَاتَّخِذُوهُ عَدُوًّا. Verily, shaitan for you is an enemy. For all of you, lakum, for all of you is the enemy. So take him as an enemy. It's a very interesting statement. Shaitan is an enemy, so take him as an enemy. But to understand this, you have to first go back in history. And let me just start by saying that this is not our home. I know that we make ourselves a bit comfortable. We purchase things that we call houses. We eat things that we call food. We sleep in things that we call beds. We enjoy what we think is something that is to be enjoyed. But this is not home. Home is Jannah. There is no food except the food of Jannah. There are no homes and houses except the houses of Jannah. There is no bliss except the bliss of Jannah. This is not home. We were home. We were designed and created to be at our home. And in fact, the great mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was that when He created our father, Adam alayhi salam, and our mother, Hawa alayhi salam, He put both of them straight into Jannah. That was our abode. We weren't supposed to be in this place of misery. We weren't supposed to be tested in this way. Although that was the ultimate plan of Allah, that was not the original scenario. But what happened? Shaitan came to our great-great-great-great-grandparents and whispered to them, "You see that tree over there? The one that Allah has prohibited you from approaching? That tree is going to give you eternal life. You're enjoying your time in Jannah. You're able to do whatever you please. That's the tree there that actually is going to give you eternal life and a dominion that never decays." So what did Shaitan do? He went and he whispered. And from there, we were ejected from our home. And now, we have to go through this life of trial and tribulation, this life of challenges and responsibilities. For what? In order to see whether we deserve to return to the home that belongs to us in the first place. This is not home. Don't ever make the mistake to think
that when you walk in the door of your house, that's home. That is a temporary place that we call an abode. It is transitory. We are passing, and the only home will be the home in Jannah. If we succeed and get to Jannah, then none of this will be remembered. But if we fail and don't reach our home in Jannah, then this life will be misery, and what comes after will be way worse. This is the deception, because when we're not fasting, when we don't enjoy the benefits of Ramadan, when we don't submerge ourselves in Quran, when we don't keep ourselves in the company of one another, we get deceived by the world around us. The people who put the commercials on, the talking heads of the world, they want to sell you this as their home. They want you to think that this is the permanent life, that a vacation here is the permanent bliss, that the bigger the home, the happier you'll be, that the greater your bank balance, the more successful you are. But those are not truth. They are truth from a very narrow perspective if you only look at this world as real. But we know that this world is not real because we see that the people 100 years ago are no longer here today. And we can be certain that in 100 years from now, none of us will be present in this same place. The beauty of our deen is that the Prophet ﷺ highlighted for us the essence of this existence. This life is a test. It's a place where we're meant to prove that we deserve to return back to our original home so that we can enter into Jannah and taste the mercies of Allah that will last forever and will never decay. But the ultimate enemy that you and I have is shaitan. Why? Because shaitan's expressed goal, his only purpose of existence, is to see you and me fail. That's the only reason he exists. You know, people say in life, man, that guy is my enemy. That guy is my true enemy. He hates me. Well, I'll tell you that even if this guy is your true enemy, he hates you, or this sister is your true enemy, she hates you. You might think that, but they're busy 99% of the time doing other things. They've got families to take care of. They go to work. They're busy. Once in a while, they might say something mean to you, but they can't spend their whole existence trying to see you fail. Shaitan spends his whole existence trying to see you fail. The day that we were born, Shaitan was there to prick us and made us cry. And the day that we die, Shaitan will be standing at our heads, whispering to take our iman away. There is no greater enemy than Shaitan. And not only is he my enemy and your enemy, but he's the enemy of every one of our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren, even the ones who have yet to be born. He's waiting for them because he too is there. He is their expressed enemy also. Meaning, he is the enemy of all of mankind. So what does the Quran tell us? In such a powerful and clear way. Inna shaitan lakum adu. Wake up. Shaitan is your enemy. Fattakhiduhu aduwa. So take him as an enemy. Why? Why do we have to appreciate this? There's two important things to recognize in the context of this discussion, which we only have time for 2 points. Point number one, we can't waste our time fighting with one another because we're already busy fighting a much bigger enemy, Shaitan. We spend so much time, energy, effort fighting and arguing with people in our lives. We find people to argue with. We argue with our parents. We argue with our children. Spouses are bickering day and night. Every little thing is an argument in the home. What we don't appreciate is that while we're fighting with one another, the only one celebrating is Shaitan. Who's the winner in any argument? Who can stand up and say, I fought so much with my child, they finally listened. I fought so much with my spouse, they finally listened. No, there are no winners in any argument. There are only losers. We lose, everyone loses. The only winner in any argument is Shaitan. In fact, this principle is so essential to our deen that on one occasion, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, every Monday and Thursday, the gates of Jannah are open. You think Ramadan is exciting? We say in Ramadan, the gates of Jannah open and Shaitan is chained, correct? Well, that happens every Monday and Thursday from one perspective. Every Monday and Thursday, the gates of Jannah are opened. And anyone who accepts Allah's oneness is granted forgiveness and entry into Jannah. With the exception of the two people who are fighting with one another. For them it said, hold off until they reconcile. Hold off until they reconcile. SubhanAllah, the gate of Jannah opens on Monday. The gates of Jannah are opened on Thursday. We all can enter, but if we are arguing with one another or fighting with someone in our lives or we have some broken relationship, it said hold off on these two until they fix and reconcile. This is the effort of Shaitan. He whispers in my ear and tells me, oh, this person said this about you. When they didn't even mean what we thought that they said, but we just make up a story in our minds. It's never worth it. It's never worth it to argue. We're in the last 10 nights. We all wish we knew exactly what was the night of power. It's the mercy of Allah that we don't know, so we make an effort on every one of these nights. But on one occasion, the Prophet ﷺ exited in order to inform the companions of the night of power. In that particular year, the Prophet ﷺ was approaching the companions with the knowledge and information of what was the night of power. But what happened? On his way, he passed by two people who were arguing. He passed by two people who were arguing. When he passed by those two people, the knowledge was uplifted. And the Prophet ﷺ said, perhaps that is better for you. SubhanAllah, such a great blessing. The ability to pinpoint Laylatul Qadr was provided, yet two people were arguing over some petty thing which has absolutely no reality to it in the context of the knowledge of Laylatul Qadr, but it was uplifted because of the argument. So now you tell me, when I pick up the phone and yell at someone because I'm upset and I start arguing with them, who's the winner? Not me, not the house, not my family. It's only Shaitan. Because all the barakah is sucked out of the room. All the barakah is sucked out of the family. All the barakah is sucked out of the community. We are shooting ourselves in the foot. We are shooting ourselves in the foot, and the only one in the stands that's cheering us on is Shaitan. We are not enemies of one another. We are brothers and sisters. We are not enemies within families. We are relations that are bound by the mercy of Allah. In this day and in these special days, it's important to sit down and pause. When we have this clarity of mind and we can finally see the benefits of Shaitan being tied up for the past 20 days. Because if we've made progress, it's because Shaitan has been limited in his efforts, correct? So it behooves us to ask the question, where are the disconnections in my life? Everyone has them, because Shaitan is attacking everyone. Maybe it's me and my spouse. Maybe it's me and my uncle. Maybe it's me and my neighbor. What's the big deal? Drop it. Go and say sorry. What's the big deal? Honestly, even if they were right and even if they were wrong and you were right, it's still cheaper. It's still cheaper to just say, you know what? Forget about it. Please forgive me. It's not worth it because the door of Jannah opens on Mondays and Thursdays and I have no need except to go back home. I'm sick of this home. There's nothing here. I need to get back to my home. And my home requires that I have an absolutely clean heart. On one occasion, a man came into the masjid in a state of wudu with water dripping from him, with two sandals in his left hand. The Prophet ﷺ said, this is a man of Jannah. Sahaba, their curiosity was perked. SubhanAllah, we're dying to go to Jannah. We're giving our blood, our tears, our sweat, our wealth, and this guy gets labeled as a man of Jannah? So they became curious, but they didn't say anything. Second day, same thing happened. The Prophet ﷺ said, this is a man of Jannah. Third day, same thing happened. This is a man of Jannah. One of the companions said, okay, now I need to find out. What is special about this man? How is it that the Prophet ﷺ is labeling him a person of Jannah? So what happens? He goes to the man and he says, I need to spend some time with you. I'm not able to stay in my home. There's a conflict. Can I spend some days with you? The man is a gracious individual. He says, stay with me. So he's watching the person. He's watching the man that was labeled with Jannah. He sees that the person goes to sleep and doesn't wake up until Fajr. He's thinking in his head, this guy doesn't wake up for Tahajjud. This guy's not praying in the middle of the night. He just goes to bed and he wakes up and he prays Fajr. There's nothing special about the person. Just an average individual, except that he says good words. Days pass like this, or time passes like this, and the man eventually approaches him and says, look, I didn't have any conflict in my home. There's no conflict in my home. I used that as an excuse to spend some time with you because the Prophet ﷺ said that you are a man of Jannah. So I want to see what deed are you doing so that I can inculcate that into my routine as well. So the man thinks and he says, there's nothing special that I'm doing. But wait a minute. Actually, there is one thing. I don't hold any disagreements with others in my heart. I don't hold any grudges. I don't hold any grudges. I let all the grudges go, and I want good for everyone. So then the companion said, this is exactly why you're a man of Jannah. No grudges. SubhanAllah, we can't remember what happened 10 years ago, but we hold grudges for 30 years. 30 years I haven't talked to my this or that. We hold grudge after grudge after grudge. Where is the energy coming? We don't have the ability to remember what happened 10 years ago. How do we have the energy to remember this grudge for 30 years? Because Shaitan is the one who fuels the fire. Because he does not want you and I to go home. He wants us to be buried in the false nature of this world, to pursue this false vanity at the price of the lasting hereafter. This is an opportunity in these days for us to do the hard lifting. It's hard. It's very hard to go back and say, I got to make up with this person. I got to figure out how I'm going to correct this relationship. It's hard. It's not easy. But this is the opportunity that sits before us. This is what we should be using the momentum of Ramadan to do, to pursue. We should be asking the hard questions. We should be looking at ourselves in the mirror. We should be saying, where are the things that I can improve? Where are the sins that are plaguing me? Let me seek forgiveness. Where are the relationships that are broken? Let me tie them. Where is the zakah that I haven't paid? Let me pay it. What is due on me? Let me ensure that I fulfill the things that, the rights that are upon my shoulders. This is the challenge that you and I face. This is the true opportunity of Ramadan. We call this world a home. It is not a home. We call this food, food. It is not food. We call our bed a bed. It is not a bed. These are temporary. When we get to Jannah, we'll see that there was no home except our home, that there was no food except our food, that there was no bed except our bed. Here, we're deceived, we're blinded because we're trapped in the body which wants to pursue its desires. But the reality is this, and this is what our deen has taught, and this is what every messenger came with the reminder of to their people. This world is passing, all of you and I will move through it very quickly. And the next generations will sit after us, and they won't even remember our names. The wealth that we have will be completely turned over to the people that come after us. We can't take anything with us except our deeds. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to see the reality of this world, and may He make us amongst those who are able to pursue our homes in the hereafter. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Alhamdulillahi wa kafa. Wassalamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا سُبْحَانَ رَبِّكَ رَبِّ الْعِزَّةِ عَمَّا يَصِفُونَ وَالسَّلَامٌ عَلَى الْمُرْسَلِينَ وَالْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. Alhamdulillah, thumma alhamdulillah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided us with this amazing opportunity that literally is just days away. And of course, all of you are aware that this opportunity is the upcoming month of Ramadan.
anytime there's an opportunity that presents itself, I think it's important for us to appreciate just how grand any opportunity is, but in particular this opportunity. The Prophet ﷺ really encapsulated the entire discussion by mentioning that when the month of Ramadan comes, the gates of Jannah are opened, the gates of Jahannam are closed, and the shayateen are chained. Honestly, if you pause for a second and just think about that, it is such a big blessing. Because, sure, life is very complicated. We go through lots of ups and downs. We have different goals that we set for ourselves. We have some successes. We have some failures. But in the end, you and I both know that the complex calculus of life, it simplifies into one simple binary output or a binary result, which is Jannah and Jahannam. In the end, all that really matters is that we get to Jannah. And in the end, all that really matters is that we avoid Jahannam. And that's the entire game. Now, I understand that we live in a complex world, and in this complex world, we get distracted by so many things that seemingly appear to be important. It appears to be important, the wealth that we hold. It appears to be important, the clothes that we wear. It appears to be important, the way we look. It appears to be important, etc., etc. But again, you and I know, at least we know academically in our minds, although we may not necessarily express that through our actions, but at least we affirm with our minds that none of that matters. The only thing that matters is to get to Jannah and to avoid Jahannam. And Ramadan creates that exact opportunity. This is the opportunity this is the chance of a lifetime that's about to come to us. Because that Jannah that we've been knocking, whose door we have been knocking upon so consistently, its doors are going to be flung wide open, and the opportunity for all of us to run in that direction is going to be present. And that Jahannam, that we would do anything in the world to avoid even getting near it, let alone having to approach it, its doors will be closed. And the one of the major factors that precludes us from being able to run towards Jahannam, and to be able to avoid Jahannam, namely the shayateen, all of them will be chained. So, look, there's this opportunity that's before us, and it's really important for us to just pause for a minute because it's a transition, right? We're about to transition into something really major that is going to have great effects on our success and failure, both in this life and the next. So, like in any transition, you're making a long journey and all of a sudden you have an option to go on this highway or go on that highway. You slow down. And when you slow down, you think, do I need to go here? Do I need to go there? And you not only think about that, but you think about where am I headed and does this make sense, the direction that I'm going? And is this backwards from my destination or is this running towards my destination? So it's this same attitude that a believer should have when such opportunities arise. Now, a few things to appreciate regarding this opportunity. The first is to just appreciate the opportunity itself, which we've touched on very briefly. Honestly, we could talk about this for a full hour. We don't have an hour, but we could talk about this for a full hour. Once you appreciate the opportunity and how valuable it is, we need to just recognize that this is a unique opportunity, and the sign of this opportunity is in the arising of the opportunity itself. Now, what do I mean by that? It's a bit vague, so let me just clarify. See, most great so this is a great opportunity, correct? Gates of Jannah are open, gates of Jahannam are closed, the shayateen are chained, all of the great benefits of Ramadan, which all of us are aware of. This is just it's an amazing opportunity. Sure, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it happens to
We couldn't say once in a lifetime because it continuously arises in our lifetime, but that also is a mercy of Allah. The point is that it's a very unique opportunity. It's worthy of us pausing and reflecting on. But as opposed to so many great opportunities that arise in life, this opportunity is not contingent upon us. Rather, it is a complete expression of Allah's mercy, and from the very get-go, that becomes apparent. Now, how is that from the very get-go that becomes apparent? Because look, any other grand opportunity, were we to describe it, there would be some piece of our effort that would allow us to participate in that opportunity. For example, let's take one domain. Let's take football. Okay? Let's say that you're into football, whether you're a fan or whether you're a player. We can put that aside for a second. In the end, fans, players, supporters, they all want one thing. They want that their team go to the Super Bowl. But the Super Bowl, you don't just receive an invitation to the Super Bowl. It doesn't just show up. You have to make all this effort. And even after making the greatest effort that you could ever do, not individually, even as a collective team, even as a collective fan base, even as a collective city, you still probably won't get to the Super Bowl. It's not very common, and many, many, many great players have never even reached the Super Bowl. Forget about even being able to get in a chance to get to the NFL. We're talking about NFL, then Super Bowl. It's just unheard of. It's very rare. And even if they get there, they have to make all the effort in the world, and then they may or may not get there. And that's the case in every opportunity. Look, the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize is a great opportunity. It's an expression of a crowning of a scientist for all of the great work that they've done. It's an appreciation of they get a monetary prize, they get all these accolades, they get a pat on the back for all of the work that they've done. But do you know how many great scientists that are out there that never even get a chance at the Nobel Prize? We only give one a year. And even if they give one a year, sometimes they don't appreciate all the other great scientists and the work that they've done. And many, many great scientists get overlooked annually because they can only give limited number of prizes. But so much effort is made. So much effort is made. Lifetime of commitment, lifetime of work, and then you may or may not get the Nobel Prize. Yet in this example of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy, one of the unique aspects of it is, again, even before it begins, is to just appreciate that it's totally independent of our effort. Why? Because we don't have to earn Ramadan. Ramadan comes to us. You don't have to submit a resume for Ramadan to show up. You don't have to have this list of deeds that you performed in order to be amongst those who benefit from Ramadan. You don't have to be at a certain level or at a certain stage or have been in the deen for years and years and years before the Ramadan will reveal its blessings to you. No. SubhanAllah. Ramadan comes to us. We don't even have to approach it. Literally, Ramadan comes upon us. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who's in control of every single aspect of the universe, rotates the universe in such a way that the sun rises and sets until the month of Ramadan comes. And when it comes, it's delivered to all of us. We don't have to do anything to attain it. Number one. Number two, it provides an equal opportunity for every single person. Literally, the greatest sinner has the opportunity of Ramadan. In fact, it's very strange, even the greatest sinner, their opportunity is such that it even makes the most pious jealous. Because that person could actually earn Allah's forgiveness and attain great heights in Ramadan that maybe the pious wouldn't be able to experience because they didn't come from that depth of darkness into light. That's the opportunity. It doesn't matter where anyone is. Every single one of us has the opportunity to benefit from Ramadan, and Ramadan doesn't differentiate us. It doesn't say this one's wealthy and this one's poor. It doesn't say this one's been in the deen for 5 years and this one came 5 minutes ago. It doesn't say that this person is this ACT or that person is that ACT. No, because those aren't the things that matter. Those aren't the things that matter in the deen. The things that matter in the deen is the intention and the sincerity of each individual, and every person has the potential to be able to take advantage of Allah's mercy. And so it is the most equitable opportunity. Now, subhanAllah, you look at the world is trying to create equitable opportunities, correct? They don't want to bias against, race, ethnicity, this, that. They're trying to create equality. You're not going to find a more equitable opportunity than you're going to find in the month of Ramadan. The deen as a whole, but Ramadan is simply a manifestation of that. SubhanAllah, any one of us, wherever we are, we don't have to worry about whether we're going to benefit in Ramadan. It's a guarantee that if we face Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with sincerity and appreciate where we are and where we want to be, that opportunity is available for us. Where are you going to find such a unique gift and blessing? It's only because of the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we are able to, number one, Ramadan comes upon us. We don't have to do anything to earn it. And number two, Ramadan creates an equal opportunity for every person that wants to submit itself to it. So where does that leave us? It leaves us with a few important things. Number one, we have to recognize the opportunity. It is unacceptable that we don't stand before Ramadan and see the amazing bounty that Ramadan is going to potentially provide for us. We have to stand here and stop for a second and pause and say, wow, this opportunity is coming to me. I didn't have to do anything to earn it. I need to recognize what a great mercy this is, and I need to appreciate what a manifestation of Allah's mercy is going to come upon me. What a great manifestation of Allah's mercy that will fall upon me. That's one important aspect of Ramadan. And the second is to say, how am I going to leverage this opportunity? How am I going to take advantage of it? In life, when opportunities present themselves, we blame people for their failures in the face of those opportunities. I'm not going to tap some kid on the shoulder in the hallway and say, why didn't you win the Super Bowl? They're not qualified to win the Super Bowl. They didn't have the opportunity. But I'm going to blame my team if they got all the way there and they messed something up because they were there. The opportunity was before them. They could have availed it. So that's the same responsibility that falls upon us. If there's in fact, you can think of it this way. If there's no effort on our part that's required for Ramadan to come to us, then I would argue that that is actually the case so that we can take all our effort and turn it to asking the question, how are we going to benefit from Ramadan? Imagine if you had to spend 1 month of fasting before Ramadan would come upon you, and only the people who spent a month of fasting would be able to avail themselves of Ramadan. Then you would say to me, well, I'm tired. I spent a whole month. I'm burnt out. What do you mean now I got to think about how to take advantage of Ramadan? But 100% of the effort is taken away from us such that Ramadan comes upon us, which means that 100% of our energy and effort can be leveraged to taking advantage of the month. So again, we have to appreciate the opportunity. And two, because it's an opportunity, we have to plan in our minds where we are and how we're going to take maximum benefit from it. Because like I said, every one of us enters Ramadan in our own states. We're where we are, right? We have done so many things over the year. We only know what sins we've committed. We only know what mistakes are in our closet. We only know what good we've done. And each of us has to face Ramadan and ask ourselves, where are we and where should we be? Why do we ask where are we? Because we need to be truthful and honest with ourselves about where we stand before our Lord. Because the gates of Jannah are about to be opened in a very unique way. The gates of Jahannam are about to be sealed in a very, very merciful way. The shayateen are about to be chained. This is the opportunity that faces us. So we have to be real with ourselves. We can't live in this bubble that we create, which comforts us and makes us feel better because we surround ourselves with the things that we're most familiar with, so we don't have to ask the hardest questions. No. Ramadan is a mirror. It's a mirror of opportunity. And anytime a mirror of opportunity is before us, we have to look in that mirror and ask, who am I? As a player, have I prepared myself properly? So we look in the mirror of Ramadan when it begins to rise before us, and we begin to ask ourselves, let me look in the mirror and ask, who am I? What have I been doing for the last 11 months? Where have I spent my time? What have I been partaking of and what have I been fasting from? This is the hard question to ask, because what we do is we as human beings have a habit and a tendency to surround ourselves with the familiar so we don't have to ask the hard questions. Right? It's tough to ask hard questions of ourselves. It's tough to ask, where have I spent my money over the last year? It's tough to ask, where did I spend my youth over the last year? It's tough to ask, where did I put my time and energy over the last year? It's tough to ask, what was my behavior over the last year? And the way that we cover that difficulty and alleviate ourselves from having to face it is to surround ourselves with things that comfort us. But here's an opportunity to step away and be alone for a little bit. Take a few minutes outside of our days, before the month of Ramadan arises, and face Ramadan in its mirror to see our own reflection. What did I do over the past 11 months? Not because we're trying to create a circumstance in which we have to look down and ashamed. Sure, there are things we should be ashamed of and we should seek forgiveness for them. But rather, that's the only way that we can actually ascertain how we should take advantage of the opportunity. We can't take full advantage of it until we know where we've been. So this is one important aspect of the month, which is that it's a mirror. We should look at it as a mirror and appreciate where we are and where we should be. So one aspect, where we are. The second, where we should be. All of us have aspirations. And we should have very lofty aspirations. And subhanAllah, they should be concordant with the deen. The deen, the beauty of the deen, is that it gives us goals for which we should aspire. I don't need you to give me a list of 5 things that I want to become. I already have those 5, 10 things on my list from the Sunnah and the Quran. So that's the beauty of the deen. It creates the punch list that we're aspiring towards. And in this before we even begin the month of Ramadan, we should ask the question, who do I want to be? Again, looking in the mirror, you look in the mirror and you say, I look this way, but I really want to look that way, correct? When you look in any mirror, you look at your reflection, you say, I look this way, but I actually want my hair to be that way. My clothes look this way, but I actually want them to be that way. My shoes don't match my outfit. I really need to switch them out because they should look this way. Isn't that what anybody does when they look in a mirror? Ramadan's a mirror as well. We look in the mirror and say, I look this way. I actually should look that way. And I'm talking here metaphysically, not physically, obviously. So we should ask the question, what do we want to look like? Meaning, who do we want to be? Who are we aspiring to become? And we should then ask one simple question. After all of that work, one simple question. What am I going to swap to fix the picture? And I'm not asking you to make some long, extensive list, because the reality is that if you make a long, extensive list, it just often doesn't happen. I'm just saying, pick one thing. What is the one thing that looks wrong in this picture? When I look at myself in the mirror of Ramadan, what's the one thing about myself that I don't like? Do I need to change this or that? Do I need to adjust C or D? And everyone in this room is going to have a different answer, because everyone is a different person. I can't give you a lecture on what that list should be. We know what that should be because the deen creates that list, but it has to come from inside. It has to come from within us. Maybe I look at myself in the mirror and I say, my prayers aren't how they should be. Look at how they were. This is how I want them to be. I'm missing a prayer here. I'm missing a prayer there on occasion. So make that adjustment. Make that the singular goal in the month of Ramadan. That's, again, when you look in a mirror, it's not plastic surgery. It's minor adjustments, but those minor adjustments make a big difference. So we're looking in the mirror of Ramadan, and we need to be realistic about how much we can actually achieve. Now, the month is miraculous. By making a step, many, many, many things will change, but we should simply pick 1 or 2 things that we deem to be important for us personally and make that adjustment. Again, like I said, for some of us it might be that there's 5 prayers in a day and I'm not consistent with them. So I'm going to make this slight adjustment. I'm going to bring these prayers into my life. And honestly, if that's the simple or the singular goal that a person has, that's acceptable. Maybe it's, I should be in the masjid more often. Maybe it's The Quran sits on my shelf far more than it sits in my hand. The Quran sits on the shelf, but far more than it sits in my hand. So maybe I need to make a simple commitment to the Quran that I'm just going to pick it up and read 3 lines a day. I'm going to find some time in my day, just like I eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I managed to never miss that. So I'm going to make this a 4th meal or a 3rd meal, whichever. And I'm going to just consistently engage it every single day. Maybe it's I look at my expenditures and I see the vast majority of my wealth is spent on me. I look at my credit card bill. It's just my food, my clothing, my entertainment, my desires. I don't find the service of others anywhere on my receipts. So we make an adjustment. We recognize that this wealth is not ours. It comes from Allah. And this wealth is a test. It's been given to us simply to see how we play the game. And everything is a game. This is a big monopoly game. We know that. So maybe I make an adjustment in the way I spend my wealth. Maybe I recognize that I've made many, many, many trips throughout my life. I've flown here, I've gone there. I spent 3 weeks here, I spent 5 weeks there. I've traveled to this part of the world, I've traveled to that part of the world. And yet I have never made Hajj. So maybe we make that simple intention. I don't know. Every single one of us has to appreciate this within ourselves. Because the deen doesn't judge us based on what we do. It judges us based on the progress that we make. Sure, there are some basal things that have to be present. You need these 5 prayers. You need fasting in the month of Ramadan. You need to go for Hajj. You need to pay zakah. These are very, very entry-level, simple things that all Muslims can achieve, that all human beings can achieve. But the deen then judges us based on what we aspire towards and the minor adjustments that we make every day when we look in the mirror. That's how we get judged. A person comes walking to Allah, Allah comes running to them. A person makes 1 step towards Allah, Allah takes 10 towards them, etc., etc. So this is our opportunity to pause and look in the spiritual mirror and ask the hard questions. And I would honestly say we should do this every morning, but okay, Ramadan creates this opportunity and this energy, and so we should appreciate it and take advantage of it. But let me just say that after all of the opportunity of Ramadan, there's one opportunity that really is the mother of all. And that is that Ramadan creates the opportunity for us to really appreciate Allah. Now you might say, wait a minute, what are you talking about? The whole deen is appreciation of Allah. But yes, it is. The deen is a mechanism by which we arrive at a destination, which is the appreciation of Allah. But subhanAllah, Ramadan delivers us to that very quickly because of the power of fasting. You know that in our deen, as all of you are aware, deeds are rewarded anywhere from 10 to 700 times. Correct? The minimum reward for any deed is 10 times its value. You do good deed X, at the minimum, it gets multiplied by 10 and written in your account. And it can go up to 700. Many, many examples of so many ways by which great rewards can be earned. But subhanAllah, the ulama say that there's one deed for which a multiplier cannot be applied in this life. Now, these are multipliers that we apply in this life for us to be able to understand the power of any given deed and the power of particularly sometimes of a time. For example, sometimes time is a multiplier, sometimes a deed is a multiplier. But the ulama, they say that in the case of fasting, there is no multiplier. Not that it doesn't exist, but it's such a multiplier that none of us can appreciate it because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created fasting in such a way that He will reward it on the day of judgment in a way that none of us can fathom. None of us can fathom. We know this from hadith, we know this from the explanations of our scholars. The deeds have multipliers, but fasting is unique because it is for Allah and Allah will reward it in His own unique way. How is it for Allah as opposed to any other deed? Because it's a hidden deed that no one else can appreciate. No one else can see. Look, if you don't want to fast Ramadan, You can walk around and pretend like you're fasting. None of us are going to be able to tell. You can take a sip of coffee in your house and no one will know. You can go ahead and eat a meal in the middle of the day and no one will know. It's a personal matter between you and Allah. It's different than salah. If you're in the masjid, I see. It's different than zakah. When you give zakah, the community knows, the receivers know for sure, right? It's different than hajj. When you go for hajj, we all see that you're there. But fasting is unique. No one really knows who's fasting. No one really knows. So, subhanAllah, because of the unique nature of fasting and that it really requires you to appreciate that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone is watching and you're doing it purely for His sake, there is no known multiplier. Rather, the multiplier is present, yet it's unknown. It is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, this is for me and I shall reward it. And the multiplier remains unknown. So why is this a unique opportunity? Because it's the opportunity where we can earn Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Himself, His pleasure. You know that on the Day of Judgment, when all the dust is settled and everybody is in their abodes, the people of Jannah are in Jannah, the people of Jahannam are in Jahannam, then the people in Jannah will be addressed, and it will be said to them, is there anything more that you desire? They will say, what more is there? What do you mean? What more is there? We've already been given everything. We're in Jannah. We're experiencing every single wish of ours is being fulfilled. We're experiencing every single desire. And then it will be explained, but there's one more thing. There's one more layer. One more layer. What's that one more layer? That one more layer is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reveal Himself just as a full moon is revealed in the sky of this world. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reveals Himself in that way, people will forget about every blessing they've been given and realize that this was the actual reward of Jannah. To be able to engage Allah in whichever way He deems us to engage Him. This is the opportunity of Ramadan. To earn Allah's pleasure in such a way that we can't even begin to fathom what that reward would be. So we should leverage it. We should leverage it by appreciating that it's a mirror. It's an opportunity for us to stand before the month and ask the question, how do I look? Unfortunately, probably very disheveled. But how do I look? And am I happy with that picture? Am I happy with what I'm seeing in the mirror? And most importantly, what am I going to change? I'm going to change my outfit. I'm going to adjust my hair. I'm going to change my shoes. I'm going to press myself, meaning press my clothes, press myself, press my soul, whatever it might be. We have to make those adjustments. And subhanAllah, if we just make a tiny few adjustments in this month, even before the month arises, but particularly as the month enters, then subhanAllah, we will be able to taste some ecstasies that the tongue has never tasted, that the eyes have never seen, that the ears have never heard, and that will just be the beginning of something far greater, which will be to ultimately experience, inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as He deems us worthy to experience Him. SubhanAllah, this is a great month that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed upon us. Honestly, if we could just experience one day of it in our entire existence, it would be sufficient. But no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't give us one day, He gives us 30. And if we could experience one such month in our entire lifetime, it would be sufficient. But no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't give us one such experience, He gives us one experience yearly. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. We have all the opportunity in the world to take advantage. We have all the excuses in the world to take advantage of this opportunity. And we should really spend a few minutes. I understand Ramadan comes, and then when Ramadan comes, we get excited. But I'm asking you to actually do a little homework before Ramadan starts. To spend a few moments, whatever time you feel necessary, to just reflect on where am I, what do I want to be, how have I spent my last 11 months, what are the things that I want to change, what adjustments am I going to make in Ramadan. And the benefit of that is, like I said, the power of Ramadan is such that I think all of us can appreciate that habits established in Ramadan tend to stick, particularly when they're made at the beginning of the month. So this is a nice chance. People come often saying, how can I change my life? How can I change my circumstance? How can I better myself? And I say, oh, I wish it was Ramadan, because if Ramadan was coming, we could fix a lot of things very quickly. SubhanAllah, we don't have to wish, it's here. Literally, it's just about to arise upon us. So, alhamdulillah, there's just a few days before it's going to be before us. We know that the Prophet ﷺ used to remind the companions about the greatness of the month of Ramadan. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do justice to that. Just again, my words are limited, but we can always read about the statements of the Prophet ﷺ concerning this. But I think the greater reminder here is to just appreciate the month in general, the opportunity of the month and our need for that opportunity, the month as a mirror, and our opportunity to make adjustments that inshallah will be lasting outside of the month and will provide us with great benefits in both this life and the next. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deliver Ramadan to us just as He's delivered it to us so many times before. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala overlook our shortcomings, allow us to be able to truly see ourselves for who we are. May He make us amongst those who are able to appreciate those deficiencies within us that need to be changed. And may He make us amongst those who have the tawfiq and the strength and the wisdom to be able to make any adjustment such that it pleases Him and creates the door for the next opportunity to make additional adjustments. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam was once sitting with his companions, and he mentioned to them that horses are of three types. Prophet ﷺ was sitting with his companions, and he mentioned to them that horses are of three types. The hadith is actually very lengthy. It's in the book of Imam Bukhari, the narration. But the summary is that he said that the three types of horses is ajrun, sitrun, and wizrun. Ajrun, sitrun, and wizrun. Ajrun means a reward. Now, of course, when we talk about horses, this is in regards to the people that keep them. So there's three types of horses. One that's a reward. One that's a sitr. Sitr is like a shield, meaning it's useful for everyday things. So one that has a purpose, one that's a reward, one that has a purpose, and one that's a burden. One that's a reward, ajr. One that has a purpose, sitr. And one that's a burden, wizr. Then the Prophet ﷺ, he further explained what these three types of horses are. In summary, the horse that is a reward is the horse that is kept for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Meaning an individual, now we're talking 1400 years ago, so we'll contextualize this in a minute, but 1400 years ago, an individual can have an intention to keep a horse and they keep it purely for the sake of Allah. What does that mean? That that horse is only going to be used in things that are for the sake of Allah. For example, either battle or the da'wah. And the Prophet ﷺ said that this type of horse is a reward for its owner. And he further explicated that this reward is so deep that every grass
that this horse eats, everything essentially, everything that this horse consumes becomes a reward for the person. All the water that this horse drinks becomes a reward for the person. Even the excrement, the urine and the feces of the horse, the dung of the horse, eventually become a reward for the person. So here the Prophet ﷺ is reminding us that when a person does something for the sake of Allah, that every ramification of that also earns the person a reward. Because if you think about it, it's kind of extreme. The waste products of the horse, which would be considered impure, become a reward for the person because it was for the sake of Allah. It shows you the power of intention, that you can literally take something that's impure and make it a reward for a person. So this is the first type of horse. The second type of horse is the horse that's sitr. Sitr is like a shield, but the implication here is that which is necessary for use. For example, I have work, so it's a tool for my trade. Maybe I'm a trader, I have to move stuff around, whatever it might be. I'm a farmer, I need to use a horse for a certain purpose. So this is the second type of horse. And for the person, it's essentially like something good, but it's essentially neutral. It's not that kind of reward that was described initially. Now, of course, anything that we do for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so long as we maintain its rights, that becomes beneficial for us. So there's benefit there, but it's not that beneficial that every single blade of grass that the horse is consuming becomes just a reward for a person on the Day of Judgment. But anyway, it's a second type of horse, meaning it's something that is for everyday use, something that's necessary for the individual. And then the Prophet ﷺ mentioned a third type of horse. It's upon the person, wizr. Wizr is like a burden, like a headache. It becomes a headache on the person. How does it become a headache on the person? Because the person essentially has it for the purpose of showing others what they have. Now, at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and even till today, honestly, in the domain of horses, some people will purchase horses merely for showing that they have a horse, like a very thoroughbred horse. Thoroughbred is like a race horse. So imagine that at that time, particularly when horses were the major means of transportation and the way by which you would exhibit wealth, a person buys like a thoroughbred horse not because they want to use it for the sake of Allah, there's no intent there. Not because they actually need the horse for a purpose, there's no intent there. But rather they purchase it just to show others that they own this horse. They want to show others the uniqueness of their horse, the ability of their horse, or the fact that they are the owner of the horse. So the Prophet ﷺ highlights that this type of horse becomes wizr. Wizr is like a burden. Burden, you want to think like a headache, a sin. This thing becomes a headache for the person. Now, you might think the guy who's got the flashy horse, let's call it flashy horse 1400 years ago, the guy who's got the flashy horse, how is that a burden for this guy? Right? It's not a burden. Everybody's like, whoa, man, you got that horse. And he's showing off as he rides that horse. And everybody's turning their attention to the person so they see him whizzing by in that horse, with that horse. But it becomes a burden because the person is doing it out of arrogance to attract people's attention. Essentially, it becomes a competitor with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the sense that all attention is only due to Allah. The only purpose of our existence is to draw attention to His magnificence, not ourselves. So because this person is showing off to the world, in his world at that time, it ends up becoming a headache for the person. Maybe not in this life, because they're going to get lots of accolades for owning that horse, but rather it becomes a definite headache in the hereafter. It's a definite headache in the hereafter because they will be asked about that horse, and of course it will be exposed, the reality behind that horse. Now again, like I said earlier, we don't own horses today. For the most part, some people do, but for the most part, in our context, we don't own horses today. But the hadith and the circumstance in which the Prophet ﷺ is discussing this topic is still as relevant today as it was at that time. Because perhaps we don't own horses, but we own so many other things, and essentially what's being highlighted is a paradigm of wealth. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses us with things,
or the opportunity to be able to convert our wealth into things, there's three types of intentions that we have. Meaning there's three buckets. One bucket is to allocate something for the sake of Allah and Allah alone. And in that context, even the impurity of it becomes a source of reward. Another allocation is to allocate our wealth to the things that we need for the purposes of whatever we're engaged in. For example, I need a car. So I need a car, so I drive my car to work, I drive my car back, okay? There's a reward in that, in the sense that I'm going to a halal job, I'm earning halal income for my family, my intent is the sake of Allah, I'm grateful to Allah for having provided it, but it's not that allocation that every mark of a tire becomes like a reward. And the third allocation is one that we should shun and run from. And that allocation is when wealth, the purpose of the wealth is to show others in our extravagance. And that's the thing that we should run from as far as possible, because that thing is going to be a big headache for people on the Day of Judgment. It becomes a burden. The word in Arabic here is a burden. Burden meaning like a type of sin almost. It becomes a heavy weight on the person. So anytime, well, a couple things to think about here. Number one, we definitely want to allocate our wealth to category A. Some piece of wealth of ours should be allocated to category A because it becomes an endless opportunity. So we should ask this question. Do I have anything that I've invested in that becomes like an ajr for me? Ajr in the context of this narration, right? That type of thing where every dimension of it becomes a multiplier for reward for me. All right. Let's use an example, because maybe a very common example, if we want to just contextualize this, is horse to car. All right? I think everybody in the room's got a car, and they use the car to do relatively good things. For example, they get in the car, they go to work, alhamdulillah. They get in the car, they even go to the masjid, alhamdulillah. They get in the car and they go and buy the groceries, alhamdulillah. So that's like a sitr, it's like a need, right? We have a need, we fulfill that need, we thank Allah for it, it earns us some degree of reward, it's beneficial, and it's to the extent of our need. But maybe we should ask the question, have we ever purchased a vehicle for the sake of Allah? You might think, why would I purchase a vehicle? I mean, what kind of vehicle is there for the sake of Allah? I don't know, maybe the masjid needs a car in order to be able to pick up and drop off something, or, just, you can come up with some example. I don't know, example, carpet, okay? Carpets in the masjid, carpets at home, right? Carpet can be like on the wall to show the world the type of carpet that you have. And the carpet in the masjid, even the threads that come up as the person vacuums it becomes a continuous source of reward for the person, right? Even every dimension of the carpet becomes a source of reward for the person. And the carpet that a person has at home, it's there, they need it, it provides some degree of comfort, it has a use, we take advantage of it. And the carpet on the wall that you put up so that the whole world you can show and say, I bought this ancient 3,000-year-old carpet from Mesopotamia. It's just there to show people, it doesn't necessarily provide a benefit, it's certainly not a reward. But cars are the same way, Cars on another extreme. Maybe you can't think of an example of a car for the masjid, but there are certain times where cars are beneficial. You buy a car, for example, you buy the ambulance for the local hospital. That's a good example. Let's do that. You buy the local hospital needs an ambulance, or some hospital in the third world, the developing world, needs an ambulance, so you purchase the ambulance. Everything regarding that car, including the flat tire, the air in the tire becomes like a type of reward. Right? So maybe we should ask the question, have I invested in that way, right? Every material good has three categories associated. And what we don't want is that hot, flashy car, that turns everybody's attention towards us. And the purpose of our buying it is so that we can attract people's attention. Because that becomes a competitor. It becomes a headache. Now, a competitor to what? Nothing competes with Allah in reality. But it becomes a competitor in the eyes of people in the sense that people's eyes get turned towards it, and that wasn't the goal of our existence. Our goal was never to turn people's eyes towards us. Our goal is to turn people's eyes towards Allah, meaning towards the reality of La ilaha illallah. So now we should think about our wealth in that way, in every category in which we spend. In every category in which we spend. we should ask ourselves, when I do A, B, and C, is this ajr? Is this sitr? Is this wizr? In fact, these are 3 good words to memorize, right? These are the 3 types of categories of how we behave with wealth. And this is a challenge for every one of us. When we're thinking about how we allocate our resources, we should ask these 3 questions. For example, I have a printer at home, right? I have a printer, I use it for my daily stuff. I print out my bills, I print out my this, I print out my that. Maybe I should buy a printer for the masjid at the same time I buy a printer for myself. Every drop of ink on that printer, which is being used for the masjid, is going to be a source of reward for me. It's that type of thinking, right? That, look, what's being highlighted here by the Prophet ﷺ is essentially 2 things, many things, but 2 things to take away. One, never underestimate that which is completely allocated to Allah. That's one point that you can take away. Never underestimate that which is being completely allocated to Allah. Meaning that you would never in your right mind fathom that the dung and the urine of a horse could be a source of reward for a person. Yet, the intention for the sake of Allah and a complete allocation to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala results in that. So that's very powerful. So that's among the many things that we take away, that's one thing. And then the opposite extreme also needs to be recognized, which is that we should avoid that category of the things that are going to become a headache for us on the Day of Judgment. Because again, we see past the, what's the benefit of attracting the praise and the foolish accolades of the people of the world? What good was it? They're just as passing as we are. And there's no lasting nature to their accolades. And nobody remembers. I can guarantee you the guy with the fast horse 1,400 years ago, nobody remembers their name. They're buried in the same graves that the rest of us go into, and these details get lost in the book of history. But of course, it's recorded by Allah, but nobody remembers them. Whereas, can you imagine the people who invested 1,400 years ago in the sake of deen, and we stand on their shoulders today? Literally everything that we do is predicated upon their sacrifice. Can you just imagine what power their multiplier is going to be, the reward that they're going to gain? And who knows, maybe today we do something, and 500 years from now, our generations will stand on it. Something really simple, some sacrifice that we make. Meaning the big picture here is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is absolutely cognizant of the things that we do solely for His sake alone. Solely for His sake alone. No combination of even work, just solely for His sake alone. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala appreciates it, recognizes it, and rewards it in a way that we will never be able to comprehend. Such that every angle of it becomes a source of blessing for the person. So we should seek every such opportunity. We should seek every such opportunity where something can be khalis, completely, absolutely, purely, only for the sake of Allah. And we should allocate a little bit of our resources. I'm not saying everything has to go for that, but we should allocate something. We should be able to look at every year people go through their taxes, every year people go through their receipts. We should be able to look at ourselves annually when we're reflecting on our expenditures, our wealth, etc., and say, yes, okay, I bought this for me, I bought this for the house, I bought this for the family, but this was purely for the sake of Allah. This was purely my contribution for this, and I apportioned this, I allocated this purely for the sake of Allah. And that will earn us a very, very large reward. And this is, again, the general way by which we should think of wealth. We want to invest in those things that are going to produce immeasurable reward. We want to purchase the things that are necessary for ourselves in this life. The deen encourages us towards that. And in fact, there's a reward in that as well. It's just not that degree that we mentioned with the very first example. And we want to avoid, like the plague, anything that's done to draw attention to us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who are able to apportion our wealth for His pleasure alone. And may He protect us from ever pursuing those things which draw away from His attention. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. SubhanAllah, it's one of those, like, I had topic A in mind and then I sat down and topic B kind of arose in my mind, so I'm going to take a little chance here and jump to a different topic than what I was thinking about 5 minutes ago, but inshallah the message will get delivered. Allahu Akbar. On one occasion, the Prophet ﷺ sent a individual as his representative essentially, but sent an individual as a representative to collect zakah. Now let's just go back and understand that at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, zakah was collected by the central authority, which was basically the nascent Muslim community. And the Prophet ﷺ would send companions, basically, and individuals as representatives on his behalf in order to collect the zakah from different tribes, different localities. That zakah would go into a central collection, and then the zakah would subsequently be distributed to the needy. So essentially it was a role of the state, let's put it that way. So the Prophet ﷺ sent someone as a representative to go and collect the zakah. When the person eventually returned, he came to the Prophet ﷺ. They were in the masjid. The Prophet ﷺ was in the masjid at the time. When the person returned, he came to the Prophet ﷺ and he presented his collection. And he said to the Prophet ﷺ, basically he comes with this collection, correct? It's let's say whatever it might be, animals, other types of valuables, etc. And he presents it to the Prophet ﷺ and he says, "This is for you." And he takes something else on the side and he says, "And this is a gift for me." This is for you. Imagine there's just like a, herd of animals, all this wealth, goods, whatever it might be. He says, "This is for you, and this was a gift for me." And subhanAllah, the Prophet ﷺ became very upset. Very upset. So much so that he went straight to the minbar, gathered the people together, and he said, "I send someone." Now, I'm winging it here because I apologize. I had another topic in my mind, but this just came up as I was sitting here. So don't quote me on this, but roughly, okay? It's a paraphrase. Something to the effect that I send someone to collect zakah, and he says, "This is for you, and this is a gift for me." Let's see if he was sitting in the house of his mother and father, what type of gift he would receive. Let's see if he was sitting in the house of his mother and father, what type of gift he would receive. And then the Prophet ﷺ continued and essentially gave a warning about how people will show up on the Day of Judgment, and if something isn't truly theirs, what a burden it will be on them. How people will show up on the Day of Judgment, and if something truly wasn't there, what a burden it will be on them. All right, first of all, this is not some story, meaning in the sense that this is Bukhari and Muslim. This narration is found in Bukhari and Muslim, if I recall correctly, or at least Bukhari or Muslim, but my recollection is both. That's point one. So it's important for us to be able to understand some principles that we can learn from this. Now, on the face of it, there's one important point to recognize, which I think all of us can recognize, which is that if, for example, we go someplace and we have some responsibility, and we're given something that doesn't truly belong to us as part of that responsibility. For example, let's take for an example that this was like a bribe, or that this was a mechanism to influence the collector to perhaps overlook something, right? That's one lesson that can be gained. Well, we're being reminded here that any such circumstance is exceedingly dangerous for the one who participates in it. So that's very important. For example, if I have a role, whatever it might be in society, in this case, the zakat collector, okay? And let's just say that as part of that role, I go and someone tries to give me something which could bias the way in which I handle the circumstance, then this is a very, very dangerous game to play with. So much so that it caused the Prophet ﷺ to stand on the minbar, to sit on the minbar, and to announce to the people the dangers of it. So this is one lesson that we can gain. But another lesson, which is very important, is that when something is done for the sake of Allah, we are held to a different standard. And that applies to all of us. By the way, the first applies to all of us, but the presumption is that most people wouldn't be in that situation, correct? But this does, which is that when we do something for the sake of Allah, then it has to be purely for the sake of Allah. There can be nothing that would taint that whatsoever. And we have to take that standard and do two things with it. Number one, it's the standard by which we recognize who we're going to enter into our closest proximity, who we're going to bring into our hearts. There's a standard that we hold them to. And number two, there's a standard that we in turn hold ourselves to ensure that we represent Islam and those people in that way. For example, and I'm being a little bit esoteric here, but just for example, one of the great blessings of Islam, and we have to recognize this because it's so important in this day and age. One of the great blessings of Islam is that the Prophet ﷺ held himself to the highest ethical standard. The Prophet ﷺ held himself to the highest ethical standard. So we can be comforted in that. We don't need to make excuses for the Prophet ﷺ. You see the way the world works today. Look at the political world. They say one thing and then they do another thing. They say rule of law, and then they run around and pardon friends and relatives and this stuff. It's complete garbage. You have to make excuses for them. You have to make all these reasons why they behave in the way in which they behave. That's not ethics. That's politics. Ethics is you look at something and it's so pristine, so pure, that you don't need to make a single excuse. In fact, it forces you to look at yourself and find your errors. And that's the ethics of the Prophet ﷺ. I think the greatest example of that, which we've covered here previously on a Saturday evening, is just the verse, Abasa wa tawalla. You all know that verse, right? Abasa wa tawalla. He frowned and he turned away. Now, this was a revelation which arose in the context of the Prophet ﷺ turning his attention away from someone who was coming to seek some benefit from him, and instead focusing his attention on the responsible members of the Quraysh, not for his own, not out of his own desire, not out of the Prophet ﷺ's own desire, but rather the Prophet ﷺ, the circumstance, but essentially the Prophet ﷺ is trying to give dawah to the Quraysh, particularly the leaders of the Quraysh. This individual, who happens to be a blind companion, begins to approach the Prophet ﷺ, and because his status wasn't at the level of the Quraysh that he was sitting with, the leaders of the Quraysh that he was sitting with, the Prophet ﷺ became a bit conflicted. Conflicted in the sense like, hey, I need to give this person some information, some knowledge because he's coming to me, but he's not at the status of the people that I'm sitting with. And also it's going to distract me from the people that I'm speaking with. And this person could come anytime, but this is a shot on goal. I can actually give a message to the Quraysh and deliver it. They're listening to me. I'm engaging with them. And I can speak with this companion later. So in the context of that, the Prophet ﷺ, he frowned. He didn't say anything. He just frowned and turned away. And subhanAllah, revelation came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala
saying that he frowned and he turned away, and the attention should have been on this individual rather than the Quraysh. Okay, now, here, essentially, these two things are almost not even neutral, but it almost makes sense. The scholars say it makes sense why the Prophet ﷺ was turning away from this individual. He's already speaking with the Quraysh, like I mentioned. He is trying to alleviate the difficulty of all the companions because they're being persecuted by the Quraysh by delivering his message and maybe gaining a little headway in with the leaders of the Quraysh. So all the reasons, there's many, and I don't have time to go into them, but all the reasons are there why he should have turned away. And when he turns away, he doesn't say anything, he just frowns. And by the way, who is he frowning towards? He's frowning towards a companion who's blind. He can't even see the frown. Yet what? Yet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reveals abasa wa tawalla to highlight the standard at which the sunnah is held. The standard at which the sunnah is held. Meaning, the standards of the sunnah are so exacting that even when the Prophet ﷺ turns away with good reason from a blind individual who can't even see the frown, it's going to be noted and reset to show that the sunnah is held at a very high standard. And it's exactly that standard that you find woven throughout the entire seerah. It's not like, like they say, one of the scholars he wrote, and it really resonated with me. He said there was no night too dark except that the companions knew what the Prophet ﷺ was doing. And there was no wall so high except that the Prophet ﷺ knew, except that the companions knew what was happening behind that wall. This was the status of the Prophet ﷺ. The darkest of nights, companions would be watching and they would find him in the deepest of prayer. Not doing the things that everybody does in the darkness of night. And there was no wall too high. Meaning, the Prophet ﷺ is sitting with his family behind the privacy of the wall of the house. And the family is delivering exactly how the Prophet ﷺ behaved. Where are you going to find that in history? Where do you find such consistency in history? Now, what does that do for us? That provides us with two benefits, with one responsibility and one benefit. One benefit, the benefit among many, but the benefit is that we can call this man our messenger and be absolutely comforted in the fact that we don't need to make an excuse. Now, I know that we live in a world of YouTube where people want to, attack the Prophet ﷺ and they'll bring up some random event here and there, which is totally within the confines of excellence, but the way people think today, they make you think you got to defend it. But we're not making excuses. That's the way society was at that time, and the Prophet ﷺ excelled in the context in which he existed. We're not making any excuses. You just have to understand the circumstance. But the Prophet ﷺ, who was consistent in the darkest of nights behind the highest of walls. And so when someone is assigned a task by the Prophet ﷺ to go and collect the zakah on behalf of this nascent ummah, and he says that, all of this is yours, but this is a gift for me, the Prophet ﷺ becomes very angry, very upset, very disturbed. Why? Because this is a conflict of interest at the highest ethical level. It's a conflict of interest. When someone, in two ways. Number one, when someone does something for the sake of Allah, it has to be khalisatan for the sake of Allah. 100% pure for the sake of Allah. There cannot be anything that adulterates that intention. There's no toleration for anything that adulterates that intention. What do you mean you went for zakah, to collect the zakah, and you picked up a gift along the way? No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable because actually the question is, if you were sitting home, would you have even been offered such a gift? That was not the time to take a gift. Number one. Number two, so it has to be purely for the sake of Allah. And number two, there's no room to allow for external influences to disrupt your service of yourself and the community. Now you look at today,
I mean, forget about today. We look at ourselves. We don't have to look at the world. What's the benefit of looking at the world? They're going to do what they want to do. We want to benefit from this. We should look in the mirror. When we do something for the sake of Allah, we cannot ever expect to have anything in return. In fact, it should be the opposite. We should say, I don't want anything in return. I'm not going to accept this. There's zero that's going to come from you because I am doing this for the sake of Allah, and I'm only doing this because Allah has given me the opportunity to do that. I'll give you like a very simple, small example just to think about. For example, a brother is assisting with the masjid. All right? So brother's assisting with the masjid or sister's assisting with the masjid, and there's some event in the masjid. Okay, so they go and they say, okay, I'll take care of all the expenses. I'll just buy it on my own card, and you just reimburse me at the end. Okay, now, after the event, they spent a couple $1,000s on behalf of the masjid. Yeah, they did a favor to the masjid, but honestly, they're not doing any favor to the masjid. They're really doing a favor to themselves that they got a chance to participate in the service of the masjid. Now they got all these points on their card. They're like, oh, wow. I spent the money on the masjid, and I got extra some points, so now I can, maybe my next trip is going to be a little bit easier, or I can get a free couple coffees, or whatever you might get out of these points. But again, there's a conflict of interest here. Now, it might be very, very subtle, and everybody might say, what are you talking about? That's crazy. They spent their card. They should get the chance to get the points. But no, that's not the point. The idea here is that you did something for the sake of Allah. You should never expect anything in return. And in fact, I would argue that you should take the points and donate them to the masjid, because they belong to the masjid. Because if you were sitting in your parents' house, you think you would have collected any of those points? It was a gift on you to be able to participate in the masjid, to be able to contribute to the opportunity of the masjid. If you got points secondarily for that, then that's not some gift. That is actually a chance to give back so that inshallah you get the chance in the future. And in fact, what's the problem here? The problem, you might say, what's the big deal? The big deal is the next time you're going to jump up to raise your hand and say, hey, I'll use my card because, hey, I can collect another 5,000 points because, again, I spent on behalf of the masjid. So we have a standard that we hold ourselves to, and that is that when we do something for the sake of deen, we have zero expectation in return. I'm serving the masjid. I don't have an expectation that, well, then I'm going to be able to, get special access to some place of the masjid, or I'm going to be able to get treated a little differently because I'm participating in the masjid, or, I'm the imam, so now I'm going to get some kind of special treatment because I'm the imam. No, if I'm the imam, it's actually the opposite. I'm getting the opportunity to serve. I have to hold myself to an even higher standard. I have to ask the harder questions, like, I have to make sure that there's no special benefit given to me. That's the truest expression of deen. And that's the standard that the Prophet ﷺ held the companions to, because that was the standard that he was held to as well. And subhanAllah, that's a gift for us, because we can comfortably put our hand in his hand. Metaphysically, we can comfortably put our hand in his hand and trust him because we see the life that he lived. And the same can be said of the generations that came after. These are the types of standards that the people of the highest echelon hold themselves to. I see this, for example, just in my own profession. People come by, these drug reps, they historically used to come by. It's a lot better now, but when I was earlier in my career, it was much worse. These drug reps come by, they tell you about their drug, and they give you pens and pencils and notepads and, other stickers and gifts. What do you mean? You think you would be giving me, you think they're handing out stickers to people and gifts to people on the street? No, they're handing these things out to bias me, right? Because I take these things home, I give them to my kids, I give them to my family gets excited. I think the next time they come that I'm going to get more, I'll give them even more, free water bottle, free this, free that. But what are they really trying to do? They're really trying to influence me, number one, so that the first thing that I think about when I'm thinking about that class of drug is their drug. So that's already a bias. And number two, I'm thinking that if I don't regularly prescribe this drug, this representative is not going to come back and give me more gifts the next time. This is a subtle sleight of hand by which people try to influence my service of others. And it's dangerous. And in fact, now, medicine has eventually come to their senses, and I know that most hospitals have restrictions on this type of thing where they can give some small amount, they can't buy you breakfast every week, this and that. But whatever it is, the point is, we have to be cognizant that particularly in the aspect of deen, when we do something for the sake of Allah,
It is a gift on us. We would be sitting in our parents' homes otherwise and asking the question, where did this gift come from? That's the standard that we have to all hold ourselves to in anything that we do for the sake of Allah. There should be we should never allow anything to compete with our intention. Nothing should compete with our intention, and we should never allow a circumstance in which we take even the tiniest of benefit from a secondary circumstance, except that we're looking for Allah's benefit and Allah's grace and Allah's mercy and Allah's reward solely. And believe me, this is a very hard thing, because inevitably it's human nature to want to take slight benefits from circumstances that we find ourselves in. And in fact, that is why you find all of this drug reps and mileage points and all this stuff. You know, why do these airlines have all this mileage points? I mean, one is you keep a bunch of people happy. But the other is, like, look, they know that the big people who are buying stuff, buying large numbers of tickets for their offices, these, agencies and this and that if they give them a bunch of mileage points, then when they're choosing between two airlines, they're going to prefer their airline. So I'm in charge of my office and I'm booking, for like, I don't know, hundreds of people, and I'm collecting points. Then of course I'm going to be biased towards the way in which I make my purchases, whether that's like I'm purchasing at some place or using some card or whatever it might be. These things are there to influence our behavior. Believe me, they're not giving us some kind of rewards, quote unquote, as if we're doing good deeds and we're getting Jannah. These are not those rewards. These are mechanisms by which you maintain loyalty, mechanisms by which you influence behavior, mechanisms by which you cause people to make selections in certain circumstances. And these things can potentially conflict with the reason why which we do things, the reason for which we do things. So when number one, we can comfortably put ourselves put our lives in the hand of the Sunnah, because the Sunnah has been held to such an exacting standard. And that exacting standard is not some inconsistent standard. It's highly consistent from the earliest days, Abasa wa Tawalla, from the earliest days of the Seerah, all the way until the world is peering in. Like I said, towards the end of the time of the Prophet ﷺ, Arabia is peering in at the darkness of the night and watching what the Prophet ﷺ does. Arabia is asking the question, what happens behind the highest of walls? And everything can be revealed, and it's absolutely consistent, purely for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, without any taint whatsoever. That's benefit for us. We can comfortably submit to that. And by the way, this is a standard I challenge you to hold to anybody that you want to give your heart to. Anyone that you want to take advice from. Anybody that you want to give your heart to, anyone that you want to submit to, anyone that you think that you're going to follow, where everybody wants to, now the world is made up of followers and all this stuff. Ask this question. Ask this question, what's happening in the darkest of night? Ask this question, what's happening behind the highest of walls? Ask this question, what is the consistency from the beginning to the end? Ask this question, what motivates this person? Is it their benefit or mine? Ask this question, how does this person deal with the most subtle of circumstances? Do they stand up and tell the world that they should be so pure, that they should be so dedicated, that they should never take the chance of mixing their reward in this life with the reward the reward of the hereafter with the reward of this life? Ask this question. See who you find. See who you find. Challenge to everybody in the room. Challenge to the world. Forget about everybody in the room. See who you find. You won't find anyone. Go use all of history. That's the beauty of this of the fact that we have the Prophet ﷺ as our messenger. And that's the standard that we're going to hold anybody to. And after we hold that standard, after we hold the Prophet ﷺ to that exacting standard and submit, we're going to turn around and replicate that on ourselves. That's the challenge. We're going to turn around and replicate that on ourselves and hold ourselves to the same standard. What am I doing in the darkness of the night? What am I doing behind the highest of walls? Am I consistent from the beginning of the day to the end? These are the challenges that we're going to hold ourselves to, and we're going to hold ourselves to this same standard as well. That if I was sitting in the house of my parents, would I have received the same gift? Would I have received the same benefit? Would I be able to, have this same perk? That's the question. If something is done truly for the sake of Allah, whether that's deen or dunya, if something is done truly for the sake of Allah, then it's truly for the sake of Allah. There's no competition there. There's no secondary intention. There's nothing that we can allow to tug away at the purity of our faith and the purity of our intention. So this is the challenge that again, it provides us with this beautiful benefit of being able to submit to something so great, but it also holds us to that same standard so that we have to turn around and reflect upon ourselves. Why am I prescribing this medication? Why am I behaving in this way? What are my expectations when I walk into a certain place? Do I expect to be treated differently than the rest? No. Everyone should be treated the same. So, subhanAllah, the beauty of the sunnah. Now, again, I apologize that I just talking off the top of my head here. I'm getting a little heated as well. But anyway, the point is that if I made any mistake, I apologize, but you can go back and read this incident. Like I said, it's in the books of Imam Bukhari and Muslim, at least those two, according to my recollection. But it's such a powerful, subhanAllah, it's just so, honestly, it's so comforting. It's so comforting to know that I'm part of this tradition. And it's difficult, I agree, that we have to hold ourselves to such standard, but you'll find, if you actually go back in our history, that the pious of our predecessors, the most pious of our predecessors, they held themselves to this exact same standard. And it's because of that they reached the echelons of being able to ignite the hearts of the people around them. And we live on that. Whether you like it or not, we're standing on that solid soil. We are standing on that solid soil. And we should appreciate that about the Sunnah, about the companions, about the Prophet ﷺ, and about all of the pious predecessors that came before. Because without that, what would we be on? We would be standing on this like floating, weak foundation. But we're on such firm ground. So the last thing we want to do is like become the layer, the unstable layer that the generations after us will have to stand on. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who do everything solely for His sake. May He protect us from ever being influenced in a way that would be displeasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and ever taking a circumstance where we take some sort of benefit that we shouldn't be taking. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep us held to the highest of standards. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to be able to appreciate the high standards of our deen and allow us to be able to hold ourselves to such high standards such that we can succeed in the hereafter. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.